Okay, good morning. Thank you all for attending today. Before we begin the presentations, I want to refer back to the agenda. The published agenda had us starting with veterans mental health and housing for Texas Hero grants, and then veterans treatment court. So we're going to just change the order of that. The order will be the Veterans Treatment Court grants, then housing for Texas Heroes, and then the mental health. I'll ask Mr. Cato, Director of the Funds for Veterans Assistance, to review how the presentations will proceed as we did yesterday. Mr. Cato.
Thank you, Chair Reyna. As you noted, today we'll hear from the organizations that have applied for and are eligible for the 2019-2020 Veterans Treatment Courts, Housing for Texas Heroes, and Veterans Mental Health Programs. Ms. Elizabeth Webster, our FEA Communications Coordinator, will act as our moderator with a list of presenters in each grant series, and she'll call up the organizations in the order we worked out from all of your RSVPs and sign-ins. I'll pass off to Elizabeth so she can lay out the ground rules for us.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cato. Each organization will have 3 minutes to speak to the committee. Ms. Julie Dillard over here will be assisting with timekeeping so that presenters are aware of their time remaining. With the number of organizations we expect to hear from today, it is critical that presenters keep to the allotted 3 minutes. Committee members will have an opportunity to ask questions after each presentation, and that time is not included in the 3-minute presentation. Please keep any answers as brief as possible so we can give everyone the opportunity to present their projects today. If you brought handouts that you would like distributed to the committee members, please pass those to me and I'll pass them to the committee. They're available for your presentation. Organizations also had the opportunity to submit meeting in advance to be included as part of their presentation. Irv Leos, our lead grant officer, will be assisting with queuing up those presentations. If you submitted media, please wait for Irv to acknowledge that it's ready before you begin your presentation. Before we begin the first presentation, I'd like to review some items of housekeeping for the audience. Number 1, as a courtesy to our presenters, please silence your cell phone if you haven't done so already. If you need to take a phone call, please do so in the hallway outside the meeting room. For the benefit of those presenting, please do not conduct conversations during presentations. Restrooms are located on this floor on the right as you move toward the atrium over here. We have scheduled in breaks and time for lunch. I'll keep an eye on the clock and recommend to the chair if a break might be appropriate to keep us on time. And one final reminder, the FEA staff and advisory committee members are not able to discuss your presentation or application for agency policy. Are there any questions regarding the process for the applicant presentations? No questions? All right. Thank you, and I will now pass the meeting back to Chair Reyna.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to call up the first organization to present the Veterans Treatment Court grants. That will be Webb County 406 District Court.
And your PowerPoint?
Yes. And media.
Do you want the video first?
They should play within the PowerPoint. Okay. I use this clicker.
Yes, the one with the tape is the forward button.
All right. Good morning. Thank you for being here. My name is Jerry Alba. I am the regional coordinator and grant administrator for the 406 Judicial District South Texas Veterans Treatment Program. We go back there. Sorry. Just press the.
Oh, if it's not working, then go ahead and press
Please probably just click on the video and it'll start.
Is the video?
It should be on the.
You know, and I would recommend it wholeheartedly to any veteran. You know, I understand that this program is only for veterans with misdemeanors or felonies. I think they should open it up for every veteran. If we would have had this type of program when I got out of the service, I think my life would have been different. In fact, I know my life would have been different with all this help that this program provides. You know, too bad it came in the later part of my life, but it's still helping me, you know, and
So that's one of our successful graduates of our program. I wanted to give you a quick year in review. In 2017, the Webb County Treatment Program reemerged as a South Texas Veterans Treatment Program. In doing so, we expanded our service to rural counties in South Texas that did not have the resources. Those include Duval, Jim Hogg, Jim Wells, Star, and Zapata. This year, we're proposing again to service those areas, and we want to continue to build on our relationships and serve those communities that may not be able to provide the veterans with the assistance they need to be successful. Our staff, so our goal is to serve 25 veterans, 10 family members with our docket. It's a veterans only docket. We are not like the other veterans treatment programs in which we work individually with each jurisdiction to meet the needs of that. We're located in Webb County, but we serve each different district court or county court at law with technology and serve each veteran individually based on the treatment plan that's developed and the agreements that are set out by the public bar and the private, by the district attorney's office and the private bar. We use technology, WebEx, to do away with breaking down the geographical distances. Our two chief judges are the 344 Judge Becky Palomo, and in the 406 Judicial District Court is Judge Oscar Hill. This year, Judge was bestowed the prestigious John Krazer Award for Judicial Vision and Leadership for his work in specialty court programs. Our case manager staff, and that's kind of our time. One quick note, our success rate, 97.8%.
Sorry, time's up. Thank you, sir.
Okay, any questions? Yes, Mr. Jeffries.
So when you talk about technology and WebEx, does that mean instead of the people that are participating in the court having to come into the courtroom every week through the follow-ups, they can just do it by WebEx with the judge?
So they report to their judges in their municipality. So those will happen in person. But the counseling sessions and the case management sessions are done over WebEx once a week, and then once a month they're visited by the counseling staff at each of the respective communities that we're serving.
Thank you.
Any other, yes, Bobby?
Can you give me a general breakdown of what the 300K is for?
So we have 4 staff members on board. The majority of it would be for staff and fringe benefits. The second component is to for the technology that we use, the WebEx contracts and the UAs that we cover as far as compliance, and we also use a case management software that we cover with the grant funding and travel expenses that we incur to visit the communities.
Yes, Mr. Butler.
You do have a veterans docket, did I hear you correctly?
That is correct, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have El Paso County. And as soon as Rob here is done passing out your handouts, you'll Thank you.
Good morning, I am Sylvia Sedna, Veterans Program Director, and accompanying me is Judge Angie Juarez Burrell. The El Paso Veterans Treatment Court launched February of 2012. We just started our 7th year. We serve a military population of over 200,000 active and/or veterans, and even though we don't expect everybody to get arrested, this is our potential pool. The team consists of 18 team members with varying disciplines, of which 2 of the team members are employees of the Veterans Administration. The VA is one of the provider resources for our veterans, and the other one being the psychiatric department at William Beaumont, which serves our active service members. These are 2 of the entities that provide evidence-based treatment. The court receives support from local lawmakers in the state of Texas, community partners, and top military brass. We continue to receive tremendous support, making it known that we have a veterans treatment court and are willing to serve our justice-involved warriors with options. The mentors in our community continue also to strive and bring balance to our justice-involved veterans, and we cannot thank them enough for their volunteerism work. The Texas Veterans Commission funding, which we are currently privileged to have a grant and are requesting for this year, is utilized for critical staff such as a compliance officer, probation officer, counselor, and a deputy sheriff officer. The compliance and deputy sheriff officers, which we have 4 in total, are law enforcement, and they provide best practices model of supervision that extends to holidays, weekends, and after hours. This provides for a public safety endeavor. Last year alone, over 1,900 home visits were conducted by the 4 officers. Urine analysis and breath analysis are taken, and thorough examinations of the living condition or lack of. They're conducted and reported back to the court and the team. The probation officer is exclusively assigned to the Veterans Court. If not funded by the grant, he will be given other duties not associated with veterans, and thus not attend court every Wednesday and Thursday. This has happened before, and it was very detrimental that our veterans were not given 100%. The LPC and LCD counselor provides counseling services to participants as well as the extended family. 5 years ago, the court experienced an unfortunate event as we witnessed an active duty member getting separated from the military, and that veteran fell through the cracks and did not get transitioned effectively into counseling. From the trainings that we received, state and national, we found out that a counselor was hired and that he was able to bridge the gap for those services. The counselor not only serves as a participant of the court, but also for the extended family members that are affected by the behavior of the veteran. The counselor made over 1,600 contacts last year, and that included face-to-face visits in his office, at home, at the treatment facilities, or in court. Today we have a caseload of 49 participants. Our success rate, according to the governor's office, is 87%, and this court thanks you for your time.
Yes, Ms. Wright.
The 87% figure, is that your recidivism rate?
It is our success rate.
Success rate?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I said that backwards. Whoops. You knew what I meant. My other question was, you currently have 49, but your grant request is asking to serve 180.
Right.
Were you experiencing a crime spree in El Paso?
No, sir. As a matter of fact, the 49 that we have right now, that fluctuates every single day. So we've been known to always meet our benchmarks.
And then last year, or pick a year that you have at your disposal, how many total veterans did you serve? Or on average, or however you want to say that?
Total, the most we've ever served in 1 year is 120. And that includes also the family members.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Is it a misdemeanor only or misdemeanor or felony?
Both, sir. Misdemeanor and felony.
As a clarification, our program is 18 months, so that 18-month time period is a little bit more than the rest of the state of Texas. Usually it's about a year.
Yeah.
Our last phase is for transitional.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
So your target is
130.
130.
My apologies.
But so you have an ebb and flow, so.
It's constant, yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Thank you.
We thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Bexar County Misdemeanor Veterans Treatment Court.
Don't worry, your money did not fund these bags, I can promise you that. So in these bags, you'll find that there's a folder. Inside that folder is some of our specific brochures, as well as a PowerPoint slide that we have that shows our current demographics in the program and statistics over the course of the 9 years or so that we have existed. Okay. My name is Joshua Childers. I'm the new project director for Bexar County Veterans Treatment Court. Dr. Kelly, who you may have met in the past, retired here recently. Bexar County Veterans Treatment Court is home to the largest military population, active military population in Texas, and we account for 10% of all veterans in the state of Texas. At any given time, we have, on average, 75 enrolled veterans. Over the course of a year, we may have 140. At one time, the highest amount that we've had enrolled is 110. Our success rate, we're about to come up on our 500th graduate. And in the 9 years that we've been active, we've only had 20 participants who did not graduate the program. I want to spend the majority of my last 2 minutes not going into statistics, but to give you an account of one person that went through the program, because you're going to hear statistics all day. I think it's important that you hear how this impacts someone. We had a young lady last year who was arrested. She was going to pick up her child at a daycare. She got back to her car and passed out. When EMT arrived, they found out that her blood alcohol limit was 4 times the legal limit. It was a felony case, but we brought it down to a misdemeanor case so that we could assist her. She had 2 deployments, PTSD. She was at 100% disability rate, and she faced a felony offense before we met her. We put her in inpatient care and then follow on outpatient through our program. At the end of the year, she went back to see her family, and her family actually called us and said that was the first time that they've seen her sober in 10 years. And so the programs have an effect on an individual, and it's very hard to put a dollar sign beside that. So our job is to allow veterans to have a second chance, and it is a second chance court. We have a system set up where the majority of people have a chance to live a sober life for at least a year, to work through their mental health and their sobriety. And at the end of the year, we see our recidivism rate, which is hard to track because we get it expunged. So trying to track recidivism over the course of the country is very hard. But we believe that the numbers are very low, especially the ones that we keep in contact with. I have about 30 seconds left, but I'd like to go ahead and open it up to questions that you have, specifically about the grant itself.
Any questions, Mr. Rick?
And I did read the number correctly this time. It's very tiny. My eyes are old.
Yes, sir.
You're asking for a grant for 330?
Yes, sir. 300, I believe, is 330. 330. Yes.
We have 330 listed.
You're talking numbers of participants versus dollar amount. 300,000 is the grant. Number of participants is 330.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to get a line because your comment was in any given year you were at. I didn't write it down.
So at any given specific day, we have on average about 75 people enrolled in the program.
So over the course of the year, 300, 330 is not?
So that would include dependents as well, that number.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. And is the Bexar County Commissioner's Court going to present?
No.
Felony.
The felony.
There we go.
Oh, no,
So,
they are on here.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's for felony.
Yes, yeah, they're felony.
Got my question answered. Thank you.
No problem.
Anyone else? Okay, so let's talk about this word expunged.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that mean then, you know, we've taken care of business, and then they want to go get a job that may require a secret clearance? Yeah.
So the majority of the entities that would review a background check are not going to see that. So a veteran who has a charge dismissed, as long as they work the expungement process within 30 days, the new state legislation says that all fees associated with that will be taken away, all court fees. So they hire an attorney to do that. At that point, it goes to all the different entities, the FBI, state and local governments, and it's expunged from their records. They do a top secret clearance, they may find it out, but that's a different system.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you very much. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Comal County.
While he's setting up, just a quick clarification for the committee members. For the purposes of these grants for local governments, if it's a different department in the county, we treat that as if it's a different organization. So, for example, El Paso County, they run their Veterans Treatment Court. They do felony and misdemeanors in one court. Bexar County actually handles felonies in a different court. They'll present a little bit later, and they have two applications, one for their misdemeanor court and a separate one for their felony court.
As soon as Rob is finished, go ahead and get started when you're ready.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brad Rainey. What was just passed out to you is more of a speech than it is a presentation, because I was in Lubbock last night waiting on the birth of my third grandchild and decided not to come in yet. Judge Stevens extends his thanks for what you all do for us and for what you do for the veterans every day. I'm the court administrator for Comal County Veterans Treatment Court. My last consultation with Veterans Services, we had over 16,000 veterans in Comal County alone, which is approximately 12% of the population. We know that we don't get all of our clients from only Comal County veterans. We've got Bexar County to the south, we've got Hays County to the north, and we've got Caldwell and Blanco County that kind of feed into us as well. So we tracked nearly 850 veterans in the last 3 years that have been arrested on felony charges, and we don't have a felony court. We're not asking for felony money right now. We tracked over 200 arrested on misdemeanor charges, which is what we draw our pool from. We serve, as I said, all three, the surrounding counties with the services that we provide. Since we do open our services to pretty much any veteran with any characterization of discharge from honorable all the way down to dishonorable, we have some challenges that we face with making sure that they have services available to them. So we partner with a lot of nonprofit organizations, Cohen Institute, Grace After Fires, places around to help provide some of those mental health counseling services that we need, and also for the substance abuse counseling that we need for them. In 2019 and 2020, this is going to be the fourth year that we've asked for funds for this court. We've grown from a $50,000 grant serving 20 people up to now $100,000 what we're using this year, and we're asking for another $100,000 next year to kind of maintain the status of services that we have, so we don't outgrow our capability. About 40% of that is focused on client services, which is case management software, monitoring, classes, counseling, that sort of thing. One of the things that we did that we think is having a really good impact on the visibility of the program is stapled on the backside of that card that I passed out to you. Spent about $20 on 1,000 cards. The sheriff's office passes those out when we get a veteran that's arrested. It sticks in their mind that they can call us while we're waiting on trying to get in touch with those guys, because a lot of times they get out of jail before we're able to contact them. So the cold calls really are warm calls. It's been great. We hired a grant writer last year that is not funded by the grant, but she helps maintain the status over the funds and make sure that we're spending them right. Lastly, we still work with the Bar Association and education programs across the county.
Thumbs up.
Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Jeffries?
So, I'm guessing you were in the Army.
Yes, sir.
But you mentioned the Cohen Clinic and case management software. What case management software are you using?
We're using CSS, which is what is used by a lot of the probation offices around across Texas. And what it does is we're able to draw on each other's information. We have a probation officer through CSCD, which is a Caldwell, Kendall, and Comal County. He's able to see what we're doing with our veterans. He's a dedicated probation officer to us that's paid for by CSCD. He's just a single caseworker for us, but we're able to collaborate a lot better using that software.
Nice. And I'm guessing the expenses for that are going to be in your application.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And it's relatively cheap to get that. It's just a module.
Doesn't cost $225,000.
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Dallas County Community Supervision and Corrections Department.
Do you have the filing this stick? Because there wasn't anything.
We didn't have anything for this one. There was no
Okay.
presentation. It's for this afternoon.
All right, thank you.
Hi, good morning. Well, I'm Suzanne Walters. I'm the grant manager for Dallas County CSCD. Judge Dominique Collins is the presiding judge over our Veterans Treatment Court. And the goal of our court is to increase the number of veterans identified in the Dallas County Jail and those who can be rehabilitated and reoriented to the community. We engage them in substance abuse treatment and or mental health treatment, education, and life skills training. The Veterans Treatment Court, as you know, as you've read probably, consists of an integrated dual diagnosis treatment team. And at this time, Judge Collins is seeking additional funding in hopes of expanding this treatment court. The team, actually. We'd like to add a second CSO, as well as a veteran treatment court mentor. We have not had a mentor in the past, we've had some volunteers. The veteran mentor will play a crucial role assisting the IDD team and service providers in recruitment, organization, scheduling, and training, and for providing camaraderie to veteran participants, helping them to complete the program successfully. Now, they would also be in charge of coordinating the other volunteer mentors that we also have at the program right now. So this wouldn't be the only one, this would be the only paid staff mentor. With increased participation in the program, we are also asking for an additional CSO. We have one case manager presently, a probation officer, and we're asking for an additional CSO at this time to help maintain compliance and conditions of probation. I wanted to also just mention briefly, which I think is pretty pertinent, for 3 consecutive years respectively, Dallas County CSCD has compared 6 months of arrest data collected each year from the Dallas County Police Department. I'm sorry, for the Dallas County Jail. The data reveals that 206 on average veterans are booked into the Dallas County Jail each month. So it comes out like almost 7 veterans a day. So I mean, that's quite astounding to me, the number that we have. 51 on average of these arrests are substance abuse related. 89% suffer with some type of mental health issue. And 21 are arrested on a probation violation. So they've already been in our system. Also, just another statistic I wanted to mention as far as our program in the Veterans Treatment Court and our success rate. The Texas Department of Criminal Justice Assistance Division, CJAD, tracks the specialty courts throughout the state of Texas and their success. And they just recently published earlier this month the success rates for the past year. And our Veterans Treatment Court was 100% successful. Now their success rate is based on their success rate is based on discharges, and included in the calculations are.
Time's up.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Any questions from the committee?
Ms. Story.
Yes, ma'am. You were quoting statistics about 200 plus veterans a month being arrested in Dallas.
That's what they say, yes.
Of those, how many would potentially be eligible for your treatment court? Because I know not all are.
No, not all are, and they have to be recommended by the district attorney's office. They can't have a history of, I've got the statistics here, but they can't have a history, I believe, of violent crime.
Right, no,
things
I
like
understand
that.
all
Yeah,
of that.
Right.
But I was just trying to get a feel for of those, how many potentially could filter to you.
Potentially, I can tell you what we have in the program right now. Right now, currently, our status, our census is around 55 at the moment. But we did increase that last year. That has gone up, if you will know. I think we're on target now. As a matter of fact, with the statistics from our 6-month data, we're at 75% of our goal.
Okay. And then the 100% figure, that was for 6 months?
No, that was for the past year. That was from the, Texas Department of Criminal Justice, the CJAD division, yes. And they calculate those numbers based on their exit from the program, their status at the time of the program, they exit.
Mr. Jeffers.
I just wanted to ask, and we can read, I guess, the detail in the whole application, but as many veterans as you say are being processed through there, you're projecting only to serve 90. Yet you've asked for a lot more money than everybody else, even including Tarrant right next to you, who says they can do 100 for 300K. Is there an obvious difference in what you're offering?
I would have to see, exactly what their team consists of. I know that we're asking, like I said, I think that the primary bulk of our increase this year is to add those additional personnel. And, considering the cost of the whole package, their insurance, their benefits, it does add up. So I think that's we have gone along all of these years. I think this corps came into play, I want to say, look at a lot of them, but I want to say 98. And has had one CSO the entire time, one officer working next board. So I think this is our first.
So if we find, and we don't, but if we recommend and the Veterans Commission funds us this year, we can expect it to continue at the same rate?
Oh, absolutely. The objective or the goal here is to increase that census to bring more veterans in. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Montgomery County Veterans Treatment Program.
Good morning, and thank you for your support in the past. I'm Kathy Hamilton. I am the presiding judge of the Montgomery County Veterans Treatment Court, and I'm here with my court coordinator, Josie Irichetta, and with Phyllis Rainey, who is our court administrator. We took the seed of a dream of the Montgomery County Veterans Court and planted it in good soil with a judge who has 17 years experience on the bench, 15 of those with specialty courts. We surrounded it, we fed it with counselors of equal accomplishment, and then we gave it the light of a team composed of veterans. We have all of our mentors are veterans, our prosecutor, our defense attorneys, veterans. We have the outreach team, they're all veterans. Even my bailiffs are both veterans in that court. And what has happened is that we have grown and blossomed the Montgomery County Veterans Treatment Court. We have 59 participants that we have helped through the years. We have now currently 30. We started with 2 participants in May of 2015. We'll be celebrating our 4th anniversary coming up. We have had 23 of those to graduate. Our recidivism rate is right around, I think we've had 4 that have been charged with an offense. None have been convicted of any offenses since we have started this. Montgomery County, as you may know, is a huge, it's growing very large by leaps and bounds. It has a little over 500,000 right now in it, and it's grown 30% in the last 10 years alone. We have an estimate of 40,000 veterans in Montgomery County, and about 950 to 1,000 veterans pass through our jail every year. Of those, the best that we can come up with, because the gatekeeper is the district attorney for Veterans Treatment Court, so about 2% of those actually make it into our Veterans Treatment Court. We are asking for $200,000 because our numbers have grown very large, and we see a huge chance to bring in even more with the success of this program. And I will answer any questions that you have.
Any questions? Okay, so Judge, you have 30 in now, and you're asking, your projected clients right now are 40, correct? I have my numbers correct?
Yes. We have 14 more applications that are out right now as we speak, that we look to come into. So it is.
And how long is your program?
It's 20 months.
Okay, so you got 30 now, you've got 14 waiting, so you'll probably exceed your target, unfortunately.
We have 4, 2 graduated this last week, 4 pending.
graduation. All right.
2 more in 2 months.
Any other questions?
Are your mentors volunteers?
They are. They are. And the probation officer who works with us, who's also a veteran, is on the budget of the probation department. So we
Who
don't.
manages those volunteers?
The outreach from Tri-County, Ashley Taylor and Ashley Hubbard, both Army veterans.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Brazoria County Veterans Court Program.
Good morning, my name is Denise O'Brien and I'm the Veterans Court Coordinator for Brazoria County. I want to start by saying thank you to the Veterans Commission and its affiliates. Without your support and ongoing efforts to advocate for our Texas veterans, we would not be able to help them when they're in with the needs that they have. Our Brazoria County Veterans Treatment Court started in 2016. We're fairly a new court. Our participants are required to attend regular court appearances, mandatory treatment sessions, frequent and random drug testing, alcohol use for drugs and other things. The court is able to ensure that participants meet their obligations to themselves, the court, and their community. The Brazoria County Veterans Court currently has 30 participants, all of which are involved in treatment specific to their clinically identified needs. For the 2018 fiscal year, our court has served 38 veterans, and we are excited to graduate 3 participants successfully. Although the VA provides a good deal of our required treatment due to issues and accessibility to the VA services, we are a rural community. We have found that additional funding for treatment services is required so we can be able to fully meet our veterans' needs. In the past, not only has the Texas Veterans Commission provided us financial support for staffing, but also additional funds to supplement our treatment budget. The funds awarded through the Texas Veterans Commission will be used for the expansion of our services and the maintenance of already established services. Each of our participants require a unique and individual treatment plan that includes substance use, mental health, anger management, PTSD treatment, as well as group and one-on-one counseling. Our client services include emergency financial assistance, transportation assistance, and security monitoring devices. In addition to serving our clients, funds available will also support our court staff at various conferences, training material, and other outreach programs. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Go ahead, Mr. Walls.
Yeah, how many veterans do you have in that area? Do you got a count of veterans in the area?
My name is Craig Fritz. I'm the program administrator for all of our specialty courts in Brazoria County. When we founded the program back in 2016, we received some statistics from the VA in Houston. And at that point, I believe the veteran count in Brazoria County was somewhere between 25 and 30,000.
Really?
And obviously continues to grow. Brazoria County has grown exponentially and continues to do so every day.
Thank you.
And you have 30 in your program now, and your projected numbers are 20? Did I read that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Right?
That may have been what we may have understood that to be was like an increase by 20.
Okay.
And like Ms. O'Brien said, we are still a relatively new program.
I'm not poking you in the eye. I'm just trying to,
right.
you know, for the edification of my colleagues here and myself.
Sure.
So you're saying numbers served are around 50 then? With this, should this grant be approved?
Probably all total, yes, sir.
Okay.
Projected.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. That's what I was trying to get at.
Right.
Thank you.
And we are, like somebody who presented before said, our EA's office is our gatekeeper as well. But we are doing everything that we can to grow our numbers to serve additional veterans in our area.
Sounds good, sir. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Bear County Commissioners Court. This is for the felony ETC.
Good morning. My name is Jefferson Moore, and along with Judge Lori Valenzuela. We are the judges for the Bexar County Felony Veterans Treatment Court. It's our pleasure to be here with you today. Last year we were here, we were brand new. We were still actually formulating policies, hiring staff, actually getting participants in the program. Since that time, we've processed over 100 files now. We have 30 participants in our program now as well. Now, if you look at the application, it says we're at 20. That's actually 20 apiece because both of us run our own dockets with the program, so it's actually 40. So the application is a little bit misleading on that. But 40 participants will be in the program once we're maxed out. We're at a point now where we're having to hire a new VJO. We have to hire a new probation officer. We have to hire a new defense attorney because we've expanded the program. And what we've learned since last year is a number of things. One is regarding the treatment. That's the main part of the grant for us, is that we wanted, when we got the money, we wanted to be judicious with his kind of a pun with that. And we wanted to make sure we didn't spend all the money too quickly. And we were using free services, but there's a cost to those free services that we didn't really quite realize. The cost is, in order to use those services with the county and the state, our participants have to go to the jail and wait in the jail for the bed to become available, which can take up to 2 months. So although they're in the program, they're not being treated, and they're not really working with us for the time period while they're in the jail. So we want to kind of shift that monies a little bit more towards doing inpatient private pay. We've identified 1 or 2 agencies throughout the area that would help us with that. And so we're excited about that. We've also learned about homelessness. We have 6 of our folks that are homeless, but the main thing is our guys who aren't homeless are right on the edge of it. And we've had a number of folks who are getting eviction notices, and then we find out Friday afternoon about this, obviously. So we're running around. We had one guy where an anonymous donor came in and took care of the issue for us. We appreciated that. That's not a good plan. We don't want to have to rely on that. So we're asking for some funds for helping rental assistance as things go well. And furthermore, we've learned as far as training is concerned, we went to the National Association of Drug Court Professionals last year. We took our whole team. We had to beg, borrow, and steal to get the funds for that to go. And after we got there, we learned so much. We're going to go again next year. We also have a little bit bigger staff. We're asking for some funds to get us there, so we're not trying to scramble as much as we did to try to get out to the program. One of the last things I want to talk about is what we learned is it works. When we bring our guys in and we talk to them, you can see in 4 weeks, their faces change, they're standing up better, they're walking better, they're happier, and they're working on this program. They want to do these sort of things. So we're very happy with our program, and we're happy for the time that you're giving us. Thank you.
Mr. Ray.
Something you said, and it was something that I've thought about with some of the other presentations. You may be, and maybe I don't understand quite how it works, but it would seem like San Antonio is awash in potential services available.
We do. We have a lot of community agencies out there that sometimes are banging on our door asking to help with whatever they have for us. Some of it works for us. Some of it we have to really come.
And I get that. I understand that there's constraints, but I guess I'm lost with why do they have to go to the jail? I don't understand that. I guess that's where I'm really focused on. Walk me through that if you will.
Sure, of course. Yeah. We have regular probationers. And when we want to send them to treatment, because it becomes obvious, they're still doing meth, and we've got an opioid crisis even with our own veterans, stuff like that. They fight, they scream, they holler about going into inpatient, and they won't show up. And so we try to get a bed for them so they won't show up. So the process is, if I'm ordering someone into inpatient, they're actually taken into custody, and we have positive control over them, and they're placed into jail, and then they wait for a bed at that point. Bed times have increased for some reason, so now it's taking up to 2 months for folks to get in there. I don't have control over that. We have all our misdemeanor courts that send them there. We have our other felony courts that send them there as well. And so that's our process that we have in Bexar County is prisoner or defendants are taken into custody in order to wait for the bed. It kind of dries them out a little bit anyway before they get there. But for our guys, they want the treatment. They're not fighting it. You'd be surprised at folks that don't want treatment when we put on the Veterans Treatment Court. But the veterans want this treatment. They know that this is the best thing for them. And we're stuck with our system a little bit on the free stuff. That's the cost I was talking about. where our guys can sit up to 2 months just sitting in the jail. They're really not doing anything during that time. So that's why we want to kind of focus a little bit more on funds for not only private pay, but there's some agencies out there that are a little bit more veteran amenable, so to speak, in that regard. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Is that, excuse me, is that situation you just described, is that unique to Bexar County, or do you know?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. But we've got almost 2 million people live in Bexar County. I don't know how many active felony cases that we have with all of our district courts. We have 10 district courts, and that's all they do is felony work. So we've got, we have 700 probationers that are veterans in our area. Now, obviously not all qualify for our program, but that gives you an idea of how many folks that are out there on probation. It's a lot. Enough that we have full-time inpatient treatment services for Cook County.
If they're in custody also, it expedites the medical screening to get into the facility.
Okay, so I'm reading the breakdown of your budget here, and I'm trying to figure out what city. Okay, first of all, they've now completed the treatment program, and I'm assuming now there's some sort of job thing that's going to be lined up, which would be limited, I would imagine, with a felony, depending. But we don't want to get into all that.
Okay.
But you have city public service, and that's $2,400 a contractor. Average unit price $400, quantity 6. What is that?
That would be for the rental assistance. And City Public Service is our power company that we have.
Oh, okay.
And we've noticed our guys are kind of on the edge. They got wife, they got kids. They lost their job because of their felony issues that are coming on. They're struggling, and then the next thing we know, we're trying to tell them, we want you to go to all this treatment work. I might not have a place to live next week. And so that's their main focus at the time. So we try to help with that so we can get them into their treatment regimes.
Okay, so that's the backup plan to help the dependents, etc.
Gotta have a place to live.
Clear. Yes, Mr. Jefferson.
I guess too, and just listening to you talk, and I probably should remember this from our last round of meetings, but have you been separate? Have the felony commissioner's court been separate from the misdemeanor in the past?
Yes, sir.
And then, and maybe it's just a figure of speech, you said guys, but have any women participated in this?
Yes.
Do you have women in the program at all?
Well, at least 2 that I can remember right now.
We
have 2 that are women that are in the program.
All right, thanks.
Do you work with any of the community programs out in town to fill those gaps of rental assistance? Since there's plenty around that area, I just want to know if you are collaborating with them, if you're accessing their services to help your veterans.
We do. Each agency has its own process, and what we've noticed, and we try to work with our guys on this, but it becomes an issue for whatever reason Friday afternoon. And working with these agencies, like, well, this is our application, fill us out, 10 days, 2 weeks, we'll get back to you. And they're getting evicted now. So we try to work with our guys so we're not doing that, obviously. But like I said, we had an issue where an anonymous donor came in and helped us with one of our guys. But that's not our plan. That's not what we want to rely upon in order to keep people from getting evicted.
Nobody needs help Monday morning.
That's right. What was that you said?
Nobody needs help Monday morning.
Right, exactly. It's always
Friday
at
69.
Anybody else? Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have City of Dallas. All right, then next up we'll do Galveston County. Thank you. As soon as Rob here is finished passing out here. You know, go ahead.
We love the one page.
Yeah.
Or we'll have that. Can you have a video?
So yes. So that, whatever it starts. That one, I will make sure the video.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
We had a big year here in Galveston County in 2018. We had 17 graduates complete our program. There's a variety of charges that brought them to the courts, whether that be a DWI, possession of a controlled substance, an assault causing bodily injury. We are one of the only programs in Galveston County that offers violent offense opportunities to be able to put those charges behind you. Also had a few firearm charges. We had a total of 20 dismissals to include 16 misdemeanors and 4 felonies. We also had over 450 hours of community service hours completed. Galveston County Veterans Court has been operating since approximately 2012. In that time, we have graduated 45 graduates from the program. We currently have 20 participants active and another 20 applicants trying to come into the program. It's a fantastic program. We had the honor of having Commissioner Ryan come and participate in the graduation, and I hope that he would tell you the same thing that we see every day, and that's this program is truly changing lives, restoring life, and getting these men and women back where they need in society. In Galveston County Veterans Treatment Court, we have 5 key elements that we are focusing on over the next 2019 year. That be case management, community supervision, incentives and sanctions, court monitoring, as well as evidence-based treatment. So in 2019, we're hoping to ask Texas Veterans Commission to fund a new court staff position so that we can continue to expand in these 5 areas of these key elements of growth for Veterans Court.
Initially, I didn't know what to think about Veterans Court. I was a little hesitant at first, and I think after the first court setting, seeing Judge Henry and how everybody operates within the courtroom, I was hooked. I was all in, and I knew this was going to be a good experience. It's taken me a long way. Matthew has challenged me along the way. I've gotten connected with the VA. I've gotten connected with PTSD support groups, and I can honestly say that I'm a better person today than I was 2 years ago.
Good morning. I'm Betsy Thomas. I'm the grants manager for Galveston County, and I originally signed up for 3 people to be here. We really, every year, Judge Henry really wants to be here. He is the county judge, and he was actually scheduled to be in Austin yesterday, and our presentation was originally going to be on the 19th, and then it was changed to the 20th. So again, he wasn't able to
Time's
be
up.
here. Sorry for that. Sorry to get lame on me.
No, don't. Yes, Mr. Rick.
One question on your one pager that we love. If we were to go all the way over here, how many people started at this end of the pipeline?
I can tell you that this 16-17 year, I believe, was our first year of the grant. Before we had a court coordinator, 6 people was our max that they could handle. It was all volunteer, all veteran staff that worked with the court, and 6 people was all they could handle. So we doubled in the first year, and we keep going up and up. And you heard Judge Henry say we've got 20 people applying to come into the program.
Okay. I was just curious where you started and then graduated through.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Thanks, ma'am.
Okay, thank you guys.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we're going to play a presentation from the City of Dallas.
be advancing automatically. If it doesn't. Alright, looks like it's not set up to advance automatically. Do you have a preference for how we handle this one so we don't have an actual presenter here? I just want to double check that this is what they gave to us. We don't have a presenter though.
Right, just play the video.
Okay. It's not advancing.
Is it just a slide deck?
I think it's just a slide deck.
Okay, so what it is.
Next slide. Yes. Yes.
All right, thank you. That concludes.
I'd like to take a minute. Mr. Chip Osborne, the resource manager, stepped into the room. Just like to acknowledge him and thank you, sir, for the Texas Veterans Commission. Okay.
All right, thank you. That is the last presentation for the Veterans Treatment Court segment of this program.
Okay, thank you for all the organizations for taking the time to help the committee understand your Veterans Treatment Court projects. Next, we will hear from the Housing for Texas Hero applicant projects. I would like to call up the first organization to present the Housing for Texas Heroes grant, Easter Seals of Greater Houston.
Good morning. We have requested $75,000 to add a financial coach and housing expert who will specifically focus on veterans' needs. This would be an expansion of an existing program, and why we're coming to you with this request is that as our veteran services have expanded, we're finding more and more of our clients are in need of financial coaching. And that's everything from, and it was named this before we had a veterans program, Credit Boot Camp, which is teaching people the basics of credit. What's really surprising for us is that many of the younger folks who are moving out of military service are moving out with really significant debt. It's usually credit card debt. And so helping them create a plan so that they will be financially stable. One of the other things that we have seen consistently is, particularly for our veterans who are married and have families, one of the biggest pressures that they tell us when they're coming in for mental health services is that financial instability is one of the main drivers of stress in the family. So we feel like the impact of this is going to go beyond helping people improve their financial stability, but it will actually also impact the stability of their family overall. The salary amount is a little bit skewed because it also includes part of a second person who would be the supervisor of this person. She's a surviving spouse. Our other financial coaches, two of our other financial coaches are veterans themselves. And I think it gives them a unique perspective. They're also bilingual because many of our clients are coming to us with Spanish as a more comfortable language to receive services in. And we've seen people go from extremely bad credit into actually being able to buy their first home. We are a HUD certified home buying counseling agency. We're one of the few in Harris County. And we can help people access down payment assistance. So we have expertise in helping people do that. We've helped over 300 low-income families buy their first home. And our program, I think, is 16 years old. We've never had one of these folks go into foreclosure. It's really remarkable because they're low to very low-income people. Even on a fixed income, we can help them get into reasonable, stable housing. So that's our hope, is that you'll help us get more families either into stable, safe rental housing, improve their credit so that they can add to their financial stability, and for a few, hopefully buy their first home.
Any questions? Mr. Ray?
2 questions. Are veterans who are struggling with English?
Yeah, we do have a lot of veterans and family members of veterans who are Spanish speaking is more comfortable. They speak English, but they're more comfortable receiving services, particularly in an area where they don't have technical expertise, which financial concepts, for some folks is difficult.
I understand. The other question is you talked about down payment assistance. Aren't these people eligible for VA loans?
Some of them are eligible for VA homes, but a lot of that can be layered. So depending on the HUD program that funded it, or if it's a bond program, we can actually layer that with some of the VA loans.
Okay. I mean, VA limits 440,000 or so. I wouldn't think there would be a need for. I would doubt these people are buying $500,000 homes. That's why I kind of had the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Most of our folks are in the $200,000 to $300,000 range. There are VA loans, though, that also there are some folks that we don't think they're appropriate for because there's limited equity in the home and they can get themselves into financial trouble. So we actually counsel people into products that we feel like they're going to be more likely to sustain long term. The VA loan is great. Freddie Mac has a product that's great that's targeting veterans. There are some other folks as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mel.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Rebuilding Together Greater Dallas.
Good morning, I'm Kara Mendelson. I'm the Executive Director of Rebuilding Together Greater Dallas, and we provide free home repair for low-income seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities. We're part of a national organization, Rebuilding Together, which has been around for 30 years, and our affiliate's been around for 18. We serve Dallas, Collin, Denton, and Tarrant counties. Our mission is compacted now down to 6 words: repairing homes, revitalizing communities, and rebuilding lives. Our grant ask is for $100,000. It's to serve 8 homes. And basically what we're talking about is doing urgent home repair. Your support is extremely impactful for us. And so what I've passed around to you are 2017 numbers. And what you'll see is that 70%, if you turn to the side that doesn't have all the colors, 70% of the people we served were veterans in 2017. That was 49 homes. This year, for 2018, our numbers are showing only 28% of the people we served were veterans. That's 19 homes. And the difference was your grant. And so we didn't apply because when I came, we had 2 weeks left in our grant cycle. And honestly, the grant hadn't been administered properly. We went back, rebuilt all the documentation, worked with you to clean it up. The files are great. We've since received additional government funding. We have a more than $250,000 grant of CDBG with Plano, all our files in compliance. So we're set, ready to go. Of the 8 homes that we're committing to, we already have those files completed, ready to go. They're veterans and surviving spouses. And we're looking for your support so that we can carry out our mission, which matches yours.
Any questions? Yes, sir.
How many surviving spouses you guys serve or are expecting?
So we don't actually break out veteran versus surviving spouse. We call all of them veterans. I have some storyboards. This one is where it's a veteran and his spouse and his son who has lost all of his limbs in a 1-bathroom house, and they were rolling him in on a wheelie chair. We partnered with Texas Women's University, who is a longtime organization that we have worked together. And their occupational therapy department went through and said, okay, here's what needs to be done. We made this so that all of the family members could safely use the restroom. In this case, he served on the USS Lexington. His mentally disabled son and 3 grandchildren live with him. And we were able to do actually, I think, 4 different projects at his home so that it could be livable. In this case, it's a surviving spouse, and Ms. Munoz, actually, the spouse died 2 weeks before we did the project. There was not a dry eye. We added in actually a tree planting to recognize her husband.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Meals on Wheels Central Texas. As soon as we're done passing out these. Okay, now it doesn't work. It should be the advance. Oh, thank you.
Well, let's go back. Good, got it. Okay. Oh, thank you. Good morning. My name is Adam Hauser. I'm the president and CEO of Meals on Wheels Central Texas. I'm joined here this morning by my colleagues Charles Cloutman, who's the vice president for our home repair department, and Meredith Morrow, who's our foundation corporate relations manager. This is my first time appearing before this committee since I became CEO in 2017. So let me begin by first thanking you for how grateful we are for the generous support from this committee and the Veterans Commission for our home repair program. It will be no surprise to you that the demand for our services continues to increase, and that's why we are here again asking for $500,000 through the Housing for Texas Heroes program so we can continue to repair homes. And this requests 33 more veterans as detailed in our application. I have my president and CEO hat on today, but really I'm here, and I will say humbly and with the utmost respect for the people, the veterans that we are so honored to serve. And veterans like Pam and Roy Morgan, pictured here. Mr. Morgan served in the United States Marines from 1964 to 1966. Returned to Austin and had a successful career with AISD, helping people with intellectual disabilities, but in 1999 was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. Already had suffering from diabetes and chronic arthritis, and became wheelchair bound, and his home was no longer accessible, and he couldn't afford to make repairs. And so thanks to the Texas Veterans Commission and this great program, we were able to replace his flooring so it's easier for him to navigate through his home. And we were able to retrofit his bathroom as pictured here, where you can see we replaced an old bathtub and put in a walk-in shower so that he could continue to stay in his home with his wife and live as independently as possible. And I just want to quickly slide through several other slides just to give you an idea of the transformative work that our home repair department does. Again, thanks to the generous support of the Texas Veterans Commission. You can see these are several veterans in different locations, and you can see the dramatic difference that we make in people's homes so that they can continue to age in place, live independently for as long as possible, and no longer have to deal with unsafe environments and mobility challenges as a result of the condition of the homes that we find them in. And let me conclude by sharing Mr. Joe Celestino's story. He's pictured here in his new bathroom. Joe was a 20-year-old soldier in the Army, stationed in the Philippines when General Douglas MacArthur landed in 1944. Fast forward 75 years, he's now, believe it or not, 94 years old. He had to retire from a successful 30-year career with Bergstrom Air Force Base as a facilities maintenance manager. Unfortunately lost his wife, so he's now widowed. He lives alone in his home of 55 years, has no desire to move out of his house, but was having trouble because it was not safe anymore.
Thank you, sir.
So we were able to repair his home. So I wanted to share with you the stories of these folks that we're helping.
Any questions? Okay, so how many projects do you have going on now, sir?
How many total projects in our home repair department?
Do you have going on now?
So how many, so Charles, come on up and help. Charles is the numbers guy.
Are we talking about TVC projects? Or total? We have them.
What with this grant, because
Okay.
your target is 33.
Yes, ma'am. We probably finished 27, so we've got probably 5 or 6 going. We're a lot of times we're in combo with the Home Depot Foundation,
right,
to maximize the funding. So we're doing one, doing the other, waiting on one, waiting on the other.
Yeah, I noticed that. So you max at 15, but your average is about 15,000. So your average is, you try not to go past 12K.
Somewhere.
So yeah, so I see how the numbers go.
And we leverage the Home Depot Foundation funding and any other funding we have to keep that better. We try to hit one time and do it right.
Okay.
So.
Any other questions from anyone? Yes, sir.
Obviously, you've expanded beyond Meals on Wheels.
Yes, we have.
Do you feel like you have met the needs of the seniors for Meals on Wheels? I'm trying to imagine how you've expanded, and this is not a negative by any means. I think it's a positive, and you've already mentioned one of the firms that you leverage with, and my follow-up question to that is, who do you leverage with in your area? What other veteran service organizations?
Anybody and everybody. we do. We receive referrals from almost everybody. The Travis County Veteran Services Group, anybody with the VFW services, the Heroes Night Out, anybody and everybody that we try to do. We're trying to grow the answer in many ways. We're trying to set up some sort of Purple Heart Homes chapter over here. We may not be the one, but we can sure feed the veterans into it. You know, it's just we try to grow the answer where we can. We collaborate with anybody and everybody, and you know we get referrals from the TVC where they don't have an administrator, and we're up at Arco Heights now in Coryell County helping a wounded veteran. Good story. Thank you for that. So.
But the answer to your question is we have increased demand for all of our services, including our meal services. But it's part of our DNA at our agency to help the seniors in our community and meet all of their complex needs. And so that's why we have a home repair program. That's why we have a meal program, and that's why we have 13 other programs to meet the complex needs of seniors. And we have a very holistic approach so that we can't just fix one thing. The whole goal is to keep people healthy in their home and meet all of their needs.
Thank you.
Mr. Wallace.
Yeah, and then on the 500,000 stuff, what kind of percentage are you using that for your Meals on Wheels as well? I know a majority of that will probably go for housing or to rebuild and stuff like that, but how much do you think that this out of this would you be putting into Meals on Wheels?
Oh,
yeah, out of this fund?
Yeah.
This is all for the home repair.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have CLC. We have a PowerPoint. All right, whenever this is up and running, go ahead and proceed when ready.
Good morning. I'm Mandy Livingston with CLC Inc. I'm the program manager for veterans programs, and I'm joined by Angela Trackworth, which y'all heard from yesterday on the COIN project. And as Angela had mentioned, we had got our start as a technical school in 2000 and just kind of expanded services from there.
It's the tape is the full one.
So we received our first HEARTH grant in 2014, and since that time, we've completed 129 projects, positively impacting the life of 215 family members. So, and those modifications include bathroom modifications, primarily for accessibility, some electrical, plumbing, HVAC, a bunch of roof repairs, and a few weatherization projects. Here's one of our bathroom modifications for a wheelchair-bound veteran of Vietnam. And they just opened up the entire area so that he could take his whole wheelchair into the bathroom without a transition. So his wife is his caretaker, and she is unable to lift him. So it worked out really, really well for them. And then here is another one where the modification was done in a rather small area. So basically the bathtub was just turned into a little
area without a step-in, so a walk-in shower, so that she didn't have to step up into her bathroom. That was an elderly surviving spouse project. We partner with a number of different people, so here's just a few. Servolution is pretty up and coming in our area, and they partner with a bunch of the cities to provide modifications, but theirs are external for curb appeal only to keep the cities pretty. So we are able to go into those houses and do the internal repairs while Servolution does the external repairs. Six Stones also does the same thing as Servolution, but in a different service area. And then Measure Twice is one of our contractors that we use that donates a lot of his time and resources. Also Sean Sailors and Seasons Perfected. And then we also partner with VA and the City of Fort Worth. We're asking for $500,000 to provide home modifications and repairs to 45 veterans. And the 40 of them are anticipated to be accessibility and 5 weatherization projects, and the cap on projects, of course, is the $15,000. And there's just a little thank you from some of the participants that have received services from our grant.
Any questions?
You're a school. Your core mission is you're a nonprofit school, right?
Training and employment, right. That's how we got our start.
And y'all drifted into these other veteran services. Do students at the school work on these projects?
No. Sometimes we try to utilize some of our construction students, but what happens is sometimes they have backgrounds where you don't want them in, you know, a veteran's home. So if we have like something like the veteran needs paint on the exterior of their home, then we would send the youth out to do the painting because that's not something that HARP would cover. So it is definitely an additional service that they receive, but not necessarily in partnership with the program, if that makes sense.
So you got like, and you know, we saw a presentation by another person from CLC yesterday. Sure. So is the veteran services like a separate department within CLC, or? Kind
of, because we have veterans training and employment that were funded from several different funding sources, and then we also have the home modifications and repairs, and then the financial assistance. So a lot of times the financial assistance is utilized to help support a student through their class, you know, their classroom time, because the classes are like up to 8 weeks. So, and it's during business hours mostly. So we have to help support them financially a little while they get through the training. So it's used a lot for that and for elderly people that are on a fixed income.
So I won't hold you to the precise number, but out of the 100% that this is CLC, right, the entire organization, how much of that would you say is just veteran services?
40, maybe? 30, 40%?
So that's really been an expansion of your mission since you started.
Yes. Yeah, we have given a high priority to serving veterans, either it's for Houses for Heroes or financial assistance for training and employment.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Wright.
I noticed Home Depot's not on that list. Rebuilding Greater Dallas is not on that list. Is there?
We had a really strong partnership with Rebuilding Together, Greater Dallas, when Dennis was on board. And then I, for some reason, was under the impression that they didn't even get funding for veterans housing last year. So I wasn't even aware that they were providing housing, you know, adjustments for veterans. So that's why that partnership kind of fell off. And then Home Depot, indirectly, we do partner with them, but they don't provide us directly any services. So we don't receive donations from them, but through Six Stones and Servolution, they partner with them and use all the volunteers.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Joe?
Do you have a cap on the amount of services that you provide, or?
On the dollar amount,
yes,
it's the $15,000 that TPC puts in place.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other? Okay, thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Salvation Army, Grayson County.
Good morning.
I'm Betty K. Schlesinger, Director of Social Services for Salvation Army in Grayson County. We serve veterans in Grayson, Cook, and Fannin County. And in our Texas Housing for Texas Heroes grant this year, we have taken a totally different approach than what we have in previous years. While we have included shelter, 30-night emergency shelter, that really isn't the biggest need that most of the veterans have in our county. In analyzing the numbers, we found that we had a large number of aging seniors who wanted to stay in their homes, but they were facing some significant issues with being able to do that. So we wanted to start small with doing home modifications so that they could indeed stay in their homes. And we are leveraging that with the CDBG funding for weatherization, some other home modification programs that are available through the VA, and helping to take a lead in that for the counties in which we serve. I wish I could give you some numbers. We don't have them because we haven't done them yet. I know that I arrived at the numbers that we wanted to serve by looking at the amount of referrals we were getting from other agencies for veterans who needed some sort of assistance in that way, the number of applications that even Habitat for Humanity had from veterans who needed home modifications or even new homes built. And then I talked to Adult Protective Services, and I also talked to our county commissioners and some realtors in the area. Then I looked at our capacity to serve. And that was the big thing that made me bring our numbers to where we were. Because this is a new project for those 3 counties, I felt that we needed to keep those numbers small, and we did so. I don't know what else to say except, hey, trust me guys, we want to do this. And that's really not what I'm asking you to do. But the Salvation Army has been in business for more than 150 years. We do put our money where our mouth is. I know that we will need to hire a staff person to assist with this. Currently, I am the only case manager that the Salvation Army unit has. We made a decision, we were having a problem again with Veterans Case Manager. Felt that we needed to let him go, and we are going to just shift most of my time to our Veterans Services. I'm doing mostly Veterans Services anyway. Veterans account for about 76% of our services in Grayson County, even if it is non-veterans money that we're using. So we serve a significant veteran population. I believe that we can deliver on this grant. I will try and answer any questions that I can regarding the grant. I can't tell you what this is going to look like in the end.
Any questions?
Oh, that disappoints me terribly, Joe.
Well,
Thank you.
Robert to the rescue. Let me try to help. A question. To your point of being somewhat lost with all the numbers. What about the Salvation Army itself? Again, is there a resource? Is there any communication in that regard? Is there a best practices type of thing that you could rely on the greater organization for that?
Not that I have been able to find within the Southern Territory. And Salvation Army is like any military unit. We have our Corps, we have a divisional office, and we have a territorial office. We're part of the Southern Territory, and I went as high up there to see if anyone else is doing this. And they really couldn't give me any guidance on that. Now, the Salvation Army in Canada has done tiny house villages. So I could get some help from Canada on the numbers that they had with their Canadian folks. And they were able to give me some, but there's not a lot of guidance on how this can move forward. I get accused of being the black sheep of the Salvation Army all the time because I kind of push the envelope with this sometimes. So no, they really could not give me any numbers. Like I said, I found some numbers in Canada, and I found some numbers where missions have been done overseas or in South America, but this is something new for us, something definitely needed.
Probably more comment than question. Instead of going vertical, I'd suggest going horizontal. We've already heard from at least 2 organizations in your area. I would be calling them and touching base with other resources.
I do that quite a bit because we just need to. We are a member of the Veterans Coalition of North Central Texas. I try to make their meetings every month just so I can network with other agencies that are doing veteran services and see how that is working for them. And I have made some good contacts. They are actually the ones that really convinced me that I needed to look at doing this type of service in the 3 counties we serve.
Any other? Yes, sir.
So now that we've started peppering it, so just even in this one grant, there's 5 other units of the Salvation Army doing, I think, maybe different kinds of projects. At any point, does the state or territory coordinate with y'all, or even say, you 5 are all going to be in Austin next week, but give me a spreadsheet of your projects or something?
That is done by the Texas Division. We have to submit all of our grants through the divisional headquarters. They're signed off there, and then they're signed off in Atlanta. Every corps of the Salvation Army has to stand on its own and do its own fundraising. There is a strategic plan that is specific to each corps, but then there is a broader strategic plan from the division and an even greater strategic plan from the territory, and then we go national. But each Salvation Army is responsible for doing all of it. Each corps is responsible for doing its fundraising and its grant writing and being self-funded. We submit through our divisional and territorial headquarters so that they make sure we are not overburdening a single source. For example, I can't go ask Hop LaSalle Foundation for money because the Hop LaSalle is funding one of our camps. So they're looking at it that way, but we do not coordinate as a statewide entity to go after single source funding, such as the Texas Veterans Commission. Part of that is because where we are located, our target populations would vary so much. What I deal with in housing issues in Grayson County are nothing compared to what they deal with in Dallas. So they wouldn't want us doing extension. They want us to meet our populations where we're located. Does that make sense?
That does. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have San Antonio Metropolitan Ministry. And we have as soon as just need to talk. Okay, so we just have to get up for you. As soon as Rob's done, then go ahead and start when you're ready.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Jeff Anderson. I'm the lead case manager of San Ministries, our Veteran Housing Stability Program, and we're here today to request $500,000 to couple with our rapid rehousing program. In the last 18 months, we have served 85 veteran families with over 149 individuals, and so with those funds, we will be able to continue to project to help 51 veterans, 102 dependents this year, and with 2 surviving spouses, with a goal of hitting $155,000, 155 clients with this $500,000 grant. I wanted to bring one of our clients because sometimes we can see on paperwork what programs can do, but sometimes it's more beneficial to see the impact of what this program actually does. And so one of my clients I recently rehoused, Mr. Andrew Williams, wanted to come sort of talk about some of how this program has helped him, and I wanted just to let him talk briefly on a little bit of the homeless program.
Good morning. I've applied for a lot of the homeless programs out there. Recently became homeless, a veteran, served for 10.5 years honorably. Due to past issues, I was not able to actually get into a place. No one would take me because they wanted an extra deposit or a lot more money than I had. luckily, Sam's Ministries was able to do that for me. They were able to pay for the deposit and a few months' rent, and that helped out immensely and got me back on my feet. And so now I'll be sustainable now. Thank you.
You know, with clients of Mr. Williams, you know, we also, you know, having the opportunity to use these funds to house clients that are filling a gap in the community. There's SSVF funds that do a great job in helping at-risk veterans as well. With this grant will allow us to fill those veterans that don't qualify. They're over income. We have a higher AMI, average median income, than most families. So we can help those clients that make a little bit more, so they don't qualify for the other programs that are out there. So this grant gives us the flexibility to be able to hit those at-risk clients, like Mr. Williams, that would fall through the cracks and still remain homeless because of different barriers or what have you, they couldn't get housed before. And so having this opportunity, it also allows us to give other wraparound services after we get them in on a client caseload with our veteran support groups. We have 2 groups a month, our veteran group, and we also started a women's veteran group to be able to continue to provide case management in a group setting, as well as we continue to do home visits and so forth to continue to make sure that these services are impacting the clients to the best of our advantage. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak to you guys today. I appreciate it.
Mr. Jeffries.
So can tell me the numbers again, because the chart has 155, but you said so many veterans then family members?
So in the last 18 months, sir, so from July 7th, 2017 to 2018, the 18 span period, we served 85 veteran households, and we did 149. So our projected goal, sir, with this grant, our goal is to be able to do 51 veterans with a total of 155. And how that's changing is we're going to go more of the progressive engagement model, where with the clients that are currently in San Antonio staying at Haven for Hope, there's roughly 62 veterans that are homeless that are in the shelter. And with the progressive model, we want to be able to continue to be able to provide 11 months of care, of case management and services, instead of the traditional 3 to 6 months. So with those clients that are having major barriers, i.e. mental health, employment, what have you, we can be able to get them using the housing first model, get them housed, and then work on other things instead of letting them stay at Haven or other shelters or on the streets because there's not enough, not funding. Because sometimes they need more than 6 months. And what we're seeing in San Antonio in the last couple of years, veterans get housed and then they get evicted on the month 7 because they don't have the financial means to stay in the housing.
Right. So I just want to be clear. It's not 155 separate cases. It's 51 veterans plus the 2 spouses. So it's really more like 53, and then they have some kids or other family members staying with them. That brings it up to the 155.
Yes, sir. We're going to try to serve 51 veterans, and then it also includes 102 dependents, 2 surviving spouses, and 155 total. I apologize.
Yeah, so it's 155.
Yes, sir. Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to ask you the same question I asked last year. You're asking for 2 grants of almost $700,000 in 2 categories for the same thing, correct?
So the general assistance grant, that's specifically prevention services, rental assistance for veterans who are housed, needing to stay housed. So they've been housed and they've received either a notice to vacate, an eviction notice are already in the process, or a notice to pay. For this grant, we've changed some things. This is specifically for rapid rehousing to address the issues of homeless veterans in San Antonio. Every other week, there's a work group that's facilitated by the city and by our continuum leaders. The list came out yesterday. There's 62 veterans at Haven for Hope, 31 on the member side and 31 in the courtyard. What this grant will do with that longer term of financial assistance for rehousing them will allow us to go into those meetings and say, we've been talking about these guys for the last 8 months, give us them, and we can work with them. So the housing people is really easy. That's the easy part. It's keeping them housed is what's the difficult part when there's mental health issues, when there's substance abuse issues, and then some of the other barriers that our veterans are coming with.
And then, if I could talk on that, Bobby, another thing that this program is a little bit different is that we get a lot of referrals from the VA. So a lot of social workers will contact me saying, I have a client I'm trying to house right now, has a voucher, he's ready to go. But the deposit, he doesn't have the $700. A lot of those clients don't qualify for SSVF funds, or those programs don't allocate for that. And so we have come in, I get, I've housed a lot of my clients from the VA because these funds will help with that. Without these funds, some of those clients are going to be losing their vouchers or staying in their situation because they can't get housed because they don't have the money for the housing.
So I'm sorry, take a second bite. So are you listed on, or do you participate in, or do you use as a primary case management system the Texas Serves software?
That's our primary referral source for more so for rental assistance, but for the homeless veterans, the city of San Antonio facilitates that meeting.
So they send you cases.
Yes, sir.
Do you use that to manage the case, or do you have your own internal programs?
I mean, well, we do all our case notes and all files, and we do put the case notes into HMIS, but
into HMIS.
Yes, HMIS is the Homeless Management Information System, right? That majority of the agencies use.
So you don't duplicate that information into Texas Serves?
No, sir. Texas Serves is more of a referral only. We put the initial notes in there. We have served the client. We house them on this date, but we don't. After that, the case is closed. And it's we successfully resolved it, but we don't continue to use that as
HMIS is your primary case management.
Yes, sir, correct.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Williams, how did you find out about this program?
I did a 28-day inpatient through Villa Serena.
Okay.
And through my a social worker said I need to get on to Texas Serves.
Okay.
And then I got referred to Sanders Ministries, and within 3 days, I got into a place.
Wow. So you answered that question for me. So how many times have people been following up with you and make sure you're doing good in your rapid rehousing?
This, including last night when Jeff had asked me if I wanted to come down here. That would be the 4th time he called.
Perfect.
And this is the 1st month, so.
Oh, first month.
Times,
wow.
Four times in a month, I almost had to tell him, hey, man, I got things to do.
I will give him some credit. He just got housed in first of February.
Sir, he answered it perfectly.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Ray.
And my apologies, I'm going to kind of go over some ground, but if you are serving basically 53, 55 families, we're looking at about $9,000 a family is what you're asking for. But one of the comments you made, and Mr. Williams, my congratulations. You made the comment about being sustainable. That's outstanding because you've already beat most of the battle. That's your attitude, and I love it. Not so positive coming back this way. You were talking about people being in housing for 6 months, and then they are stuck in the 7th month. That doesn't sound like a sustainable model.
No, sir. What I stated.
Yeah, just correct that.
Yeah, so what I was stating in the past, there's been agencies and different things where they were able to give so many months. We're trying to do a progressive engagement model, sir, that we're going to try to provide 11 months. So if they came in month 1, we're trying to give 11 months of rental of assistance so we can help them get through the barriers so they don't become a casualty like falling in those cracks, like I said, on the 7th month. Or some agencies, well, I give them on the flip side, the rental assistance, where they were housed by another agency, but then they don't have the money to stay there because they never got a job, or they had another barrier, they lost their job. And so we wanted, with a progressive engagement model, we want to be able to say, hey, we want to be able to get them housed, those 62 at risk at home, at the shelter, get them housed, and then we're going to work on employment, wraparound services, and try to keep them there to where they can sustain a 12-month lease, and they can sign the lease on their own, and they're working and engaging and so forth. And that's the plan, not to put them in a system where they fail. We're totally the opposite of that. And then I'm sorry if it was misunderstanding, but yeah, we want to be able to give them that so they can sustain their household on their own.
And that's exactly where I was going with that. Although I do understand you're also working with people who unfortunately may not be employable. There are people with mental health issues. So I get that, and I get that some of them are our veterans. So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next organization, Habitat for Humanity, Texas.
money hand out to you.
Hello and thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. I'm Terrence Summers, the new project manager. I'm the new project manager for Habitat for Humanity Texas. Like I said, I oversee the home repair program. What I can say within the last 3 months of doing assessments in the coastal areas and throughout the Harvey impacted areas, there's still veterans in need of our support and help. So I'm here today seeking further support and funding of $250,000 towards continuing our home repair program. The continuation of the home repair program would allow us to repair, rehab, or remodify at least additional 55 homes for veterans or spouses surviving veterans. Like I said, what we've run across as well is we're actually in a repair right now of a surviving spouse. So we still have a great need for supporting and helping our veterans. To date, we're working to assist more than 20 veterans, and we anticipate full completion of our grant expectation of what we're working on right now. The major repair projects requested are roof, wind damage, windows, ceiling and drywall that need to be replaced by the roof damage, water leaking in them. These repairs can range from $3,000 to $7,000, or all the way up to $30,000. When we're talking about $30,000, as you have your pictures there, you may have a home that was damaged by the hurricane. That roof was severely damaged. You've got to replace that roof. That water leaked into those roofs, all the way down to the cabinets, kitchens, the floorings, windows destroyed. So when we're out there doing our assessments, we're not only just getting one part of the puzzle, we're having all kind of issues that are coming up. So, it is also important to note that our Habitat Texas office continues to receive calls for assistance from veterans outside of the designated Harvey impacted service area, whether it's vets themselves or other community-based organizations seeking support for modifications as in kitchens, bathrooms, or just whatever it is that's needed to make the quality of life sustainable for our vets. So we're receiving calls from other entities as well. And one thing that we bring to the table is, not only just here locally, we touch everyone throughout the state. What we're looking to do is just continuing that partnership, continue to support vets throughout the state, continue to work with other organizations to support vets throughout the state. We're not just working alone, we're working with other organizations to fulfill the mission of helping support our veterans.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Jeffries.
My matrix here says they're asking for 500,000. Is it 500 or 250? 500.
Yeah, well, I have 500 too. So
Yeah, 500. We had 250 for it now, so we're looking at 250 for the addition. We'll take 500. We'll take 500. We'll take 500.
Hang on, I'm looking at the current grant because you had a question about it. Let me get back over to the application.
Go ahead, Deb, that'll be fair.
How many offices do you have? I see you serve 5 regions.
We have a godly number of offices. I cannot tell you each city has an affiliate in that region.
So do you look at expanding? I know we don't have a lot of home assistance in the Panhandle area. I don't see that you serve that region. Do you have any plans to expand?
Are you asking for the veterans part of it?
Right, right.
Yes, that's one thing we're looking to do is expand throughout the state, not only just for the Harvey impacted area, as I stated before, is receiving calls for veteran support on modifications, home repairs, and stuff like that. So we're looking to touch throughout the state.
So if somebody from the Panhandle calls you, are you going to serve them or not at this time?
At this time, we will not. So we have our strict guidelines as set forth through the grant on what counties we can serve. That's what we're doing is looking to take this a little statewide further with that expansion on the next grant.
And just to clarify, the request is for $500,000. The budget is for $500,000.
Go ahead, Mr. O'Reilly.
You mentioned when you introduced yourself, you were the new director?
New project management.
And how long have you been in that role?
I've been in that role since December 4th.
Can you speak to the existing grant that Habitat for Humanity has in Texas? We seem to, in tracking benchmarks, seem to be behind the curve in that regard.
Yes, sir, we are. Like I say, the grant was in place before I was brought on, which has already, put us behind the curve. As stated before, like I say, has taken this roll on. We've already reached the limit of 20 that we've got repairs working on as of now. We do expect to go ahead and continue and meet our requirement of completing that 30 by July. So we started off behind the curve, and as we jumping in, I hit the ground running, doing assessments and everything from applications, assessments to inspections.
Stand by a minute. I do want to ask you a question. It's all right. It's a small stuff.
Little. Just a little, it's over.
500. Last year, got enough of them for 2 quarters.
Okay, so I want to set the stage. I know you just came on, okay? And you've already admitted that you're behind the power curve. You got projects in motion. However, there's been no expenditure of your funds. So are you saying when the grant ends, June 30th, this is February, in the next 4 months, we're going to get that $250,000 spent?
Yes, ma'am. Like I said, that's one thing I alluded to earlier is I've got calls and I have not even been able to continue my assessments and stuff. We've got people lined up.
Okay, so right now, how much do you think you've got spent that you just haven't been able to report? Just swag,
like
not hold till you do it.
We're looking at about $150,000.
Okay. All right, and then with what you've got done now, you think you can spend that other 100?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So they're tracking him for 500 last year. It's 250. Is it 250?
This is 5.
Yeah, we're looking at the high risk sheet. That sheet is what they're asking for today. This year, yes.
All right, so, sir, you have two. The way I understand it, Mr. Cato tracks all this. Just so you know, you have 250 for the last grant period, or that you're in now, and that you're asking for 500 this. Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Are there any other questions?
I've got one question.
Yes, Mr. Brogan.
I've got your budget up. You're showing 90 days of travel, local mileage, for $30,127. That's $335 a day. What goes into your travel budget? Is that hotels and?
That would be hotels and travel, gas, rental cars.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Wright.
And I do have one question, and we'll have other Habitats for Humanity present, so this might help with that. Can you explain to me how you are Habitat for Humanity of Texas and say I have a Habitat in Dallas, where I'm from?
We are Habitat for Humanity Texas, is we call it the best way to know it. We're the support system for the affiliates. We are the system where someone say in Corpus Christi may call and need support, whether it's resources, funding, training, we provide that. So when we talk about being a support system, we get to touch a lot of areas and regions from where we are.
And then, to kind of follow up with that, with the other question that was asked, do you not have an office in either Amarillo or Abilene or in the Panhandle?
We do have offices there.
Okay, so you're just not at this point in time serving veterans.
Correct.
There is a place for a veteran to go.
There is a need for veterans assistance as well, but there are places for those veterans throughout the state. We have offices throughout the state, affiliate offices, but our grant for this current year is specific to Harvey impacted areas.
Okay. And then the one, I'm just gonna mention this, they did a grant last time, I don't know if they're on this time. There is a one-stop veteran resource center, whatever they call themselves in Amarillo, that seems to be doing a good job, but would be a good place to start. Look for that. Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Caritas in Austin. And I have contemplated a break after Caritas.
You contemplated well.
Excellent, thank you.
She is just doing a great job.
Hello. You have me, okay, your presentation, you have to go whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. I hate to be between you and a break, but I've been before you guys last year, so I'll talk brief about our program. My name is Kiana Fisher. I am the program manager for the Supportive Services for Veteran Families, the SSVF program here at Caritas of Austin. We provide rapid rehousing services for veterans experiencing homelessness in the Central Texas area. We offer a personalized approach to help support veteran families reach their full potential. Although the majority of our funding comes from SSVF through the VA, from that federal grant, we use the TVC funding to fill in the gaps of our services. In fiscal year 19, so this current year, we plan to serve 115 veteran families through our SSVF grant and 60 families through our TVC grant. We use the TVC funding in the following ways: to cover moving expenses, to purchase furniture, to furnish an empty home and turn that into a home for our veteran families, and to purchase household goods that veterans will need upon move-in. I just want to spend the last couple of minutes talking a little bit about a veteran that we've been working with this year. His name is Elazar. He connected to our agency in June of 2018. He was chronically homeless for most of his adult life. When he connected to our program, he was recently discharged from the hospital. He had a serious life-threatening condition. He was socially isolated, disconnected from his family, and just was really struggling with getting back on track. So Elazar worked with one of our veteran specialists. He was able to reconnect with his family. We were able to connect him with housing, affordable housing in the Austin area. We were also able to, through the work with him and his veteran specialist, connect him with benefits, Social Security benefits. And we have, as of last month, connected him with the Housing Choice Voucher, which means that he will be hopefully connected to affordable housing for a long time. I really appreciate you guys' connection to our program and your ongoing support. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? All right, no questions. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, so with that said, we're going to break, but I want to just say that one final reminder while we're on break, the FBA staff and advisory committee members are not able to discuss your presentation or application per agency policy. We will go ahead and reconvene at 10:40, and just as the Presbyterian Night Shelter of Tarrant County, you'll be the first one up at 10:40 a.m. Thank you. We're going to start with the Presbyterian Night Shelter of Tarrant County.
As soon as Rob starts passing out your handouts, go ahead and get ready.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for.
Just wait a minute, ma'am, so we can have your full attention.
Oh.
Or you have our full attention.
You don't have to pay attention.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Well, wait to catch.
You guys put the title.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
It's almost for Presbyterian, you can't find it.
Okay, ma'am, we're ready for you.
All right. So my name is Debbie Rabelais. I'm the Vice President of Programs with Presbyterian Night Shelter. And we appreciate you considering us for this $50,000 grant.
It's the one with the table and it is forward.
Thank you. So I'm going to spend most of our time just talking about who we serve, and I thought an example would be Kip. So Kip is a veteran that was in our program last year. It was funded through TDC. This grant was not renewed last year, but we're hoping to get it for this next grant cycle. So Kip is 62 years old. He was a veteran of the U.S. Army from 1974 to 79. He came to our homeless shelter in 2016 and was homeless for quite some time, and then made his way into our Veteran Voices program. That is a shelter-based program for 30 men and 2 women veterans that have with this funding has a veteran-specific case manager that can help veterans work through the system. So in this, Kip had dementia, he had some anxiety and some issues that really created some barriers for him, and he spent a long time homeless as a result. In working with his Veterans Voices case manager, Kit was approved for SSDI. He now has an income of $1,400 a month. He received $47,000 of back pay because it had been pending for a long time. His caseworker was able to help him and get a hearing. She took him to the hearing. She went with him, and through that, he then was able to get into housing. So this is Kip today. Kip, this picture was taken last week. He actually is in a group home because he still needs some assistance, but now he has the income to pay for that himself. And he has Medicaid. So he has insurance and health care. He has his monthly income. He has stable housing. And most of all, he has hope, and he said he has never been happier. So that's the work that is being done with this $50,000. Last year, we served 208 veterans, so provided them shelter, hygiene, food, all the basic necessities. And of those 208, we assisted 96 to exit to housing. So with this $50,000, that's about $520 a person, at assuming 96 people to exit to housing. So not a bad return to get a veteran off the street.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Ray.
Are you actually a homeless shelter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many beds do you have at a time, and how many women can you accommodate at one time?
The shelter itself is the largest in North Texas, so we serve about 710 people per night. For this particular program, where we assign, a veteran can come and use any bed, but this program that assigns with case management is 30 for men and 2 for women.
Thank
you. Anyone else? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Salvation Army, Corpus Christi. And as soon as we have the handouts all passed out, go ahead and go when you're ready.
How you guys doing? Good. First of all, thank you guys for your time. My name is Kyle Knudsen. I'm the Social Service Manager at the Salvation Army Corpus Christi, and this is Kristen Anderson, our caseworker that works with the TVC grant on a daily basis. I'm going to tell you a little bit about our TVC grant and the numbers, and Kristen will go get into more of the intake process and what it's like to go through the process. The Salvation Army TDC grant is designed to remove all barriers to permanent housing for vets, their families, and surviving spouses. We help veterans with emergency solutions to shelter, homeless prevention, rapid rehousing, case management, amongst other things. Basically, our rental assistance is up to $2,000 for rental, $300 for utility, $35 for application fee, and $50 household setup. So not that they get that, but that's what they qualify for. So depending on what the need is, they get up to $2,000 in rental, $300 utility, and $50 household setup for $35 application fee. In the last 2.5 years, we have had the TDC grant. The Salvation Army has assisted 480 veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses with rental and utility assistance. That's about an average of 16 individuals that we've helped with rental assistance, preventing them from becoming homeless, or getting them into a home because from the streets, rapid rehousing. We still have, Kristen will start talking about the process.
Good morning. So I am the caseworker for the TDC grant. I meet with all the veterans initially when they come in. I basically go over how much we can help them out with. We go over a timeline so that they understand when the assistance ends and can they keep up with it. We also provide case management for 6 months after that, just to make sure that they're able to maintain their jobs. We offer the food pantry that we have. We offer for them to go back to the workforce. And that's basically my process. And I always tell them too, because I am a veteran myself. I came in to the Salvation Army for rental assistance at one point, and I totally understand what this grant does for the veterans. So it's my pleasure.
So just on the back of the sheet there is the program impact that gives the numbers from 16-17, 17-18, and then 18-19. Right now we have remaining balance of about $27,000 we have to spend in 2018 to finish out the grant. But it's going to look like we're going to hit a minimum of 100 veterans, probably 50 dependents. So we're still working on the grant. Do you guys have any questions for us?
Yes, Ms. Short.
In looking at your numbers, you're just right at 100 a year, but you're projecting you're going to serve in the next year 240. Can you explain why those are more than double?
So with the 2007, say that again now?
Well, I guess I should have asked the question that way. Does the 240 number include dependents?
Yes.
Okay.
And yeah.
Question answered. Thank you very much.
It does include dependents.
Okay.
And that's a projected number. The 480 is what we've already assisted with. So if I may have done the math wrong, if I didn't look wrong, I apologize.
No, that's fine.
Okay, you talked about rental assistance, LightNet. Did I hear you say an application fee of $35?
Yeah, we don't use that often. It is in our application, but we do help for, like, if it's an application fee, we can pay $35 towards that application fee.
Clear.
And then
Got it.
Household setup would be like pots and pans and
Got
stuff
it.
like that.
Yep, you answered it. Perfect. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. O'Reilly.
Not a question, but the suggestion, the Salvation Army in Grayson County could use your help. If you have a spare moment, one of you could contact them and give some advice, I'm sure it would be appreciated.
We're not just, I didn't even get into the shelter. We do have we work very closely with the VA. We have HCHV program where we have a 10-bed transitional housing program. So this TDC grant complements because we do street outreach, we're coordinated, we're the entry point. So every individual that's homeless has to go through our shelter. I go through coordinated entry. So we just see a huge need.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
God bless.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Salvation Army Waco. Salvation Army Waco. Do you have any handouts or anything else you want to pass out? Go ahead and get that started. once Rob is done, go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
Good morning, I'm Lakemi Robertson. I am the Social Service Director for the Salvation Army in Waco. I'm going to start off by just kind of sharing the story with you of a veteran that we've helped recently. John B., he's a 65-year-old veteran who served in Korea for 3 years. And sadly, fighting for his country, it took a toll on him physically, and it caused him to have to move back to his hometown of Waco. While he was happy to be back home, he noticed that it wasn't the best environment for him to be in. So he ended up becoming homeless, but he wasn't hopeless. And with the help of the Salvation Army and the Housing for Heroes grant, we were able to help him get back on his feet and regain his stability. It feels good to be able to help someone who fought for us, who fought for our freedom to be able to regain theirs. So John is now happily living on his own and continuing to let his light shine in the community. He shares his story with fellow residents. He's working to establish a karate program for at-risk youth, and he's volunteering to help and serve other veterans daily. And John says that he is truly grateful for everything that the Salvation Army has done.
My name is Margie, and I'm the grant manager at the Salvation Army in Waco. We just want to remind you that the need for help for veterans in Central Texas is quite large. Our proximity to Fort Hood and 2 VA hospitals and Temple and Waco, including the fact that Waco is a mental health hospital, kind of brings people to our community that have a lot of barriers to being stable housing. In 2018, our point in time showed that on any given night, there were 23 homeless veterans, 10 of whom were not sheltered. Our own stats of serving over 180 veterans and dependents each year give testimony to the fact that that's needed. Salvation Army programs include assistance with emergency shelter, feeding programs, social services, case management. We can do rent, deposits, electricity, life skills education, and y'all have all this on your handout, so I'm not going to go too much into that a little bit. In particular, this program helps support a little bit the shelter and a lot homelessness prevention and rapid rehousing. We usually don't have any trouble spending the money we get from you guys. And providing case management to help them set mutually goals for what they want. We partner with a lot of people you'll see on that list and on your handout. All these different agencies together, we partner with them to provide the best services through coordinated entry. We do weekly case conferencing. So if John Brown's on our list and nobody's helping him yet, well, why not? Who can help him the best? Why is he falling through the gaps? That's the newest thing we're doing that I think is really, really cool. So our vision is to interview and provide rapid assistance to veterans where there's less of that, where they're on the park bench, and more of that where they're in their new homes.
Time's up.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Jeffers.
At one point, y'all were the only women veterans shelter in Waco. Is that still true, or?
Other than domestic violence.
Okay.
There's domestic violence shelters that women can go to, but we are the only family and thank you, family.
Do you know what your population of women veterans is?
It's pretty small. In fact, I don't even charge for that shelter to the VA because I feel like we only get 2 or 3 women in there a year. To the TDC. We still serve them, just as if they were in the shelter. That's what I'm trying to say. That doesn't keep them from getting services, but it's pretty small what we get.
Okay, thank you.
And quick question. You say your Waco is Henderson County or footprint? What is your footprint?
McLennan County.
McLennan County, excuse me.
Yeah, we serve all of McLennan County. Through our continuum of care, which serves 5 counties in Central Texas, and through coordinated interview, we're trying to develop resources for referral in that 5-county area. We're working with our continuum of care to do that. It's not all in place yet.
Thank you very much.
Anything else?
Any other questions? All right, thank you, ladies.
And I did give the lady a business card.
Okay.
You're going to reach out.
All right.
We're doing great work here.
All right, next up we have front steps.
We learned from you.
Do you have any handouts or anything else? And as soon as everyone has your hand out, go ahead and start. Once everyone's received it. Alright, go ahead and proceed when you're ready.
Good morning, my name is Taryn Davis. I'm the program manager for the Supportive Services for Veteran Families program at Front Steps, and I also help oversee the Homeless Veterans Reintegration Program, or HVRP. So those are our two programs that help veterans who are either homeless or at risk of homelessness. Our SSVF program is a rapid rehousing program through the VA, and we provide housing location for a client, financial assistance, and housing stability case management to help a client reach their goals to maintain their housing permanently. The HVRP program is an employment-focused program, so we provide employment location assistance for veterans who are either homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. And then we also provide links to occupational training programs where they can gain new certifications and skills to help them gain a career at a more livable wage for the Austin area. So our two programs focus mostly on homeless veterans, and we have a couple gaps that our programs cannot fill and that we would love to use the PBC grant for. For the SSVF program, unfortunately, we are unable to buy furniture. For clients who are moving into housing, the only furniture we can provide is a bed. And if you can imagine living in an apartment with just a bed, nowhere to eat, nowhere to sit, nowhere to put your belongings, it's not the most ideal situation. And we would love to be able to give veterans more of a home than just a place to sleep. The other gap we have is emergency rental assistance and utility assistance. So especially for our HVRP participants, they come to us sometimes at risk of homelessness because they lost their job and they're unable to pay their rent for the following month. The emergency rental and utility assistance would allow us to bridge that gap while they're gaining new employment, to help them pay that 1 month. That might help them maintain their housing so they're not only looking for a job, but they're facing homelessness as well. And the other gap we have is barrier removal. So clients moving into housing come to us with several barriers, including criminal background, rental debt, and utility debt. And we would love to use the TDC grant to help remove that utility debt and rental debt, which would allow our clients to have more housing options overall in the Austin area than they would originally have. As you can imagine, the Austin area, the occupancy rate is very high. So if we can remove those barriers, then our clients are more likely to locate affordable housing in our community. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Operation Finally Home. And as soon as all the committee members have their hand up, go ahead and proceed.
Go ahead. We're good. Good. Good morning. My name is Larry Adams Constant. I'm Executive Vice President for Operation Finally Home, and I'm thankful to you this morning to give us an opportunity to explain what we do and to explain how we'd like to use the grant that we've asked for. Operation Finally Home is a Texas-founded company. We build custom mortgage-free homes and do modifications and remodels for wounded, injured, and ill veterans and widows of the fallen across all of Texas. And we currently have completed approximately 250 of the new home projects, and of those 17 to 26 homes were completed in Texas in 2017, and 21 of 29 homes completed in Texas in 2018. Our focus here for the grant is for remodels and repair work. In 2017, we were involved in responding to Hurricane Harvey, like many other nonprofits, focused on veterans who had needs to repair their homes that insurance didn't cover. We partnered with churches and other local community organizations to help that happen. What that did was an epiphany about the need for remodel and repair for veterans of all war periods across all of Texas. And that's our focus now, and we're recruiting with various agencies, again, at every corner and in the middle of Texas. We're coming to you for $250,000 for 15 homes to remodel in the state of Texas. Subject to your questions.
Any questions? Yes, Ms. Dorrit.
This tends to be, especially home modification, tends to be very geographic. How are you going to find, obviously, I believe you guys are out of Houston.
We're actually, our office is in New Braunfels.
Okay, so, but geographically.
We started in Houston.
Right. Oh, okay. That's, anyway, not important to this. How are you going to find those 15 homes? How are you going to identify those 15 veterans?
We're doing some outreach. In fact, I collared the Habitat for Humanity young man when he walked out of here a while ago. We're working with Habitat for Humanity. We're working with Meals on Wheels, with in-home hospice care and health care, home health care. So any of the agencies, including ones that you've heard here today, to let them know that where their organization may not be able to serve a veteran, that we have this opportunity at no cost to the veteran to remodel and repair their home.
And if I could follow up on that, is it your plan to send your crews to do that work or funnel that money through another agency?
What we do is we work with local contractors, remodelers. They go out and they do the estimate and let us know what their budget is, and then we work with them to pay their bills for the reconstruction.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Yes, Joe.
Do you have a cap on what you do for your remodeling?
Sir, we try to keep around 30,000. I say around 30,000 because we just finished one at 90,000 because the veteran was in such need, and we were able to obtain other donors and sponsors in the community when they found out there was a shortfall, so we were able to help.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You
Next
bet.
up, we have Giving Hope.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Tahisha Scott, and I'm the Executive Director of Giving Hope, Inc.
And I'm Stephanie Hedges. I'm the Project Administrator at Giving Hope. We're standing here today to present our Welcome Home Grant. And one of the reasons why we're here is to emphasize the necessity for a community in Denton County. If we were to have this grant awarded to us, it would be one of the only tools that Denton County has to focus on homeless prevention. And with that homeless prevention aspect, we will emphasize the stability and self-sufficiency that we provide to our clients. And also, our great mayor, Chris Watts of the city of Denton, has joined the Mayor's Challenge, and that strives to end veteran homelessness by 2020. So with those things aligned for us, we want to basically organize our community to reach functional zero and have all of the resources available as possible to basically catch veterans who are homeless and experiencing homelessness before they enter the stream.
Okay, and one of the reasons that we went for the homeless prevention and not the homeless veterans grant is because in our community we have fully embraced coordinated entry. So we work together to do the wraparound and rapid rehousing services through the Emergency Solutions Grant. And it's very hard to qualify a family for homeless prevention through Emergency Solutions Grant. We had a family of 3 with the mother making $10.70 an hour, and we couldn't provide her assistance because that was too much money. If a veteran is making, even, I think it was more than $10.02 per hour, and they receive any type of disability from the VA, we would not be able to provide them assistance through the Emergency Solutions Grant. So with that in mind, that's why we're choosing to focus on homeless prevention and utilize other funds coming into the community to provide the rapid rehousing services that the veterans need. I myself am a disabled veteran, and in March of 2010, I found myself in need of services, and I called. I was living in Florida, and I called, and the answer was, call back when you're homeless. So I never want to hear that told to another veteran. But now standing on this side, I know why that was said, and that was because the funds weren't there to focus on homeless prevention. So that's why this grant is so important. So no other veteran in the great state of Texas would ever hear, call back when you're homeless.
Go ahead, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you for sharing your story. You actually probably answered half my question, but y'all sound like experts in housing and homelessness, which is excellent. What other veterans are involved in this program, though, to help you with outreach and cultural competency and that kind of stuff?
So we actually, we do the street outreach for Denton County as well. The street outreach is housed within our organization, and we've grown that to include local law enforcement. We go out into the encampments and we find the people to provide services to. And we are partnered with the Denton County Homeless Veteran Coalition. And then we also work with Catholic Charities as well, because they currently have the SSVF grant. We're unsure if they're going to go for it again, and so we partner with United Way as well. So whoever is providing services, we're a partner, because the way that we look at it, it's our community. It's not just our one thing. Where there's no one group, no one individual is going to end anything anywhere. So it's only through collaboration that happens.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So next up, we have Central Texas Opportunities. We are loading your PowerPoint right now. The button with the tape is the Go ahead and go whenever you're ready. Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Gordon Loria. I'm with Central Texas Opportunities. I'm one of the program directors there, and I just wanted to share some pictures of some of the work that's going on with the Housing for Texas Heroes grant. Here is the home of Larry and Debbie Jackson. Larry's a disabled veteran, and the first thing we had to do was get rid of the bed bugs. His home was infested with bed bugs, and so we couldn't get in to do any work until that was taken care of. Next thing, while that was going on, is he's got this dead tree, or partly dead tree, that was right by his house that, anytime could possibly fall on his roof, cause some foundation damage. So there's another picture. You can see it encroaching on his roof now. And so we took care of that. He no longer has to worry about that possibly ever falling and damaging his roof. It's his front door. As you can see, there's no trim. There's his window, kitchen floor, his dining room floor. As you can see, more of the kitchen floor and his dishwasher, cooktop, bathroom floor by the tub. There's the toilet. So now you see his front door trimmed out, storm door, numbers, house numbers on. There's that window. Now we fitted him with a new entry door into the bathroom. He is in a wheelchair, so we widened that for him. And there's his new bathroom. Walk-in shower, new toilet, sink. It's much better for him now. There you go. Got a new dishwasher, new floor. And this is the home of James Simmons. He is also a disabled veteran. And first thing we had to do was seal his roof. He had the weather coming in, snakes coming in, critters coming in. So we had to fix that. And then there was also damage on the inside. You can see the ceiling tile starting to bow. So we went back and put about 3 layers of a polyurethane sealant on there, cover up the holes and keep the critters and the weather out. And there's another shot of his roof with the sealant. Here's his carpet after years of wear and tear, and I'm sure it got wet through the leaky roof. There's his new flooring, nice laminate flooring in the living room. There's another view from the kitchen. And then we have this house right here, very charming little house. This belongs to Bill Shaw. He's a 92-year-old World War II veteran. And his biggest issue was he's in a wheelchair and he could never leave his house because he didn't have a ramp. So what we did was we went back and made a ramp for him. Now he's gained some independence and can come and go as he pleases. So we just ask that you consider Central Texas Opportunities for the 2019-2020 grant cycle. Any questions?
Mr. Ray.
Sir, I was going to ask you, would you you're listed as working the Panhandle and the Alamo region. What counties are you working in?
Now, we're actually working in, it's Brown County, Brownells County, Coleman County, Comanche County, Eastland County, Callahan County. There's about 7 counties we serve, and we also serve Taylor County, which is Applewood, as well.
Very rural.
Yes, oh yes,
Okay.
all rural other than Taylor County.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Walls or Ms. Sconzi?
Is this a continuing grant?
Yes,
Or is
ma'am.
this, okay. And what was last year? What were you funded at last year?
300,000.
Same.
Yes, we're asking for the same amount.
So do you project that you'll be spending, you are exhausting all of your?
Oh yes, we're
funding?
exhausting all the funding. Yes, and we have a waiting list.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Texas National Guard Family Support Foundation.
Good morning. My name is Ray Leonard of the Texas National Guard Family Support Foundation. We received a grant this past year for the homelessness, and we currently have about $12,000 left to commit before them. We serve the entire state of Texas. Again, if you may recall from yesterday, we serve the National Guard. Many of these people are Title 32. They never assume a Title 10 status, and so therefore they're not, quote, a veteran for many other groups that are around the state. And we have been able to weigh in and make a difference in getting them support from other places, but it's an ongoing battle to do that. We haven't reached it statewide. That's why we've asked for the state. We have assistance and projects going on in Pampa, El Paso, Tyler, all the major cities, all the way down to Brownsville and out to Beaumont. So we really have a lot of assistance that's provided in terms of getting people to us from the Texas National Guard itself. They have a family support group, but they're not funded with anything being in the home, so they know who to call for assistance. We really felt the loss this year of not having the general purpose grant. This year we actually dialed back from $400,000 to $300,000 in requests for this grant, because we really need the other grant gives us far more flexibility. We have used all the money that we've had, but we don't want to be greedy, but we would like to help our National Guardsmen however we can, whenever we can, in whatever circumstances.
Go ahead.
I have a question. So, yeah, I just have a question about compliance. And it's okay to answer compliance. There were some high compliance issues. Have you addressed those? And
Yes, ma'am. The compliance issues that we had were sent out, and they were all pretty much dealing with our SOPs. Spending $5,000 on stuff that we don't do anymore. So we changed all that. We submitted all that. All that was accepted, and they said, good, you've met all of our things. So we have you on site, whatever. And again, it was primarily in our SOP range. And so we had fixed all that.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Rolling Plains Management Corporation.
Good morning, my name is Mark Halsell. I'm the Weatherization Director for Rolling Plains Management Corporation. Rolling Plains is submitting an application to the Texas Veterans Commission for a one-year project for $300,000. Rolling Plains proposes to provide all labor and material and support staff necessary to re-roof 35 eligible veterans' homes. Rolling Plains is a nonprofit community action agency providing program assistance to an area covering approximately 28,000 square miles, encompassing 28 rural counties. Rolling Plains service area is home to approximately 32,000 veterans between the ages of 18 and 65. Of these veterans, over 3,100 are disabled or their income falls below the poverty guideline. Currently, Rolling Plains is operating the Veteran Roofing Project funded through the Texas Veteran Commission for the 2018-19 year. A total of 10 homes has been completed of the projected 32 homes for the contract. Out of these 10 homes, 7 were added to our weatherization program, which, in addition to a new roof, Rolling Plains will assist them with energy and health and safety upgrades in their homes. As with any programs, initiating the initial process, implementing contractors, and getting the information to the right people is taking time. However, Rolling Plains is confident it has laid a sufficient groundwork to ensure that all veterans in our service area have access to the current roofing project. This has been accomplished through advertising, network with the veteran service officers, and the local veteran service resource centers. This will obviously minimize the startup outreach efforts needed for the new proposed project. The response for our program has increased, and the result and the feedback has been 100%. This network has also opened the door for veterans to have access to all of Rolling Plains' other services that we offer. Rolling Plains anticipates a successful completion of the existing contract and look forward to continuing with the new proposed Veterans Roofing Project in the coming year. The overwhelming need of these services are evident. To paraphrase several clients interviewed, I was staying up at night contemplating on where I was going to get the money to replace my roof. This service eliminated that burden and allowed me to rethink where I can utilize that money. And another stated, I could not afford a new roof, and with the leaks and the poor condition of the roof, I knew eventually I would have to find another place to live. So in respect, this program allowed me to keep my home. It is stories like this that reaffirm the necessity of this program, and I hope this committee will see this as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Any questions? Yes.
Are you doing, are these nail overs or are they tear offs?
They're completely tear offs, redeck them if they don't have any decking, and completely going back with a brand new roof.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, sir.
Correct me if I didn't hear anything correctly. You've completed 10?
We've completed 10. Our contract will end in end of June. And so right now the winter time has got us a little slowed down just because of the roofing in the winter time. But right now we have approximately 130 people, veterans on our database waiting list for services. And so right now we have 5 people in the work order stages. Right now our turnaround time is about 5 days once we get a work order established, and to get it roofed, we're turning them over every 5 days. But mainly we're just slowed down just because of the weather, because the weather doesn't really permit really good roofing. So we don't anticipate it being a problem to finish this project by June 30th.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, I was going to say, because your expenditure is 11.2% and performance is 20%, so here's to good weather, right?
Yeah, like I said, we do these services, and we have a huge network system right now with contractors, and we've procured 2 contractors that does the work in all of our counties. And like I said, the turnaround time right now is averaging about 5 days from the initiating the work order to the contractor. He's actually doing the work in less than 5 days. So like I said, this is really not out of our range, and we are fully confident that's not going to be a problem.
All right, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Alamo Area Council of Governments.
We should have a file for you. The one with the tape is the form. Okay.
Good morning. I'm Claudia Mora, Regional Services Director for the Alamo Area Council of Governments. And with me today is Mayra Rivero, the Weatherization Program Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to come to you today and present our program proposal for $300,000 in Housing for Texas Heroes Home Modification Assistance Funding. The ACOG region is made up of 13 counties. This includes San Antonio, Bexar County, and 12 surrounding counties, which are primarily rural. Our proposal for the project is to do 15 projects. This would include accessibility ramps, bathroom modifications, roof repair or replacements, plumbing modifications, and flooring modifications. We estimate that our projects will impact 26 beneficiaries. San Antonio is known as Military City, USA, and in our region we have over 192,000 veterans. Of those veterans, approximately 55,000 are considered disabled. The median income for veterans is less than $50,000 a year. Veterans are more likely to own their homes rather than rent. We have a growing population of aging veterans with minimal or no skills and limited resources to make home modifications. ACOG's Housing for Texas Heroes program will target the region and have an emphasis on the rural areas due to the limited resources and assistance available in those areas. Since 2012, the Texas Veterans Commission has made an investment of $1.4 million to the ACOG region. From 2012 to January of this year, 142 client projects were successfully completed. By the end of our current contract, we will have completed at least 147 client projects. TVC's investment in ACOG has been a good investment, and we ask to continue that so that we can assist more veterans. Here are some examples of the projects that we've done in the past year. We've added accessibility ramps to disabled veterans' homes. We've replaced roofs. We've made bathroom modifications to enable veterans and disabled veterans to easily enter and use their facilities. This next slide, set of slides shows you a project that's special to us. All of our projects are important to us, but this one was especially important. Through a referral from Texas Serves, we assisted Mr. Hernandez, an Army and Korean War veteran. We added a shower and toilet to create an indoor bathroom for a veteran who did not have indoor bathroom facilities. For every client like Mr. Hernandez, there are several others. We want to find and serve those veterans. We want to continue serving those who have so gallantly served our country and defended us. Thank you for the opportunity to present our proposal for the next program year. If you have any questions, we would be more than happy to answer them.
Mr. Jeffers?
So the limit on these projects is 15,000, right?
Correct.
And so where's the other 75,000 go? For the money you requested? Is that all admin or?
No, we requested $300,000. 197 of that budget will go to project. So averaging.
So 103,000 is admin costs?
Admin costs, support, firm support.
And then of the 15 that y'all did already, how many of those were in Bayard County and how many in one of the surrounding counties?
Like 50%.
Half in Bexar County, half in the rural areas.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Community Action Corporation of South Texas. And we will pull up your file.
So just the presentation itself, and there's a short video towards the end. So, hello, my name is Afon Zaldua. I am with Community Action Corporation of South Texas, and alongside me, I have Ms. Valerie Alanis, the Program Manager for the South Texas Heroes Housing Assistance Program. Our mission is to continuously improve the lives of South Texans, and we do it through multiple services. We do high-quality health care, education, housing, economic opportunities, and we do it through our own services and through partnerships with others. At KCOST, which is Community Action Corporation of South Texas, we have a wealth of programs which is very rare in a very rural area like the area we serve. We have Head Start, Early Childhood Intervention, federally qualified health centers, Meals on Wheels, energy assistance programs, and so forth. We serve 16 counties in very rural South Texas, and we're proposing to serve 10 of those with the South Texas Heroes Housing Assistance Program. We really want to reduce the hardships to improve the quality of life for veterans and their families by preventing homelessness and ensuring that they have a safe and affordable home with all the vital utilities. We're going to serve those that are considered low-income U.S. veterans with honorable or general under honorable conditions. And we do have a priority listing if we come across an actual wait list. And so we like to make sure that we can serve those that are in rural areas. This is our 4th year of TVC funding, and we really pride ourselves in making sure that we meet and exceed performance and expenditure benchmarks. So as you can see, we have continuously exceeded those. Our current services right now, we provide monthly rental stipends, one-time rental and utility deposits, utility assistance, and long-term case management services. We're currently servicing 44 veterans and their dependents. We're proposing to continue to provide these same services, and we're projecting to serve a few more veterans than previously. So why partner with KCOS? When you walk through KCOS doors, you not only receive the best service, but you're also have access to a wealth of programs. So with one veterans application, you're also opening the doors to our community services block grant application, our energy assistance program, our weatherization program, local church donations, and a wealth of other services. And that's very rare in an area like ours. And so one of the examples Ms. Valerie will talk to you about.
So on the video, this is actually one of our current veterans. He was homeless for over a year, and through our program, we were able to help him move into subsidized housing, where he now pays $0. We partner with Hope for Veterans to have meals delivered to his home. We partner with the local HEB, our own CAP program, and we even had our own staff donate household items for him.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any questions? All right, thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Easter Seals, Central Texas.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for letting us get in line with our hats in our hands and ask for money. My name is Jesse Porter. I work for Easter Seals of Central Texas, about a mile from here. I'm the Director of Housing. We have partnered with the Texas Veterans Commission before. We did our Housing for Texas Heroes program in the past. We're trying to reinitiate that program. What I come here to say is that we are already serving veterans. We have a huge veterans program. They're underneath the umbrella of Easter Seals already. We do counseling services, we do job training, we do all of that. What we want to open the door to is also housing. I already do housing through other funding sources, not specifically for veterans, but we would like to include that in what we do, to have one more tool in the toolbox. Accessible bathrooms, general home repairs, ramps, widening doorways, we do all of that. We have our contractors already set up doing the work as we speak, but we would like to focus on veterans as another way to serve. That's it.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. All right.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Austin. Next up, we have Austin Habitat for Humanity.
Good morning, I'm John Pointer, Project Manager with Austin Habitat for Humanity Critical Repair Program. Habitat for Humanity is part of an international housing nonprofit where our focus is to ensure that everyone has a safe place to live. Specifically, what I focus on is that existing owners in structures that Habitat didn't build are able to maintain a healthy sense of living and mobility in those homes. And we were recipient of the Housing for Heroes grant last year. We served 5 veteran homes, 25% of the homes that we repaired total. 4 of those were less than 60% MFI, extremely low income, over 55 years old, and 4 of those were disabled. And that's in Texas, in a state where nearly 60% of veterans report some level of disability. A lot of what we do focuses on remediating issues that jeopardize owners or veterans from perhaps losing their insurance, code compliance, and specifically aging in place. Modifying a bathroom so that perhaps they can access it via wheelchair, or same thing with the exterior ramps and accessibility. We are in the midst of some regional expansion to serve areas in Caldwell, Bastrop, Blanco, Hayes County, in addition to Travis. We're in partnership doing outreach through TexVet, the VA. Every Wednesday at our Habitat Restore, which is kind of like a Habitat Home Depot, we give veterans a 20% off discount, and with those purchases, we hand out veterans flyers of the material for this program that we support. We also seek funds to leverage additional support for veterans through Home Depot and any foundation that can support, and oftentimes we'll partner with other agencies. which is the gentleman you just saw. Two of the homeowners we served last year, one, Mr. Lorenzo Rivera, we were surprised to see he's still living in the Zilker Park area of Austin. We were so enthused that there's still a homeowner that would qualify for our program there. Frequently the scope is even beyond $15,000 we're managing, so it's helpful that other agencies are able to come in and double the impact there. We did that in another case up by Lanier High School for Mr. Higgins. In addition, we also drop off flyers at VFW posts and then network through the Austin Housing Repair Coalition, which Easter Seals is part of. So we meet monthly knowing what resources are out there to bolster the impact we have for all of our veterans that we serve, and we know who might have. If we need a veteran, we can reach out to them and draw on everyone's database to be able to meet capacity of the grant that we're working on. Questions?
Mr. Ray?
Yes, sir. You were provided a TDC grant last year. Performance numbers are not real good right now. So, care to discuss that? You get the floor.
Yeah, like I said, some of the outreach, that was part of the issue, connecting with qualified candidates. Sometimes small details we run into, since we only serve owner-occupied homes, not mostly mobile homes, but we will. Implementing some of the things I mentioned for further outreach with the VA, TexVet, and the regional expansion, not just focusing on the city of Austin, but having a broader impact scope.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Community Partnership for the Homeless, otherwise known as Green Doors.
Good morning. My name is Krista Nolan. I'm the Executive Director for Green Doors. First, let me thank you for your prior support. You all have been an amazing supporter of our program since the beginning of your funding, and it has made a remarkable difference every single year. We've been able to get homeless vets off the street into housing, connected with supportive services, and on to self-sufficiency. So thank you. Green Doors was established in 1990. We are the oldest vet housing organization in Austin, Texas. We started out solely serving veterans. We are not a nonprofit that says, yeah, we ought to serve veterans too. Let's add vets to our housing continuum. We set up our programs to specifically serve veterans, and since inception, that has continued. We serve the most vulnerable vets. Honestly, we serve the vets that nobody else in town wants. The ones with criminal backgrounds, the one with unmedicated mental illness, the ones that fall through the cracks. I have so many Vietnam era vets that do not want to access the VA services. Those are our specialties. The ones that don't walk through the front door shiny and pretty and say, I can fill out the form. But the vets that truly need housing, desperately. This grant would serve 100 veterans, 5 vet dependents. The support that we've requested through this funding is, this program total cost is $1.2 million. We're asking you all for $150,000. So TVC support on this program would be 12.5%. I'm able to leverage that other 87.5% from other government, private, federal, and local funders. So this is a really small percentage, although it's crucial. Without those matching funds, I can't leverage those other federal funds. So the support really has made a difference and allowed us to scale. The veterans that we house in South Austin at Treaty Oaks, I told this story to the woman in the hall 3 weeks ago. I had a guy come in the door that's a Vietnam era vet that has never gotten his benefits and never been to the VA. Somebody in the woods told him about Green Doors, and even though I'm the executive director, I was the only one there, oddly. And he walked in the door and I sat on the couch and said, tell me your story. And he did. And that day we got him in housing. That is what we do. We stop our world, no matter which of my staff, whether it be the accountant, we're a really small team, no matter who it is, the vet walks through the door, we stop and we sit down and we talk to them. That's really different than many agencies. We don't say, hey, we'll schedule you for 3 Thursdays away. We say, let's get you connected today. Let's sit on this couch. We have a cat in our office. We are a home environment that makes people feel comfortable, and that's part of the strength we bring. Thank you for your consideration.
Any questions? Yes, Ms. Stewart.
So that I understand, you actually have a homeless shelter available?
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear on that. We own 28 properties throughout Austin. So we have 9 homes in South Austin that veterans share. They have a kitchen and their own bathroom and locked bedroom. And then we also have permanent housing where it's primarily Vietnam vets that die there. And those are apartments, duplexes, fourplexes. We are not a shelter. We are truly a scattered site, permanent and transitional housing program.
And split between male and female veterans, off the top of your head?
82% male, 18% female. Our transitional program, we have 2 houses specifically for females, and our wait lists remain full. All of our wait lists remain full.
Okay. And then, most important question.
Yes.
Are you asking money to feed the cat?
No.
Sorry.
No, we have a board
Sometimes
member.
I can't help myself.
The board member adopted the cat. No funds from our organization go to feeding or littering the cat. Thank you for asking.
All right, any more questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Catholic Charities of Central Texas.
You just crack yourself up, man.
I do. It's so unprofessional.
I was here yesterday, so hi again. We engage, empower, and educate. That's what our team at Catholic Charities does. Again, I was here yesterday. My name is Monica Galna. I'm Director of Veteran Services. With your funding in 2017, we launched the St. Michael's Veteran Services to serve veterans and their families throughout the 25-county region of Central Texas. And this morning I talked to people from Robertson County, Hayes County, Bell County, Brazos County, and Williamson County. So we really are servicing a wide area. Our program provides case management, financial assistance, and wraparound services for veteran homelessness. We respond to prevent eviction, foreclosure, or utility disconnection, and we offer comprehensive follow-up services to holistically address the complex needs of our veterans. Our program is unique because of our case managers traveling to these different counties to meet with the veterans, and many of them are in rural areas. So we're committed to reducing transportation barriers by meeting our veterans in the counties they live in. One thing that's been clear to us since we launched our program, though, is that we need more than we currently have. While we have 2 case managers now, both veterans themselves who served 230 individuals in our first fiscal year of services, we have a wait list that can be up to 80 families on it. So this is our first application with Housing for Texas Heroes category, which we are pursuing to expand the capacity of our program by adding 2 more case managers to our team. While the assistance we can provide under the General Assistance Grant is a relief for our veterans and their families, those with more extensive financial crises require long-term support to achieve housing stability. Our 2 case managers located in Austin and Bryan frequently travel to the Killeen and Waco areas where we receive many requests for services. The addition of the 2 case managers for Killeen and Waco would allow us to alleviate most of our program's wait list. With your investment in this expansion, will help an additional 135 families, the veterans and family members. Like Catholic Charities, our network is strong, our staff is experienced, and when a veteran or their family member walks through our doors, they have access to more than our St. Michael's program. We offer counseling, financial education, parenting classes, and more. At Catholic Charities, we serve anyone in need, regardless of their faith tradition. We believe in the dignity of each and every person. Our veterans have gone above and beyond in serving us, and we at Catholic Charities of Central Texas stand by to serving them. Yes.
Any questions?
Okay, so you're going to be able to spend $700,000 between the 2. Okay. Any other? Yes, Mr. Jeffers.
What's different about it. It sounds very much like this is just extending the general grant by dipping into another category. So what makes this uniquely housing as compared to the other two?
It's going to rely more on the financial, the housing stability aspect of it, is my understanding.
But so you're gonna take this money and you're gonna hire 2 more folks, and they're gonna do the same kind of case management that the other 2. So we're just expanding. Why didn't we just ask for more money in the general grant?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I just started with them 2 weeks ago, so I'm not necessarily the best person to answer
The short straw.
Yeah. Go and read this is what they told me. Oh, okay, I'm not saying it's not worthy, but I'm just not hearing anything that sounds uniquely housing that we're just now in 2 light, and then are you also in the mental health category?
We also have access, they have access to our mental health services for Catholic Charities, which is a different program.
But will we see you this afternoon for the veteran mental health program? Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ben.
And with apologies to Sonia Singleton, I checked off the wrong line previously, so she is next to do Fort Worth.
That's okay. I've enjoyed this morning.
Well, we're glad you're here.
Get to hear when we put the other people on the spot.
Hopefully I'll be able to respond when you put me on the spot. I think I'm the last one before lunch.
Got one more
I
after.
wasn't even hungry yet. I'm good.
All right, we're ready.
Good morning, I'm Sonia Singleton, City of Fort Worth. I'm here to discuss with you our application for the Housing for Texas Heroes grant, which we entitle Healthy Homes for Heroes. This program, oh, sorry, I forgot I do have a PowerPoint here.
One of the tape is the folder.
This grant allows the Neighborhood Services Department of the City of Fort Worth to combine 2 different divisions, and that is our Community Action Partners Program, which I discussed with you yesterday. We are a community action agency of Tarrant County, and then our Housing Improvement and Construction sections of the department. Our Community Action Partners Program, we bring a variety of programs for the whole family. We of course have a Forward Home Grant, General Assistance Grant. We have holiday gifting programs for children and for seniors. We have after school programming for children at risk with our Fort Worth at 6. We hold a youth leadership academy where we start with at-risk youth and share with them how they can go to college and have a number of careers. Our home improvement and construction section has great experience in improving home conditions for families in Fort Worth and Tarrant County. If we don't have adequate funding to serve in our Healthy Homes for Heroes, we're able to leverage with other programs if they meet the income guidelines. What we endeavor to do is to provide home modification assistance, including accessibility, and also focusing on health and safety modifications, heat, air, water, sewer, roofs, gas. We also have done a number of restrooms and kitchens. The need for our program, we have more than 108,000 veterans in Tarrant County. Of those, more than 22,000 have service-connected disabilities. More than 40,000 are senior citizens. Fort Worth also, while it is a booming and growing top 15 cities growing in the United States, we also have a very older stock of homes. Oh my gosh, this is where I need to get you all to right here. We are behind on our request for funds. We have completed 8 homes, which in March we will be requesting reimbursement. 6 homes work has begun, and my time is up.
Thank you. Any questions? Thanks, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Rebuilding Together Houston. And you have handouts? Rob here will help you get them passed out.
I also have potentially laryngitis, so I apologize.
Yikes.
Perfect timing.
We know sign language.
I know how to spell the letters. It'll take longer. And I do have a presentation as well.
So it should be.
So, good afternoon. My name is Julie Metzer, and I'm the Chief of Staff with Rebuilding Together Houston. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak to you about our partnership that we've had for a number of years. So, Rebuilding Together Houston, you heard a little bit from Dallas earlier. Our mission is repairing homes, revitalizing communities, and rebuilding lives. For 37 years, actually, Rebuilding Together Houston has been serving Harris County and Greater Houston. And we are targeting low-income elderly, U.S. military veterans, people with disabilities, and now, since Harvey, with our community revitalization efforts, we're serving young working families. Really, the mission is to make sure that everyone has a safe and healthy home, and that is to combat displacement, to avoid institutional housing, and to combat homelessness. Our programs are twofold, so there's contractor services and there's volunteer programs. Our contractor services are obviously the things that go to code, and our volunteer programs are the exterior of the home, painting, scraping, those kinds of things, door replacement, internal services, so safety upgrades, grab bars, fire mitigation things, and then of course ramps. So that's how our programs split out, and we leverage our funds with our donated hours as much as we can. So our 2018 impact, we had over 1,000 of those individual programs. So of those 5 different kinds of programs, we had over 1,000 of those programs, thanks to over 4,000 volunteers, thanks for over 50,000 volunteer hours. That helped 476 unique homes, and of that, 132 of them were veterans or spouses of veterans. 137 of those homes were actually impacted by Hurricane Harvey. One of my really fun statistics, 24 of those homes were for people over the age of 90. So after Harvey, as I think we've discussed in the past, our mission and frankly all of the Texas coast has changed, and our mission has expanded. We have gone deeper into homes. When you have floodwaters up to 4 feet, you get to see the insides of the homes. And so we are able to extend the lives of the homes significantly and are able to prioritize a significant amount of safety and upgrades to keep these homes passing from generation to generation, which is how all of our homes are going. And so our ask this year, we want to serve 28 military veterans and their spouses at the max $15,000 level. We want to, our quick change is that we're going to do the safety upgrades at the same time. So some of those internal grab bars and things. And we have plenty of veterans in Harris County, so we don't have any lack of that. And thank you for the long-term partnership.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions?
Okay.
You're just hungry.
We do have MHP Salute is the last listed presenter, but they only submitted the one video, so unless you want to watch it again, it's
Are
the
we
same
very
thing
sure
that we've
it's the
already
same
seen.
one?
Yes, there was
Okay.
one file submitted for all 3.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right, then with that said, thank you to all the organizations for taking time to help the committee better understand your Housing for Texas Heroes project today. Okay, so it's lunchtime, and it's 11:52, and I would appreciate if the we could all be back here at 1:08 p.m. and the first one up will be Easter Seals of Greater Houston.
And this is mental health, correct?
Mental health, veterans mental health. Lunch. We're gonna go ahead and start with our veterans mental health discussions and presentations. Before that, I'd like to ensure that everyone is aware that Mr. Perry Jeffries, a distinguished committee member, has left for the afternoon. However, we have 8 out of 9 members, and we have the prerequisite members here to continue to conduct this open meeting. So with that said, I'd like to go ahead and call up Easter Seals of Greater Houston.
No. Thank you. We are requesting $300,000 to continue our work, our existing work that is not funded by the Texas Veterans Commission in mental health services. And I want to clarify one thing that's in our proposal. It may look like we are requesting the grant to fund wraparound services, but we're not. 100% of the funding would be used to support direct clinical care. One of the other things that may be a little bit unusual is that in addition to asking for Houston and the 10 surrounding counties, we also expanded our services this year into Brazos Valley. Brazos Valley has, other than a couple of counties in the Panhandle, Brazos Valley has the fewest mental health providers of any area in Texas, and they're finding a huge need. So one of the things that we would do is incorporate technology. Our technology program right now, we're doing a pilot using telemedicine for some of our rural folks. We have some veterans in Fort Bend and in Brazos County using that. We just started it. So that would be part of this request, not for the actual device, but for the technology to set the veteran up to make sure they understand what they're doing, to make sure that we have a good VPN connection to them so everything is encrypted and HIPAA compliant. What we found is that a lot of veterans, particularly those with PTSD or severe depression, are not willing to come out and go to an appointment. They're less comfortable with face-to-face than they are doing something with a screen between them. So that would be one of the components of this grant request. You'll see that most of the money goes to salaries, and that is for 2.5 equivalent mental health clinicians and a part-time, 50% equivalent for a technology expert. Our team is comprised of 2 spouses of active military members and 2 veterans, as well as an additional, our mental health lead who worked for 15 years with the VA in Houston. Can I answer any questions?
Any questions from the members? Mr. Wright?
One question, ma'am. When you say the counties in Brazos Valley, would you toss out just a couple of those?
Okay. It is, Brazos County has by far the highest population in that area. I think they're around 200,000, but it's Leon, Bell, Washington, Grimes, Burleson. Yeah, so it's actually, if you look at our request, we're split between 3 different areas. So it sort of centers around Bryan College Station, and we have an outreach office there right now.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. And just as a reminder, we do have TVC staff Julia Connor out in the hall who's doing interviews with everyone after you're finished with your presentations. We're just looking to capture some stories of the work you're doing. Next up, we have Patriot Paws. And as soon as we've got your presentation all queued up and Rob's done passing out the handouts, we're ready to go. It's going to be and the button with the tape on it is the forward.
I'm sorry.
The button on the remote with the tape on it is the forward button.
With
Yes.
Okay.
Great. Well, good afternoon. I'm Randy Chambers. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Patriot Paws Service Dogs located in Rockwall, Texas. This is Aaron Mikesel, who is our veteran coordinator, also a recipient of one of our service dogs, Chief. So I'll get right into it, and then I'll tell you more about Aaron towards the end of the presentation. Okay, so our mission at Patriot Paws is to train and provide service dogs of the highest quality at no cost to the disabled veterans and others with mobile disabilities and PTSD in order to help them restore their physical and emotional independence. You heard in the last presentation that a lot of the veterans with PTSD don't want to come out of their homes. These dogs enable these veterans to become citizens again. Really what we do is we save and change lives for these veterans. So Patriot Paws was founded in 2006 by Lori Stevens as a nonprofit. She was recognized in 2014 by your organization, and I have the certificate in the handouts that I passed out, where she was she received the Patriotism Award. We're fully accredited member of Assistant Dogs International. It's one of the only international accreditation companies, and we're the only accredited veteran service dog organization in Texas. We've provided 215 service dogs to veterans in the past 12 years, and 71% of those went to Texas veterans. If you look at this slide, it shows where we have, by year, how many dogs we've been able to place with veterans. And then you see a huge spike over the next 5 years. Our goal in 2023 is to provide 95 dogs. And right now we have a 3-year waiting list, and we hope that this will get us into a 1-year waiting list. Our 5-year plan, you can see the revenues that we're planning to, which will enable us to do that. But the money will primarily be used for new dogs, to acquire new dogs, which we get from breeders, and create a breeding program, as well as the cost to train those dogs. And it takes approximately 2 years to train a dog at a cost of about $35,000. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to skip past these, but we have 2 satellite programs, Texas A&M and the prison program. So I'll open it up for questions.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Ray.
2 things you didn't mention in the presentation, but you are in fact doing this statewide.
Yes, we're doing it nationwide. Yeah.
You said you're the only accredited, and I didn't quite follow that. Would you explain exactly what that means?
So ADI International is an accreditation group for service dogs, for all different types of service dogs, guide dogs as an example. But there's only 4 accredited service dog organizations in Texas by ADI, and we're the only accredited organization for veterans, or service dogs for veterans in Texas.
Interesting.
Quickly enough, if I can answer a little bit on that question, the ADI, that's the only thing recognized by the VA. So a veteran with an ADI dog also gets insurance policies for that dog to the VA, and travel expenses if you need to through they have the ADI.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ball.
Two questions. You went from 41 to 20, and the quest is back up to 32.
Yes.
Why the big dip, and what makes you think you're going to come up from the big dip? And then 2, it takes 2 years to train a dog. What's the average cost to train a dog before you give it to a veteran?
I'll answer the second question first. It's $35,000 to train a dog. The reason that there was a dip we're projecting for this year in 2019 is 2 years ago we had a huge capital campaign where we built a $1 million kennel, state-of-the-art kennel
for our dogs, which because of that construction going on, we had to reduce the number of dogs we had in our system, and it takes 2 years to train a dog, so that's rolling into this year. But also, to further answer your question, we have 85 dogs right now in our system, which will enable us we'll have some that are graduate this year, but next year we'll have as many as 60 dogs that are available for graduation.
I guess just a short follow-on to that then. Of your dogs that you receive, how many successfully complete the training?
It's about a 50% success rate.
Yeah. Okay.
But however, the other, of the 50 that don't, 40% of those can be used for non-public access dogs.
Non-ambulatory Vietnam veterans at home.
Sure.
We'll give the failed out dogs to do the same skills. Sure. Perhaps they don't like kids.
Sure.
At a veterans home, so 97% of the dogs are placed at veterans homes.
Okay.
Mr. Wallace?
Yeah, the facility that you built, what did you think your capacity would be for those training those dogs? I mean, are you talking 200-300 dogs that you could be doing it at one time?
One of the things I wasn't able to get through here is we have 2 satellite programs that enable us to add more dogs.
Okay.
So our facility will handle about 30 dogs at a time.
Yeah.
But with this Texas Prison Training Program and Texas A&M program that we have, we can literally get up to close to 250 dogs.
Okay, so you got 2 satellites then?
We do.
Okay.
Thank you for asking that question.
Okay, so it looks like the number 32 are the projected number of clients to be served. So you've got 20 that you think are ready to graduate or close to in a 2-year training program?
We have 20 dogs that we think will be placed this year with veterans in 2019-20. And then, now these are full access dogs that I'm talking about. What isn't included in some of those numbers, you have to go down to the next line down, is the dogs that are just for what we call in-home service dogs.
Right. Okay, then you define that. Now, is that your dog?
This is my dog, Chief. Yeah, I got him in 2014.
Yeah.
I did 50 in there as well. I did 15 deployments. Got hit with 2 IEDs, been shot a bunch of times.
All right.
Well, I had some brain surgery done at Baylor, and I was living in the closet talking about not getting out. And I literally in the closet because I didn't know if it was day or night.
Mm-hmm.
And Lori actually came to my house and said it was a better way to live. And I went from 90 pills a day down to I take 0 medication to VA. And now I advocate all around the United States with my service dog of how to act appropriately in public when you reintegrate. After, like for me, 15 deployments, not everybody had to do that many.
Okay, so when were you matched up with the dog and you two did your training? Is that part of the 2 years? Or after 2 years, okay, a Chief's ready, now he's ready to be matched up?
Sure. Yeah. Anytime after 18 months, it really depends on the dog's maturity of whether the dog has taken all the training. But about 18 months on, we start calling veterans and saying we have dogs lined up.
Okay.
But
yes,
at the end of the training, there's a 2-week training program where the dog, we pick which dog is going to go to the veteran. We actually let the dogs pick the veterans. And then, and then there's a 2-week training program for the veteran with the dog.
They also have lifetime care. So if my dog were to pass away, I get a dog immediately without waiting on that list. And I can call up the phone, they fly out to where I'm at, and have lifetime training.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. O'Reilly.
Just a clarification. You're based in Rockwall, and yet you mentioned earlier that you're a national. So the dogs, how many are focused on Texas?
That was that slide I showed. It was 71% of the dogs.
Okay, I'm sorry.
For Texas, and but we have placed dogs in 38 states.
So of the 60 dogs that you're looking for in this, for what you're requesting in the grant, all of them will stay in Texas?
Again, it'd probably be, well, actually, they have been.
I worked the list, sorry about that. I'm the veteran coordinator, so I have an intimate idea of who was on our list. We only have 5 people outside of Texas right now. So I would like to say, I would say, yeah, they are, because I know we only have 5 people that are not living in Texas. And they were in Texas, they have moved out since.
Okay, so we know 60 dogs will stay in Texas, right? If it's recommended and the Veterans Commission approves. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Bye, Chief. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have marriage management consultants. I think we have some handouts. And then as soon as we're all just done passing out your handouts, go ahead and everyone has everything, go ahead and go
It just seems like every time I'm on the plane, it's one of these ones that's the muzzle.
Thank you.
Please go.
Good to go. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Bob Zalitsky. I'm a non-combat Army veteran. My wife and battle buddy, Barbara, is normally here with me. She couldn't make it today. She sends her regards. She has a bad cold. Also, today's our 49th wedding anniversary, so I'm going to go quick. We're proposing the Veterans Marriage Management Project, which we have funded prior. Please know that we're not just about saving veterans' marriages, we're about saving lives as well. I just want to read an unsolicited card we received just this year from a severely hurting, physically and emotionally wounded veteran couple. Bob and Barbara, thank you for your mission to serve those who have served. Battle wounds are not always noticeable, and you help provide the tools to rebuild and heal the wounds. Our project addresses a very serious unmet need in the veteran community. When a veteran marriage breaks up or a relationship breaks up, there's a greater tendency for depression, dependencies, abuse, destructive behaviors, homelessness, and suicide. It's estimated that 75 to 85% of the suicides in the military are precipitated by a relationship loss. There are plenty of services that treat or counsel veterans, and my God, I'm so glad that they're there once the symptoms appear. But as you know, there's a lot of strong-willed veterans out there, myself among, who wouldn't go close to anything that says counseling or mental health, because we feel it's something we can control. Marriage management service is different. It's unique. It's not a treatment, it's training. Sessions are led by veteran couples, been there, done that. They deal with real challenges that only veterans cope with. Participants learn to manage their marriage and thus help prevent those destructive behaviors before they destroy the relationship, the family, the community, or even the veteran him or herself. With the funding you gave us in 2017 and 18, we exceeded our 300-person productivity goal, serving 506 veterans and spouses. Our program is not only efficient, but it's very effective. You have summary reports in front of you for all the details, but the need's so great in the underserved areas. We got a small donation, did one in El Paso recently. 100 people signed up immediately. 55 showed up. We've served over 100 this year. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the veterans and the community of veterans in Texas, we're really grateful for your support. The FVA is very unique in that you understand the needs, so please help us expand the Veterans Marriage Management Project. Fund this for 2019 and 2020. Thank you. What questions do you have, please?
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Wallace and Ms. Gonzo.
I noticed that last year you served 319 veterans or military members and 187 dependents.
Yes.
Your target here is 300 for next year?
Yes.
So is that lower than, but for
No.
the same money, or how does?
We like to aim low and hit high. We have, in the past we've done it for 100, for 200. One year we tried it for 500, we didn't make gold. That was the only year, 4 out of 5, we didn't make gold. So what we've decided to do is take the money, shoot for 300. We know we can make that, but what we'd like to do to ensure the veterans in the outlying counties get it, it's more expensive to do it. We have requests from Abilene, Amarillo, down in the valley, Harlingen, a lot of Killeen and San Antonio, of course, but we want to use the money to do some of the more expensive ones, to go where there is not only an unmet need, but an underserved population. And we've already got those requests, so I've kind of built that in.
Which region do you see the largest return on your?
El Paso.
El Paso? Okay.
Most definitely. Okay.
Is it 300 people and 150 couples, or what's that number?
150 couples, yes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So like I said, we did 250 couples.
Sure.
But it's very difficult. We have a 50% no-show rate because it's still a little bit funny when you hear the word marriage. It's still a little bit funny, but once they get there, we have not gotten one bad remark in over 2,000 veterans we've served. They all go away with something, some tool that they can use. Very proud of that. Any other questions, please?
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Baylor Scott and White Research Institute. Then we have some handouts and a PowerPoint, I believe. It's the one with the tape on it. As soon as he's done passing out your handouts, you may go when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Eric Meyer. We will harness the power of telehealth to provide evidence-based mental health care to a statewide audience of veterans and their beneficiaries free of charge. This population faces an array of mental health challenges. Therefore, we'll offer 3 evidence-based treatments which veterans will choose and which will be customized to meet their needs. I, like many, was at first hesitant to adopt telehealth, but our current local project shows that this is an effective approach. Pictured is the secure interface between a client and one of our clinicians. Studies show equivalent results when the same treatment is delivered in person or via telehealth, but no treatment can work if people can't or won't attend sessions. We deliver treatment into people's homes or to another private location. This does away with travel, addresses stigma, reaches many rural veterans, and makes it easier for partners to participate in treatment. It also reaches many unlikely to seek in-person treatment due to barriers. We're observing treatment completion rates nearly double what is commonly observed in published PTSD treatment studies in veterans. Our team is extremely knowledgeable about delivering these treatments. In the past 15 years, I've been a team leader at a VA PTSD clinic in Temple. I'm a national trainer in one of the evidence-based treatments and worked on numerous treatment outcome studies. We are currently conducting a Central Texas telehealth project for veterans and their families, as well as a statewide project with Texas firefighters. We have built our telehealth clinic and established our procedures. Now we're looking to make a broader impact. All of our staff complete military cultural competence training led by my colleague Alton McCallum, who's here today, retired Army major and licensed mental health clinician. He's pictured here leading our staff through the combat simulation training at Fort Hood. We're the largest not-for-profit healthcare system in Texas, among the largest in the U.S. We understand the importance of supporting communities beyond traditional medical care. In the age of the Mission Act, we lead the way in guiding our system to become a trusted place for Texas veterans and their families to receive mental health care. We would enthusiastically host this service program. The only research elements would involve quality assurance. Our media and marketing experts guide us in executing a statewide marketing campaign. We know how to target ads to special populations, internally and externally. We sit on our system's military advisory council and ensure that our vast staff and partner network are aware of our work during their one-on-one interactions with patients and other stakeholders. In summary, we have the expertise, scale, and capacity to execute this project and to increase our organization's knowledge and ability to meet the needs of this special population. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions?
So how do you see yourself in relation to the VA telehealth program or Cohen Veteran Network?
Sure.
Things that are already available.
Sure. So One, of course, is veteran choice and where they choose to seek their mental health care. Second is in terms of some flexibility and procedural differences in terms of how we deliver telehealth. The VA, as I understand it, is coming on board. By the way, I have 12 years VA experience. Is coming on board with delivering treatment into veterans' homes, but that's highly variable. In most cases, a veteran still has to travel to a telehealth clinic, which can still pose and be a barrier. Yeah. Also, all of the treatments we're providing are evidence-based treatment protocols, and we're delivering that through a flexible menu of the client is matched to the treatment that's sort of the best match for their problem.
And you're saying that's different from the VA or Go On clinic?
So VAs are highly variable in terms of, I would put all of this under client choice. VAs are highly variable in terms of the training that their staff has to deliver certain evidence-based protocols. They are more or less likely to be trained in different protocols across clinics.
I was just concerned about, we have a limited amount of funding that's available this year. So what my main concern is duplicative services. So my concern is if there's things that are already available, then, I want to be I want to be recommending additional funding to people who are not providing those duplicate services. So I just want to make sure that that's not happening.
So it's a valid question. I know other services that we've heard about are also available in the VA. Eligibility for VA services is evolving. My guess is that there are many people who are have recently sort of been rendered eligible for VA services, but there's still going to be a lag in terms of them sort of learning that and then being willing to reach out to the VA, particularly if they've been deemed ineligible in the past. I have a large concern about that population.
So when you see them for mental health services, do you kind of triage them initially to say, okay, yes, you need mental health services, but you also, do you partner with other organizations within your area to meet those needs, or do you just do the mental health service, telehealth services?
I mean, we primarily focus on the mental health services, but we also, sort of do a broad-based needs assessment and encourage, those links with other necessary services.
Mr. Ray?
Very quickly, and my apologies, I haven't looked at your grant yet. What specifically do you want to spend $500,000 on?
Yeah, the vast majority of funding is for direct provision of services, so salary for treatment providers. There's some additional funding for the statewide marketing campaign, partnering with our media and marketing folks to make sure that the word gets out across the state.
So after reading everything here, I see that Mr. McCallum there takes you through the military cultural competence training, and then you have a retired Air Force colonel. But are you trying to find more or hire more clinicians that are retired military or been there?
Certainly, among the folks that we look for, we're going to give preference to veterans or veteran family members among the qualified staff that we bring on board.
Yeah, and then what is your how are you translating all this over to the VA so that the VA can learn from your studies and learn, since you're an educational institution here, that normally there is the crosstalk. I do see where you're published in here a little bit, but I was just wondering where that linkage is to make this more powerful.
So that happens across multiple fronts. One, as you mentioned, of course, we publish our results, and I give talks all the time, all over the state about our work. I am also, I work part-time for Baylor Scott and White Health as well as part-time for the VA, so I sort of embody the crosstalk across institutions. And so I'm a leader and trainer in both institutions.
Okay. All right, well, I was just wondering if the VA is really linked on, because they're starting to perform more partnerships with educational or, institutions of higher learning, and I'm seeing that more at the collegiate level, especially there in San Antonio on some other different projects, but just thought I'd ask the question. Yeah. Okay.
Numerous other ways of getting the word out, research, newsletters, podcasts, and so forth, dissemination methods.
And this may be way off base, I'm not sure about. I mean, do you use choice with Baylor through the VA to do the mental health services?
So I think I neglected to mention the phrase. So the treatment through this project will be offered free of charge. When you say choice, I assume you're referring to the Veterans Choice Act?
Yeah, so if they're eligible for VA services, they can be referred out to you to provide this.
Yeah, for this particular project, treatment will be offered free of charge. Of course, Baylor Scott & White has one of its strategic initiatives to be, a place of choice for veterans to receive their care, and that will happen through normal, billing channels. But this particular project is a service project to really put ourselves out in front and get the word out about Baylor Scott & White's commitment to providing services to veterans.
Mr. Wright?
And sorry, one more question. VA care is somewhat limited, so not every veteran can go there and receive care.
Correct.
Cohen Clinic is a little bit the same way. Are you supporting every veteran in the state, or just those VA? What are your eligibility criteria, I guess I should ask?
Sure, our eligibility criteria are very broad. They're spelled out in the proposal, but essentially, we're gonna treat as many veterans as we have the capacity to treat.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, are there any more questions? Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have 22 Kill.
Button with the tape is forward. I'm clicking the button with the tape on it.
Yes, that's forward.
Okay.
As soon as Rob is done passing your handouts, go ahead and go when you're ready.
Tell me if you weren't here, it'd be a big trouble.
22 Kills Stay the Course program is proud to report that in 2018, we served 396 veterans and 119 veteran family members. 41% of our clients were participating in therapy for the very first time, and 55% have experienced some type of trauma. After 12 counseling sessions, 66% of our clients reported a reduction in anxiety scores, 62% reported a reduction in depression, and 75% reported a reduction in their post-traumatic stress symptoms. As you can see, local census data and research shows that a large number of pre-9/11 veterans desperately need the services we provide. Therefore, we serve veterans of all eras, status, or discharge. Our staff are culturally competent, with 11 of our 18 staff members being veterans themselves. Our clinicians are also trained in trauma-informed care and use a strength-based, resilience-minded approach, including trauma-focused CBT, EMDR, solution-focused therapy, and mindfulness training. We pride ourselves on a holistic approach, which includes education regarding the physiological, social, and relational implications of PTSD, TBI, anxiety, and depression. We also link clients to community resources in order to fill gaps in their needs. Experience in working with complex cases of trauma and post-traumatic stress has demonstrated that extensive and consistent treatment with the veteran and family members over the course of several months
is essential to achieve improved functioning as individuals and as a family, which is why there are no limits to the number of sessions we provide. Research tells us that factors that mitigate against suicide risk include increased social support, healthy relationships, and having a sense of purpose. Therefore, we foster social support through treatment of the whole family, through our tribal council peer support groups, and our trauma group therapy. We also engage the veteran in a like-minded community through our other programs, Camp Valhalla, WIN Therapy, and we provide therapy, resources, and support to families who've lost a loved one to suicide through our White Star Families program. In addition to our 2 North Texas locations, we offer telemental health services to clients with mobility or transportation issues. We are requesting $150,000, which will provide 150 beneficiaries with approximately 1,800 counseling sessions. This would help prevent a waiting list for services as well as remove the financial barrier for clients in need. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? All right, thank you, ma'am. Oh, excuse me.
Based?
We have an office in Fort Worth and in Dallas.
And just briefly, 22 kill.
So 22 Kill is in name after the VA report that came out in 2012, sharing that 22 veterans die by suicide each day.
Okay.
Mr. Wright.
And just to be clear, because I know that Stay the Course received a grant last year, this grant is for Stay the Course, and the funds will be used for that organization under the 22 Kill umbrella.
That's correct. Stay the Course and 22 Kill were each separate nonprofits, and we merged in April of last year. So now Stay the Course is a program of 22 Kill.
And if I might just clarify a bit for you, the grant was actually awarded by the commission to Stay the Course. Doing the negotiations, we found out about the merger. We had to go back to the commission, and the commission awarded their current grant to 22 Kill. They had to 22 Kill had to submit all eligibility and everything, so we had to transfer it to that organization, but the commission got involved and they approved it.
Thanks, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Heart of Texas Regional MHMR. And you have handouts. Okay. Alright, go ahead and go whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, my name is Dana Lafayette, and I'm presenting a proposal for the Heart of Texas Region MHMR, which operates the Veterans One Stop in the Central Texas area. Last year, our organization provided over 23,000 services to veterans and family members. We do this through the help of the services that we offer, in addition to some partners, such as the McLennan County Veteran Service Officer, the TVC Employment Specialist, MHMR, MVPN, Baylor Law School, VA, and several others. We also have significant media partners, which are very good to us, including KWTX and KXXV. What we do is we try to offer various activities in our place so that individuals feel comfortable and connected there. What we are proposing is to be able to serve 130 veterans for clinical mental health services within a 6-county area. We have 3 clinicians that are trained and experienced in the evidence-based modalities such as CBT, PE, CPT, and EMDR. They also have some additional training for moral injury, which we've had several individuals that have failed previous attempts at treatment, but because that was not recognized for them. We also, in addition to that, work with things like co-occurring substance use issues, marriage workshops to help the family component to stay together, individuals that have trauma exposure, part of which could be military sexual trauma, but could be a number of other traumas. Certainly we address things like PTSD and depression as well, and then a multitude of other various diagnoses, including things like anxiety and that type of thing. One of the clinicians that we do have is an Army veteran, and she is also trained and certified in art therapy, as well as a certificate to provide horticulture therapy, which is very valuable because not all of the veterans benefit from some of the more traditional modalities of treatment. So that has been very helpful. I'd like to take a couple of seconds just to share with you some success stories of things that we have seen. One example is a male from the Vietnam era that says that I was at my end of my rope and I was feeling hopeless. I came in and I got services and it truly saved my life. Another one talks about this particular person had justice involvement, and he was selected to participate with pretrial intervention program. He attended weekly counseling services with us, and now he's actually gotten his bachelor's degree and is currently pursuing a master's degree in business. And we've had another one that himself was really struggling significantly with moral injury, was able to come in and get services, and it changed his life. So thank you for the opportunity to come, because this is so important for our area.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. White.
One quick question. You said you work in 6 counties beyond McClellan County?
Yes, McLennan County is one of the 6.
One of the 6?
Yes.
And sorry, not really that important. How do you outreach into those other counties?
So we outreach in a variety of different ways. A lot of it is through the media partners that we have. We are very fortunate they have shown a lot of our stories and events and such, and so that is very helpful. We also work to just maintain relationships out in the other counties. The LMHA that we're a part of has offices in all of the different counties, and so we already have some relationships out there. I am also involved with crisis intervention training for law enforcement, and so I have an opportunity that way, in addition to the veteran service organizations that are out there that we have relationships with.
And then one quick follow-up question. Do you guys actually run the Veteran One Stop? Or who runs it?
Okay, the Veterans One Stop is a part of the big umbrella of the Heart of Texas Region MHMR. So the Veterans One Stop is one program within the LMHA. Yeah, does that answer that?
Yes, ma'am.
We get a lot of confusion with that sometimes. And part of that is we have created the identity of the Veterans One Stop because veterans won't go to MHMR to get services. But whenever we create the identity that they're very comfortable with, we have no issue with people coming in for services.
And I will shamelessly and probably get in trouble for it, but you guys do a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, thank you so much, because we have really put a lot of effort into creating the type of environment where veterans and family members are very comfortable to come in and to receive services. So I really appreciate that, those kind words. Are there any other questions that I can answer?
All right, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Dallas County Community Supervision and Corrections Department. So as soon as we have your presentation all queued up and the handouts passed out, go ahead and go when you're ready. Okay.
The one with the tape, we change it.
Yes, that is the first one. Before we go.
Thank you. Well, hello again. I'm Suzanne Walters, the grant manager for Dallas County CSCD. And I want to speak to you this afternoon about our Veteran Specialized Support Program. Dallas County, the specialized program provides trauma-informed substance abuse treatment for veterans who cannot access the VA treatment resources in a timely manner, providing trauma-informed substance abuse treatment for veterans at high risk of reoffending who may not, due to their military discharge status, qualify for the services elsewhere, and providing a family education component to group participants. The Dallas, I'm sorry, I do have the PowerPoint in front of you. The Dallas County CSCD Veteran Specialized Support Program includes a comprehensive veteran-specific clinical assessment, intensive trauma-informed outpatient group treatment, individual counseling sessions, family conjoint sessions, peer support groups, and transportation as needed, and sober transitional housing also as needed. They utilize the Seeking Safety curriculum and the Matrix curriculum, which has a family education, individual and conjoint family sessions, and a peer support group component. We continue, as far as recruitment, to speak with the Public Defender's Office, the District Attorney's Office, and judges regarding the program. Try and get the word out there. I think I mentioned the last time I was here that, being in Dallas County, things don't move quite as fast in the county system as they might elsewhere. We meet with supervision officers in the field, probation officers, to provide information regarding the Veteran Specialized Support Program. And many veterans we assess for the program need long-term residential treatment prior to participating in the Veteran Specialized Support Program. And that's a key component right there. And I think that earlier there was a question. I had mentioned that there were 200 plus veterans booked into the Dallas County Jail on a monthly basis. And one of the things I just wanted to say quickly about that is we see the need and we know the need is there. However, the biggest challenge we face is getting those individuals, the veterans, assessed. And that falls on the court. I mean, we don't have that choice to just assess everyone who's into the jail once they're booked in and they go before the judge. That's up to the judge to make those decisions about what happens next. And which brings me back again to this what I had just stated about many of the veterans that require long-term residential treatment. They may be assigned to attend a judicial treatment center, or the dual diagnosis center. There's the STAC aftercare program that takes place after they go through residential treatment, which is what that is. Oh, okay.
Any questions?
I didn't think I'd get quite through that, but I wanted to clarify from earlier today. So,
any questions?
Thank you.
Ms. Stewart.
I'll ask a challenging question.
Okay.
You had a grant from us last time.
Yes, we did.
It's not horribly underperforming, but it is underperforming.
It is underperforming.
Can you give you a chance to address that to the committee?
Yes. Well, as I said initially, it has taken some time to get the word out, but we are seeing results. I mean, it took a while to get the program underway. We're reaching out more to like I said, to the Judicial Treatment Center, which is a residential treatment center that is used by Dallas County, the Dual Diagnosis Center, and there's also an aftercare program. So when they come in, when they're arrested and they come in and they go before the judge, there are some things that may happen prior to them reaching us. So what we're doing is the legwork to locate the individuals that would be eligible for this level of treatment with us, and hopefully to get them assessed through our Assessment Treatment and Research Services program. Office there at CSCD. That's kind of what our challenge has been, and
are you getting a lot of? It sounds like you're not getting a lot of support from the Dallas judicial systems.
Well, I don't want to necessarily say that because
they're
all that. No, I don't want to say that. The clients that come through are all different. They may have, and depending upon their offense, when the judge is, I guess, I can't speak for them, but depending upon their offense or why they're there, they may see another track for them. They haven't necessarily. They get assessed through the TRAS. While they're in jail, they'll have that assessment to determine their risk level. but not necessarily the clinical assessment that we want to perform from ATRS, our Treatment Research Services
Do
Department.
you not see a lot of priorities for veterans then at that point?
I think that's changing, and I
But
really
there's
do.
still an issue though, right?
I'd like to say it's changing. I really do believe that. I wouldn't say that if I didn't think so. I say that based on the numbers from the Veterans Treatment Court. Judge Collins is very passionate about this. She herself does, I can't tell you, numerous talks every year about it. She does, I can't think of the name of it, over the holidays, the Veterans holidays. Like, I just can't think of the name of the media that she uses. She's out there. She herself goes down to our central jury room at least 5 times a month to speak to 500 and something potential jurors just about veterans. And, you know, she really is out there spreading the word. And I think that we have some passionate staff within our counseling department and that are involved in this program that want to see it work. But there are a lot of levels and a lot of steps to go through, but we're seeing it. We are seeing it. And I'd also just like to make one note, please, if you will, there are some comments toward the end from some of the veterans who have participated, and I'd like you to see those because I think they made a difference. Thank you.
Whoa, no. My turn.
I thought I'd been up here.
Oh, I've been in that hot seat before.
Yeah.
So I see in total between two grants you're asking for $650,000.
Yes.
So there's got to be some coagulation going on here between a Veterans Treatment Court 500 and 150 veterans mental health and parallel, I would imagine, services. But the bottom line up front, I guess, is well, there's no I guess. You know, you're underperforming on the lower part of it, and you've
in this particular one,
in this particular category,
we're overperforming in the other one.
Yeah. So I think you've already explained it, but I just want to.
And yes, they are working more together. That was further comment that I had down a little bit further as far as Judge Collins or the Veterans Treatment Court. They are also now assessing within that court, they are referring them to this program if needed. So there have been some referrals from Judge Collins. I didn't have a chance to read it, but there's another judge there at Dallas County who's made several referrals and who sent kudos just the day before I left in an email about the program and the transportation available and what it's done. So.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Any other questions? Awesome. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Centerpoint, or Texas Centerpoint. And we have files. So we'll up your publication, and then as soon as your handouts have been distributed.
Yeah, I think that would be a good. Oh, ma'am, just hold up because we're answering the question here. So just go ahead and pass out the papers and or handouts.
Thank you, sir.
Got it. Okay. Totally got it. So sorry.
That was on me, Charlie. I'm doing better.
That's not staying on top of it. You're almost trying to take the crayon out of my hand.
You almost have it. He's trying. You can stay within the lines, okay?
Okay, ma'am, we're ready for you. Thank you.
Ready? Great. Good afternoon once again. I'm Pia Villanova with Texas Centerpoint Veteran Services. I am the program manager, and here with me this time is our mental health counselor, Sherry, and also a daughter of a combat veteran, a Korean War veteran, and Mr. Romero, one of our TVC mental health recipients. Absolutely. I'm going to continue. Texas Centerpoint is, so we have in Texas Centerpoint, we ensure that every individual is respected, especially their self-worth and their dignity. That is our mission, or the take on it. So this afternoon we are here requesting for a continuation of our existing transitional counseling project for $100,000 for the 50 beneficiaries that are veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses in the following counties in Central Texas. Please note that those satellite offices have been secured so that the beneficiaries can be met where they're at. Each beneficiary will, at no cost, receive behavioral counseling from an experienced licensed professional counselor who's been a mental health counselor for about 20-something years. And each individual will also receive case management services and community outreach. And last but not least, every single individual that is enrolled in our program is actually receives and benefits for our one-stop service model provided by veteran staff and dependent family staff. Without further ado, I'd like to ask Mr. Romero.
Well, good afternoon. Like she said, my name is Trevor Romero. I served in the United States Air Force from 1969 to 73. I was a combat security policeman and a Vietnam veteran. I was referred to the Texas Center Point by Anwar Valdez, who's a social worker at the Austin Vet Center. At the time, I was looking to receive treatment for my PTSD. And when I talked to him, and then he noticed that I had a number of other issues that I needed to deal with, and so he automatically referred me to the Texas Center Point. The staff there are very helpful. They helped me, and at the time, it was a special challenge because I just was released from prison. And so I actually had zero resources, and they were able to help me providing financial assistance for rent, because at that time I had no income. And without that, I would have had to remain in the halfway house. So they helped me with too much rent, so I was able to get out of the halfway house. They looked at all kinds of things. They have a Goodwill works with them. The gentleman there provided me counseling on budgeting and stuff, and also he provided me bus passes because I use the bus around.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Any questions? Mr. Romero, thanks for telling us your story. And do you have sustainability now?
Yes, I see Mrs. Whiteside on a weekly basis, and also I see Mr. Valdez now on a bi-weekly basis since my PTSD is somewhat resolved. So.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Okay, I've gotten a request from some of my distinguished colleagues for a quick 5-6 minute break, so let's go ahead and do that. And we'll reconvene at about, let's see, what does my clock say? At about 2:14, and the next person will be up for Project Healing Heroes. So see you back at about 2:14. Okay, it's 2:14. We're gonna go ahead and go back into session. And are they ready? All right, sir. We're ready for you. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. I'm Jeff Kendall. I'm with Project Healing Heroes. I serve as the chairperson of the board, and our organization is dedicated to basically the serving combat vets who are suffering from the invisible wounds of war. And we do that primarily through an online treatment and training capability that is military focused in perspective as well as in lexicon. The need we've talked about quite a bit, we've heard a lot of already. PTSD affects over 20% of the post 9/11 veterans today. Over 300,000 suffer from PTSD. Of interest is also over 80,000 suffer from clinical depression. We know that these things are linked to suicide rates. And so that makes it that much more critical that we get after it very quickly. But we also know that there's a need for a lot of resources out there to do this, because not every organization each organization has all the resources it needs. And therefore, there's no simple one-size-fits-all approach to addressing PTSD. As a matter of fact, our approach to getting after this need is to go after it through an evidence-based therapy approach that complements the other organizational capabilities there. And the reason I say complements is because our approach is not based upon what typical CPT or PE approaches are, which are modeled after female sexual assault trauma treatments. We come after it from a combat veteran approach and treatment, which is a different way of addressing the unique issues that the veterans have, and that's what they tell us as well, because they always say, you don't understand, you weren't there. Well, we're here to change that. So what we do peer support, workbooks, as well as online videos. Our primary access to online is through web-based capabilities. There's interactive online videos, 17 modules that are part of the reintegration workbook. There's also references on board. We also deal with conferences, and then we work through Train the Trainer as part of our partnership. Train the Trainer has to do with other organizations and nonprofits, as well as academia and VSOs. So why us? As you can see, we talked a little bit about the fact that we're going to be doing it a little bit differently, but we are a group of veterans that use a lexicon basically as if it's a military mission. So the language is very common, very familiar to all of the veterans that are going through the program. So we use the military concepts. We approach it, as I mentioned, through combat trauma, and then we use basically a very dynamic team of psychiatrists and psychologists and myself who have all been there and done that. So we are basically a scalable operation here. Primary look into website, online access growth with unique access, accessible treatment by vets for vets. Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Ball.
Most of the grant applications we've heard so far deal with lots of money and a few veterans help. You're listing 5,000 veterans that you're going to help with this grant.
Up to 5,000.
Can you explain that?
So we are a statewide outreach, and because we are doing this through technology, we are able to actually reach where the veterans live and where they operate behind their own screens, and they can basically go through the program through our outreach based through veteran support organizations, outreach through PSAs, through conferences, through providers, and healthcare providers. All of them come into play as part of the network to be able to bring access to that many veterans.
Okay. Have you had support from the commission before?
We have not. Okay. This is our first time.
Mr. Walls.
Yeah, on your online training, is that where you're reaching the 5,000? You said you train the trainers. How many trainers, I mean, what are we looking at the trainers?
So right now we've been partnered with Project Sanctuary. We've done a number of different beta tests to bring up the group. We did a beta test on 25 combat veterans to ensure that this was viable. We partnered with Auburn University to do institutional research board, or sorry, review board, to make sure that it's up to speed. And now we're doing the outreach through the various organizations, the VSOs and others, to get the access, because all they need now is internet access to come, and basically they can go through the course by themselves. They can do it in small groups, or they can also do it through conference seminar.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any plans to reach the rural veterans, combat veterans that don't necessarily have a guaranteed access to computer or internet services?
So most of that outreach will actually be through the various community organizations and VSOs. Those, even though they're in rural areas, there are still a number of VSOs that service those areas, and that's part of the outreach if they do not have the internet capability. We are finding, though, especially with our post-9/11 veterans, that they're all up on it with an LTE connection there and cellular networks, so they're able to access it that way.
And you're Train the Trainer. Do you charge to provide that service?
This is 100% free to the veteran, as well as the trainers. They're using access to our materials.
So most of that money would go to the online or the program? Or?
Well, similar. I mean, a lot of the direct costs are still, a large percentage of it is still to the clinician and the salaries up front there. But it's the focus on the website build out and the videos and managing that website. I mean, right now our team is. I mean, we've got it's led by an Air Force psychologist, his Air Force psychiatrist wife. Other psychiatrists, we've got 2 PhDs, we've got on the board itself, between the board and our organizational officers, 5 of us, myself included, are PTSD survivors. So we go through that, and we are now basically able to reach back and provide our guidance into the program.
So, couple questions here. I believe you talked about sexual assault in that trauma. Is that correct?
That's
so,
correct, yeah.
how are you reaching those individuals?
So we're not focusing specifically on sexual assault trauma. My point was that current CPT and other therapies are usually modeled after female sexual assault and treatments, which is a different approach to what combat veterans are dealing with. For example, when a combat veteran is trying to have the conversation with a psychologist or psychiatrist, they keep coming back to certain specific times, what point, what specific time index did you actually have this trauma? Well, there wasn't a specific time index for most of these combat veterans. It's cumulative over time, and it's based upon a longer term exposure, and to include the moral side of it as well. So that's where we're focusing on, not specifically on female sexual assault trauma. It is a different, what we call a combat veteran trauma approach to treatment, because that's what they're dealing with.
So what do your numbers look like, male to female?
We right now it's predominantly male, but we're still building it out because we are still in finishing up videos, and that's part of what the grant money is for, is to be able to bring all of this online effectively. So right now, because we're new, we just started, and we are to a point where to scale it out properly and to get the outreach that we're looking for, we now have to go through the funding to be able to do that. But we are not excluding any veterans. It's all inclusive. So whether they're male, female, to include even those with bad paper.
Yeah. So it just sounds like a lot of the funding is more in getting this all started up in videos and that. And then you haven't convinced me of the catchment of how you're going to, get me online I mean, as a regular combat soldier, okay?
Right. So we have actually had a number of different grants and funding capabilities or donations that have got us to a point where we have 7 of the 10 videos complete now. The books are already in publish. There's 4 books that are out there to include the workbook integration. I've got one back here I can show you if you're interested. But predominantly it's now, we have a webmaster but we have to be able to have the proper accessibility and the security within the web itself so that the anonymity remains, and yet they're still able to get access to the board.
Okay, so do you have a female combat advisor on this too?
So the female, we did on the board. But we're still looking for a replacement.
No, not on the board.
Oh, okay. Yes, so...
Writing these books and
yes,
presenting these...
Yes, Dr. Catherine Tharp, the Air Force psychiatrist.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And very quickly, and if I may follow up on your question, you built this great program, right? How are you going to get out to the state?
Okay. So that's the beauty of technology. So it has to do with the outreach of accessibility, but then with an IP address, to be able to access it directly, they can download it in the privacy of their own home. There is an ingest point where they have to sign up to go through a small screening in the beginning, and then they download everything on their own, or if they want the hard copies, we mail them the hard copies directly. And then in their privacy of their home or in a small group, their determination, they are now to watch the online videos and go through the workbook.
And I'm not sure I asked the question well.
Okay.
Let me try it again. I'm trying to figure out how, let's say I'm that guy that you're looking for. How are you going to find me, reach me, touch me, so that I then reach back out to you?
Okay, so then the outreach has to do with our veteran support organizations that we're partnering with. We partner also with a number of the other nonprofits who are using the materials today. And then the outreach through the various community organizations, public service announcements, this nature. We have 2 individuals that are working right now on finishing up what we call the marketing plan, for the access that's going out there right now.
So
and they are on
marketing
contract.
plan for that.
Yes.
And can you just throw out some of those VSOs?
So we have Veterans Foreign Wars. We have Disabled American Vets. Are two that come to the top of my head, but there are a few others that we've been doing outreach with.
Have you been to any of the coalition meetings, local coalition, veteran coalition meetings to reach out to? That's a great place to interact with a large group of.
I have
veteran
with a different organization that was hoping at the time.
But not with this organization.
Not with this organization yet. I have presented there separately.
Thank
you. Yes, Mr. Ball.
And then just to follow up, I agree with you. While they may not have internet capability, most of our young veterans probably do have LTE cell phone network capability. But that just goes to say then that your web-based protocols and classes that you're offering, they are platform compatible with the different types of cell phones that are out there.
Right. Yep. Yep. So the cell phone in many cases, because it'll become initially computer-based, the cell phone most cases will be a hotspot associated with establishing.
Hotspot associated with the computer, so they're not they're not
mobile. They're not mobile apps.
They're not compatible apps.
Okay, they're not mobile apps.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have eQuest. We are pulling up your presentation. Do you have handouts? Rob will help you with your handouts here, and as soon as our presentation's up and everyone has their handouts, we can go ahead and get started. And it's the button would take these the next one. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Susanna Denny, and this is Margot Stoglin, and we're from eQuest asking for $150,000 to continue serving our veterans, active duty, and military families. eQuest was established in 1981 as one of the first PATH International Premier accredited centers in Texas, and since then, we've grown to be one of the largest in the country. Historically, we've served adults and children with cognitive, physical, and emotional differences. In 2012, we decided to leverage our expertise with horses and develop our veterans program. We understand that this is a diverse population with diverse needs. Partnering with our horses provides a variety of options to meet those individual needs. We achieve these goals by providing a supportive environment and a culturally competent staff and volunteers. Focusing on health and wellness, we do not require a diagnosis. We believe that everyone can enhance their quality of life in some way. We provide our services at no cost, and just ask for them to pay it back, volunteering with us or another organization that serves their connect with. Our services provide anxiety reduction, confidence building, group support, and camaraderie. The equine facilitated counseling looks like this. It has a mental health professional, an equine specialist, a horse, and a client. Individuals, couples, families, groups, and it's the horse that is non-judgmental, and their immediate feedback is critical in providing that safe environment for re-engaging in trusting relationships. From the beginning, we've administered standardized assessments. We've seen as much as a 68% reduction in post-traumatic stress symptoms and 84% increase in quality of life. We've been a part of a research study, and just last week, a treatment team has been chosen from 4 in the country with Columbia University for a research trial proving the efficacy of equine facilitated counseling with veterans and post-traumatic stress. Research is important, and will go far in eliminating that alternative to our therapies, but the real results are seeing our participants assume leadership positions, giving back to the community, getting a job and keeping it, and discovering a renewed sense of purpose. We have substantive partnerships, and which act as force multipliers. From the beginning, collaboration has been key, and we're looking forward to continuing to strengthening our community together. Thank you for this opportunity.
Any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Caritas of Austin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Kiana Fisher, and I'm the Program Manager for the Supportive Services for Veteran Families at Caritas of Austin. We provide rapid rehousing services to veterans experiencing homelessness in our community. And I talked this morning about what services that we currently provide. I'm really wanting to come to you this afternoon to ask you for $50,000 to grow and enhance our program. So we're looking to enhance our program by adding a full-time peer support specialist to our team. The peer support specialist would help us to build trust and rapport with our clients, would allow for quicker and better outcomes, and will support our veterans in adjusting to housing and life skills, training, social connection, healthcare advocacy, and benefits assistance. What sets us apart is there are other peer support specialists in the community that focus on substance abuse and mental health challenges. But what sets us apart is that we would be working with someone that is a veteran, looking to hire a veteran, and someone that has lived experience with homelessness and or mental health challenges or substance abuse issues. This peer support specialist will be able to meet clients where they are, both geographically, and be able to connect with them on shared experiences of veteran life. What we hope to do is that this peer support program will enhance the work that we're already doing with our clients, and will allow for us to continue to build rapport and ultimately connect veterans to permanent housing successfully, so that they're able to reach stability and independence. Thank you.
You want to go first?
Nope, you go first.
So let me kind of map this out.
Yeah.
So the money is for the peer support specialist.
Mm-hmm.
So are they kind of a wraparound to determine what services they need, and then they go?
Right.
Right.
So the peer support specialist will be used in a way that, so we already provide intensive case management, but what we found out, our SSVF grant allows us to have a part-time peer support specialist. And what we've realized is a couple of things, is that it's an amazing person to have on our team, someone with that lived experience. And the second thing is that when those veterans that are working with that peer support specialist have better outcomes because they're able to build rapport quicker. And they're connected to someone that has, that they can connect with language-wise, that understand their struggles with either in combat or with the VA system. And so their lens is a little different than a clinical lens of a case manager.
So do you have other veterans that work in the office too?
Oh yeah, so excuse me, currently on staff we don't have any veterans within our SSVF team. However, we are always looking to bring that lens into our service delivery. Because we're looking for this position to be someone that is absolutely a veteran and that has that lived experience of homelessness, we're hoping that will make our program a well-rounded program with that lived experience lens.
Thank you.
Absolutely. That was that one.
Yeah. Okay, anybody else? All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Samaritan Center for Counseling and Pastoral Care.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Robin Johnson. I'm an Operation Enduring Freedom veteran, and after 13 years, I currently serve in the Army National Guard here in Texas. I'm also a staff therapist at the Samaritan Center. Samaritan Center's Hope for Heroes program was established in 2007 to address a gap in services for the veteran community. Since then, we have served thousands of veterans, spouses, and children with counseling and integrative services, such as acupuncture, biofeedback, and Tai Chi. Our goal is to provide high-quality, evidence-based mental health services that are tailored to address the unique needs of veterans and their families. I work with a team of therapists that are selected for their extensive military experience and their clinical expertise with post-traumatic stress disorder and traumatic brain injury, as well as depression, anxiety, grief, and moral injury. In 2018, we treated more than 800 veterans and their family members with counseling and integrated services. Thank you for your continued support with programs like Hope for Heroes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is David Griffin, and I was in the Army for 6 years. I did a tour in Afghanistan in 2011. And like most veterans, when I came home, I had trouble integrating back into a normal life, normal society. I had a rough time. I ended up getting arrested in Austin and found myself going through the Travis County Veterans Treatment Court. It was a second chance that I needed, and it really did allow me to slow down and take a breath, and it saved my life. I ended up receiving services through the Hope for Heroes program at the Samaritan Center, and thankfully I was able to turn my life around. Today, I'm employed by the Samaritan Center as a certified veteran peer specialist, and I'm part of the peers to provide support to other veterans. Some of the veterans that we work with that are incarcerated, I run a peer support group teaching coping skills, meditation, and work with veterans one-on-one to get their lives back on track and back into society. Our team of peers also works with veterans in the community who are living in transitional housing with one-to-one peer support and peer support groups as well. And then when our peer support isn't enough, we connect the veterans with professional counseling at the Samaritan Center. I just want to say thank you guys for supporting this very important work and working with the Texas veterans, and together we are saving some lives. You guys have any questions?
Oh, I didn't know if you.
No, I was just here for questions.
Okay.
She's here for support.
And who are you?
I'm the CEO at Samaritan.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay. Yes, ma'am.
Is this a continuation grant?
Yes.
So how y'all doing with your current?
We are at halfway mark. We were more than 50% of clients served and just under 50% of expenditures. We were over 40%.
So are you saying that you'll be on track?
Yes, we're on track.
You're going to expend till the.
That's our expectation.
Yes, Mr. Wright.
Quick question. I noticed that you're in 3 service areas. Do you have offices in each one? So you, I'm sorry, I'm talking our jargon. They're in 3 regions of the state that you serve. Do you have an office in each region? Where are your offices?
Our offices, we have offices in Central Texas and North Texas in the Dallas area. I'm not sure which regions.
So where are you in Dallas?
In Dallas, we have somebody in Arlington. And
Okay.
also, yeah, that's where. That's
And
where
are you connected with the university by any chance?
University of
Texas at Arlington?
No, not that I'm aware of.
And that was just out of curiosity. That's our largest, that's the school with the largest population of veterans. That's why I asked that question.
We do work with Texas State that's a very large,
Okay.
very large veteran
And
population.
they have pretty good, yeah,
Yes.
they've got a pretty popular. Would you explain to me the difference between, and I probably should have asked this before, a peer support person and an actual counselor?
Do you want to take that?
Well, I'm actually both. I am certified through VIA Support, and it's a 40-hour class. It's through the Veteran Network with VIA Hope.
MVPN?
Yes, MVPN. And so we house MVPNs through Samaritan Center, and he is actually on full-time staff.
But
And
this
counseling.
is not MVPN
Yes.
in any way.
No.
This is not.
They just did your training.
No, but the difference is a 40-hour session, and I am a licensed therapist, and so I have a master's degree in social work, and we also have clinical social workers and licensed professional counselors, and that's a 2-year master's degree with clinical education.
Okay, sorry. And what was your current grant? How much was that?
$500,000.
Was $5 grand. And you're asking for the same.
Oh, and one quick point of order. We are a committee. We are not the commissioners. Just not really that. It's not that important, but.
Thank you for that clarification.
We're both prior service. We're both prior service, and we were just trying to be.
Sure, understand. I like the promotion. Thank you very much.
Quick comment, sir. Thank you for telling your story, how you graduated out of a Veterans Treatment Court within the Area 1, and you have walked the walk, and now with veterans coming in. So I congratulate you, sir.
Thank you very much. And I think that's what makes it so effective on the peer side is through the lived experience of having to deal with these issues and then being able to come back and be an advocate for these veterans and essentially convince them that it's a good idea to seek professional counseling and with the rest of my team, if that makes sense. If that kind of lives up to peer support.
And you, ma'am, your continued service in the Texas National Guard. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, subject
Nice
to
hair.
yes.
This isn't regulation. On the weekends.
Real quick follow on. How do you get, because you want to serve 750 people. That's a large number to hit. And I don't know what it was last time, not important for them. How do you intend to reach them?
Most of that is counseling, but we also do peer services in both areas. We served over 800 in 2018. We've got 17 counselors, 5 of whom are veterans, and we've got 3 peer support. So we've got a pretty large group of people that can serve that number of people.
Okay, subject to any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have West Texas Counseling and Guidance. I believe we have some slides and some handouts. Rob will pass out your handouts, and once we've got everything ready to go, we'll get you started. And the button with the page is the full.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Stephen Keel. I am the Director of Veteran Services Program at West Texas Counseling and Guidance in San Angelo. With me today is Kevin Wade, who is our Clinical Director as well. Our motto is Bellator Sustene, which stands for Supporting the Warrior. It's a motto we take seriously and we strive to live daily. As you can see from the next slide, our veteran service staff at West Texas Counseling and Guidance is comprised of all veterans. Every single staff member of our program is a veteran, and currently we have every branch of the Department of Defense represented on our team. West Texas Counseling and Guidance currently services 14 counties, and we have satellite offices in 11 different locations in 8 cities across West Texas. We have additional plans of adding satellite offices in 2019. According to census data, the West Texas counties we service has a total population of more than 170,000, to include more than 13,000 veterans and 22,000 veteran family members. Additionally, we are honored to provide support services to Goodfellow Air Force Base in San Angelo. Goodfellow hosts a population of roughly 3,700 personnel to include trainees and dependents, but each year more than 14,000 active duty service members from all branches cycle through Goodfellow for training. Goodfellow does not offer mental health counseling services for children or dependents in their mental health clinic, and we are a primary referral source for them. Since 2017, the program inception, West Texas Counseling and Guidance has provided services to more than 1,250 veterans and their families. These services include more than 2,740 counseling sessions in 2018 alone. We are proud of the work we do for veterans, and we're honored to do so. The reason why we're here is our vision for 2019. Our dream in 2019 is to launch a true one-stop shop Veteran Service Community Center in San Angelo. The center would offer a dedicated, safe place designed specifically for veterans with daily operation to include social events and connection opportunities. The center would also house all current veteran service staff, all veteran programs and groups, and all the new folks that we would be bringing on board to make this work. Shifting to this model also allows us to engage in a plethora of additional services on site. The model allows a veteran to go one place to engage in a host of social, support-oriented, clinical, and non-clinical services. We thank you for the opportunity to present our vision to support the veteran community in West Texas.
Any questions?
So the $500,000, is that to open the one stop?
Primarily, yes ma'am. We'll be bringing on 6 actual additional staff members, so 2 dedicated therapists, veteran therapists working with the veteran population, 2 dedicated case managers that will be doing comprehensive, the full scope of case management services for veterans, and a CSR, customer service representative to do check-in, things like that, and get all the files and everything taken care of. There's a lot of additional resources, but yes, the most of this is all towards getting that launched. Staffing, and I believe rentals is in there, and some other resources and things to kind of get this off the ground.
Are you going to be? Is this a donated space? Is it in your space?
We actually have a capital campaign that's going to has dedicated staff space for us, an entire floor of what's called the Cactus Hotel, which is the largest building in San Angelo. But it's not going to be available for us until about 2020. So we'll be looking for a temporary space that would house the program in the meantime.
But you don't have that right now.
We don't have that identified. We have options and possibilities, but nothing identified and selected.
Currently, we have 6 veteran staff occupying an office of about 500 square foot. We also have, we have the MVPN subcontract through the MHA. We also have the county DSO who is occupying space on our floor, which currently takes up one of our therapist offices. So what this would do is it would allow us to actually to grab some space so that they all have a little bit of privacy. They're not sitting on top of each other. There's a little more space for the veterans to actually socialize, do some cool stuff. We also want to add a financial counselor and then be able to have people like Angelo State University bring their veterans program in every now and then. Legal aid be able to come in every now and then and have some real one-stop space to be able to do that.
And you work with there's a current coalition down there, correct? Or there was?
We don't have a coalition per se. There is the All Veterans Council, and the All Veterans Council is the closest thing to a coalition that we have in San Angelo.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Armstrong Community Music School. And we are reading your presentation that you have to probably pass out your handouts here. So once you've got everything queued up and ready to go,
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Beth Bidding. I'm the Director of Programs at Armstrong Community Music School, and today it is my privilege to speak with you about the Veterans Guitar Project. The Veterans Guitar Project is a Veterans Affairs approved music is therapy program which has been administered by ACMS for 6.5 years now. We offer free guitar lessons to any veteran. We accept new members year-round. There is no requirement for prior music instruction, and there's no requirement even to own a guitar in order to join. Research has continued to show us the enormous benefits of songwriting and music making when addressing post-traumatic stress syndrome and traumatic brain injury. As their sense of community has grown, veterans who have no prior musical experience are now writing their own songs, putting to words their experiences in the service and since returning home. The ability to vulnerably share these stories not only with other veterans, but with the public and civilians through public performance speaks to the level of safety this program provides its members. Beyond that, the therapeutic impact is extended to the audience through performance. Bridges are built between civilians and veteran audience members have approached us to share that the experience of listening to the veterans share their stories through music is incredibly healing. The program provides 5 direct contact hours at no charge to veterans every single week, but that is only a small piece and portion of the support and the community that has been built through this program. For example, recently, when one of the members was hospitalized for back surgery due to complications from a combat injury, the group took their refreshments and held their rehearsal in his hospital room so that he would still be able to benefit from the experience of music making while in recovery. We are thrilled to move forward to this next year with plans to provide them with more of their own sound equipment to increase their performance opportunities and also to continue providing high-quality music experiences. They were recently asked by Austin Opera to perform at an event on February 27th at the Texas Military Forces Museum alongside several professional music ensembles in the Austin area. On Pearl Harbor Day, they gave a performance for World War II veterans that included having their original songs that they had written accompanied by a professional string quartet. And in April, we are excited to partner with the Creative Forces Initiative arm of Fort Hood and the local band Mother Falcon to provide a free songwriting workshop for veterans and for active service members. It is impossible to overstate the impact that this program has had on the veterans who participate, and we look forward to continue serving our community veterans, welcoming them, and reducing barriers to music making and fellowship. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Wright.
Wonderful what you do.
Thank you.
I have been around that in other areas, particularly country music, but can you talk a little bit? You've got 15 people that are going to be served with $15,000. That's about $1,000 a head. It seems a little pricey, but I'm not an artist. So help me understand that.
I'm happy to talk about that. If you look at the budget for this particular project, what we've earmarked these funds for is to provide them with sound equipment that they don't currently have. As they are asked to perform more and more with more and more professional ensembles, we don't want them to have to rely on borrowed equipment or equipment that they don't have in order to go out and perform. And a big piece of that is allowing them to practice with that equipment in their rehearsals so that they're prepared to use it in performance. And also by allowing them to have more performance opportunities, we're expanding our capacity to welcome more veterans because so much of our marketing is through those performances and through veterans coming to us that way. Another portion of the budget is for bringing professional artists in to perform with them, similar to the string quartet that we brought in. And as artists, we feel very strongly, we not only want to provide therapeutic support for these veterans, but we want to continue to invest in them as creatives and as musicians who have found this inside of themselves. Part of that is building their confidence by being able to take compositions that they've written and arrange it to be accompanied by string quartet and to be able to give them the experience of hearing their music played in that way and also having the opportunity to collaborate with professional musicians.
Thank you. Your ring is beautiful, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I get married on Saturday.
Oh,
Thank you.
Oh, yes, Mr. Wallace.
Okay, so 15,000 it goes for equipment,
Yes, sir.
and
Yes,
then it'll go for. Do you expense when you guys travel? Is that part of that for the 15 or the people that you currently have in there?
It's not part of this
Okay.
grant ask. We do have a number of individual donors to support. We are just not at a point in those donations we're able to expand in this way. We also have several other programs that serve different populations in the community, and so we will write grants for what we call our Harmony Initiative, and the Veterans Guitar Project falls under that umbrella.
Okay, so let's say 15,000 actually is going for equipment and more guitars.
Yes, and musicians to perform.
But
Yes, sir.
you can't get the musicians to donate their time.
We have had musicians, so this most recent performance, we did not have that written into our budget, but we felt very strongly that we wanted to provide that opportunity. We have had volunteer musicians performed, and we've also, the most recent performers took less than they probably normally would for a performance like that, but we want to be able to make it sustainable.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Mr. Ball.
One last question. Should this grant be recommended to move forward? Right now, there's some issues with your SOPs. Have you finalized your SOPs in your organization?
Are you referring to the procedures? SOPs, I'm sorry.
Standard operating procedures that
Yes.
are.
I'm happy to answer that question.
Okay.
We do have procedures in place. We do not have a written manual, but we are audited every year, and our procedures meet the standards of our auditor. However, we are more than happy to comply with any requirements that would go along with this grant. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And good luck on Saturday. I wish you
Thank you.
well. I had 31 years, so it works.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Houston Methodist Hospital.
Yes. It didn't come out right, did it?
No, it didn't.
So Ron's
It's
going
been so great so far.
Just like a presentation, and then once everyone has everything going.
Yeah.
It is a
scientific program.
Yeah.
Florist forgets to deliver the flowers or right?
My husband shows up.
Yeah.
You better hope he's not a
Thank you all. My name is Alok Madan, Vice Chairman of Psychiatry over at Houston Methodist. Here to talk to you about our Synchrony program that's embedded within the department, focusing on Special Operations Forces community.
But with the tape is the advance.
All right, so this is developed very specifically for folks, for our elite military warriors from Navy SEALs, Green Beret, who have been kind of at the tip of the spear, if you will, fighting our war on terror since 2001. Now, as a part of their training, part of their responsibilities, kind of physically and demanding training as well as combat deployments. Years away from their marriages, constant physical danger, death of comrades, and I think one of the big ones is this culture of silence. Clandestine operations and clandestine suffering once we're reaching veterans. So why do they need us now? I mean, many of these folks have spent their entire adult lives at war. We're seeing a wave of retirements coming up right now, and the damage to their health is profound, hitting kind of all facets of their head, of their bodies. Brain injuries, endocrine dysfunction, PTSD, substance use, depression, damage to their families, existential issues, and I think suicides are rampant across the veteran community, but in this population in particular. And the VA is just not suited to serve this population. That's what we're hearing from the community, that they're not going to the VA to actually get services. So in informal conversations with a number of SOF community members, we've come up with this complex interplay of brain injury, losses, existential concerns, psychological factors that have kind of coalesced to create what we have come to appreciate as more of an operator syndrome. And our goal with the Synchrony program is to improve the quality of life of our special operations vets. It is a comprehensive program, one-stop shop, everything under one roof, with longitudinal care followed up, embedded within the program. So once folks are with us in Houston for 2 to 4, 6 weeks of really intense immersive treatment, we follow up with them wherever they go in Texas. And it's a learning system, so we want to learn from this, from the services that we provide, and make this treatment better. Our team comprises psychiatrists, neurologists, psychologists, pain specialists, addiction specialists, who have a history of working with complex neuropsychiatric conditions and a proven track record of research and of addressing all facets of this community's needs.
Time's up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Wright.
Okay. Couple of questions.
Sir.
Rampant's not a number. So in the spec op communities, how many do you think there are in Texas? What is their suicide rate? Is it different? Is it higher, lower than what we're seeing with our other post 9/11 veterans or non-post 9/11 veterans? And then you answered one question. They're obviously going to have to come to Houston for a period of time. And then you should have started with how are you going to find them? And then once they go back, what are you going to do to connect with them? So I hit you with a bunch of stuff.
All right, well, let's try it all. So we've been informally engaging with the community for a number of years. So it's finding the population is word of mouth. We have 12 currently on our wait list. We've had a number go through our program, and we've been finding them, actually been found in many ways. There are a lot of services available while you're active duty. It's as soon as the active duty part ends, the services kind of just fall out. So it's for the spec op community in particular. So we are also coordinating with Central Command and their care coalition in helping them find us, the patient population. In terms of Texas, we do have a larger percentage. I think it's the second or the first largest population of spec ops in the country, of the vets. So it is a community. I agree with you, Houston. To relocate to Houston for a number of 2 to 4 weeks is very hard to do. Not everyone can do it, but a lot of these folks are not functioning at all.
Well, it sounds like your services are intense enough. That wasn't my concern.
Yes, sir.
It was more, do they have a significantly higher suicide rate? And then what are you doing once they leave Houston? But for an intensive program, going down there for 4 weeks shouldn't be a big deal.
I don't know the suicide rate being higher. That's an unknown, and that's one of the pieces of data that we're looking to collect. How are we going to reach them? Through telepsych services following. So if you have a mobile device, once you're with us, you can follow up with your team in your home community.
Okay, great, thanks. Sorry.
And do you have that already in place?
Yes, ma'am.
That program already?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you use? What service is that?
For the telepsych?
Yeah.
It's embedded within our electronic health record, Epic.
Okay. So how do you differentiate yourselves from the VA services that provide? I mean, if you're spec ops, some type of special forces, and you probably do have a service connection, and you would be eligible to go to the VA. So how do you differentiate yourselves from the VA?
It's an excellent question. I think what differentiates us from the VA is the intensity of treatment. It's within 2 weeks with us, you're essentially getting a year's worth of treatment, in 40 hours a week worth of treatment. So I think it's the intensity of treatment that comes in.
Could you just describe some of the treatment and why
Yes,
and how it's different?
Yes. So we've got group therapies all morning long from about 8 to 12, and they are all evidence-based. And then I think this
What do
is
you use?
CBT, DBT, ACT, compassion focused therapy, biofeedback. We have evidence-based therapies, and then the afternoons, it's 15 to 20 hours of individual appointments on the hour, every hour.
What type of appointment?
Sometimes medication management, sometimes you're seeing your neurologist, sometimes physical therapy, sometimes it is all coordinated, but a lot of individual psychotherapy as well as family psychotherapy. We get families involved on site if possible, but video, phone, kind of everything under one roof. And then, we have, if you need the back specialist, we have the back specialist. We coordinate care of that. So it is, in some ways, the services are available within the VA, kind of like healthcare in general. Healthcare tends to be fragmented and all over the place, going from one place to one place to one place and waiting 6 weeks for your next appointment. It doesn't happen. So, yeah, so this is all under one roof. We're all coordinating it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then if we have time on front end, literally they're back to back. This is a tough full-time job that a lot of these guys are willing and able to go through. Does it work? It works anecdotally, yes. And that's part of what we want to do is make this a learning system to see what are our needs. Is the suicide rate that much higher? Is suicidal ideation that much worse? What components of this treatment work? And then really, I'm hoping that with this type of funding from here, that we can go to the VA and go through their choice program and get funding for this. And go to the Department of Defense and have pilot data to say, this is a program for a select group of veterans that works. And we need to make this not just Texas specific, but maybe the national model.
And you probably said this, but how many people have gone through your program?
We have consulted with 30 over the past few years, but 4 have gone through last year.
And what is the rate of success? And how do you measure that?
Success, it's right now, one big item, I think all 4 were acutely suicidal just prior.
How did you know that? I mean, they were assessed through your clinicians?
Yes, yeah, it's, that's kind of where we've been able to serve folks right now is during acute crisis. They've had guns in their mouths, and we get phone calls, and
so getting back to my question,
yes,
what is your rate? How do you measure success, and do you think that those 4 have been successful?
They are alive, yes, ma'am, and they are back at their homes with their families. They're working, so I think functional outcomes is what we're really emphasizing, not exclusively on symptom reduction, but kind of getting back and doing stuff. Get back to life. So yes, I do think in that regard they are doing better. But to your point, we want to be outcomes based and we want to have specific measurement of improvement in functioning, not just at one time point. We want to see that this really time, labor, money intensive program has enduring benefit. So we want to follow all our patients, all our vets out to a year and contact them, get in touch with them every month, give them the same standardized assessment battery, and see how they're doing.
So this also affects the family.
Yes, ma'am.
So
completely.
Do you provide those? I mean, do you work with the community resources to help those family members?
We are. We're working with University of Texas's Trauma and Resiliency Center that just opened up to help with the family piece. If the family actually makes it to Houston. If not, then being able to provide family services via telesite services on the phone, via...
What about community resources in their area? I mean, so you know where they're coming from, so you can probably
yes, ma'am.
reach out to those community services in that area.
Excellent, yes, ma'am.
We're all about collaboration.
Yes.
So not working in a silo.
Completely agree with that. And I think this is going to learn to see who needs what and how we can best serve the entire system, right? The family system. So right now our patients are the identified veteran, but to your point, taken completely, services we can provide in-house for the family, I think could be bolstered by partnering with community services throughout Texas.
I mean, there's a lot to be said for, trying to work with the veteran, but the family has also
completely
has to be addressed as well. So you need that model.
Indeed.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Tri-County Behavioral Health Care. Tri-County Behavioral Health Care.
I don't have a note to their video on this, so we'll come back to them later.
Then next up, we have Centacor Foundation.
I just have the one slide and no handout. Short.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Amy Granberry, and I'm a vice president for the Cineport Foundation. You may, if you've been here a while, remember me as Amy Granberry from Charlie's Place Recovery Center, which is where this grant was initially funded. We joined the Cineport Foundation in last October, and so we had a little bit of a gap, and it's not really a continuation because as we were going through the merger. But we were able to extend our initial project and served 206 people rather than the initial 125 with the funds we were given last time. So today we're here to ask to move forward with that and then also tell you a little bit about the other veteran services. What we do with this money is provide the peer support services that you've already heard about from other people. We have a veteran who is a peer support specialist, as well as mental health services. And we use these dollars to fill the gap while we're waiting to help someone get in with the VA, while we're helping them access those services, while we're waiting for the mental health services to become available with the Veterans Administration. We're able to provide this care. We currently are providing treatment services with other dollars at 6 of our locations, particularly in Corpus Christi, especially for homeless veterans as well as veterans through the Choices program. So any given day across the Cineport Foundation, we have between 30 and 50 veterans in substance abuse treatment. And we're filling a gap, particularly for the Houston VA, where they have both the intense services on one side and the outpatient, but not the inpatient that we are able to provide. So we're serving that purpose. This particular grant will only be in the Corpus Christi location and will be for the peer coaching and the mental health services, the gap services to fill in while we're waiting to access their veterans benefits and help them reach those other services through other partners.
Yes, Mr. Ray.
Just a quick question. Sure. You said that this specific grant was going to be solely in Corpus Christi.
Yes.
So when you were using the numbers that you last year projected 125 and hit 216.
That was just in Corpus Christi.
Okay, thank you. Exactly
Yes,
what I wanted to know.
absolutely. That was just in Corpus Christi, and as we've expanded to the additional locations, the foundation will serve even more than that.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Austin Dog Alliance. Counselor here. And we have a file. Okay, just in here. So as soon as Rob is done passing out your handout, you can go ahead and get started.
Does this to my Facebook. I unfriended him.
Hi, my name is Betty Cracker, and I am the Executive Director of the Hounds for Heroes program of the Austin Dog Alliance. With me today is a service dog in training named Roxy. She's at what we call the tethering stage of training, and that she's going everywhere I go, so that when we hand the leash to a veteran, she is ready to work an entire day and go wherever they go. In my 3 minutes, I'd like to address why it costs so much to train a service dog and why our output numbers are so low for the money given. That seems to always be the big question. So I'd like to describe what it is that it takes to get a dog from birth to the 18-month point where they're ready to be met for the veteran. The things that the dog will incur during that time frame include 14 vaccinations, 16 heartworm pills, 16 flea treatments, 4 collars, 3 harnesses, 3 vests, 2 dog beds, 2 crates, 70 grooming sessions, 30 bags of foods, 200 bags of treats, 50 no-hide dog chews, 15 toys, 2 leashes, about 1,500 hours of formal training by professional trainers, endless hours of walking, petting, and playing fetch, about 150 to 200 hours of training with the veteran and our professional trainers, our veteran liaison, and the service dog, and a contingency fee for all the things that puppies chew up when they're not supposed to chew. For the investment of about $25,000 per dog, the veteran receives many, many mental and physical health benefits. There are so many studies nowadays that are showing the benefits that dogs have on humans. Everything from allowing them to develop a better social integration, healthier lifestyles, and so on. In fact, there are 2 VA-sponsored studies currently underway, and I saw a presentation recently on how both of them are showing positive benefits between the service dog and the veteran. In our experience, the benefits of matching a service dog with a veteran include saving marriages, saving lives, giving the veteran the courage to get a job, giving a spouse their life back because now the veteran will actually leave the house without them, providing a dad with the strength to attend his son's minor league baseball game, or the self-confidence to help in his daughter's classroom. The dog can give the veteran the support that is needed to take his wife to a restaurant for a date. It's simple things like this. It's also things like it reduces their need for medication, reduces their night terrors, reduces their drinking, reduces their feelings of road rage. In essence, it makes them happier individuals and improves their quality of life. The bottom line is that each dog is very expensive, and we're working with live animals, and so sometimes our outcomes are, it makes our outcomes more difficult. However, the benefits to the veteran and the family is truly priceless. So thank you for considering our request to fund our House for Heroes program.
Any questions? No questions for Roxy either?
We're prepared for all the hard ones you're going to ask.
No, I think you did a very, very good job of spelling it all out. I mean, and very concise, so
thank you.
Thanks, appreciate it. Thanks, Roxy.
Next organization, Waterloo Counseling Center. I did have another.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I'm not sure how I followed that. I don't have a but I'm Loretta Holland. I'm the.
Can you wait till they finish?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Hold on.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Loretta Holland. I am the Executive Director of Waterloo Counseling Center, and I have with me today, this is LaDonya Hooks Gonzalez. She is a licensed master social worker, and she is our Project Valor therapist. Waterloo is in our 36th year in operation. We offer individual, couple, family, group therapy on a sliding scale basis, and we also take a lot of different kinds of insurance. We welcome the entire community, but we have a specialty, expertise, and focus on serving the LGBT community. Last year, we, as an entire agency, we provided over 4,200 psychotherapy sessions to almost 350 clients. Don't know who to.
The button with the
There we go. Okay. Oh, the tape on it, sorry about that. Okay, so we started Project Valor last year with help from TDC. We hired LaDonya in late July, and started recruiting clients. The number, I'm sorry, underneath the 26 is incorrect. I made this slide a couple of weeks ago and forgot to update the breakout. But it's about half and half. So far we've served 26 clients. About half are veterans and about half are eligible dependents, which is great to me. That's what we were sort of trying to reach into, because those people are not eligible for individual services through the VA on their own without the veteran present. So it's more difficult for them to find resources on their own. We also wanted to remove some barriers and address people of high need, and of course that includes people who are low income, low to moderate income, or very low income. You see, we have a diverse client population. About 58% of our clients right now are LGBT, which is a fantastic and deep reach into that community. A lot of them have PTSD related issues, mental issues. And I'm going to embarrass LaDonya real quick. I'm sorry, this is a client quote. That's my closing. Clients are very grateful for your support and for allowing us to create this program. We are very lucky and fortunate to have found someone like LaDonya. She comes from a military family and completed her internship at the VA. So she has a lot of experience working with this population. I do not. We did not before. She's teaching us a lot. So she brings great value to the table. I didn't know that.
Yes, Mr. Wright.
Quick question.
Yes.
Your grant request is to serve 75. Do you anticipate that split being both veterans and dependents?
I think
Ballpark.
so. I think very half and half up to now.
Okay.
I do a lot of couple counseling, but also just the spouse who was never active duty. I have a lot of those on as well. Also, college students, young people. So.
I'm a brat, so.
I am too.
There we go.
And he still is.
They still is.
Yeah. And we definitely were hoping we would see a lot of those people. And
So it says you're statewide.
yes.
But where you're at?
We are here in Austin, and we started a teletherapy program a year or so ago, just within the agency. And what we're looking to do is trying to push that throughout Texas to serve veterans in those corners in Texas where it's hard to find resources. Like 80% of counties in Texas have a mental health provider shortage.
Oh, yeah.
So we're looking for inroads into that.
Alpine and Turbine.
Yes,
Just,
I would love to.
they're
serve
dying
people.
for time.
I know.
Any other questions? Awesome. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have 7 Star Horse and Family Center. And I think we have file. So Rob's passing out your handouts right now. Got your presentation up. And once he's done, you can go ahead and plug with the tapes before we.
I got it, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Courtney Stevenson. I am the Executive Director of 7 Star Therapeutic Riding Center. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here and tell you about the organization that I serve. The need for service is at a critical level. We have over 35,000 veterans in the Texas Panhandle, over 5,500 of which have service-related disabilities. Approximately 1/3 of our clients at 7 Star are veterans, and we provide over 2,000 hours of equine therapies to veterans and their families each year at no cost to them. 100% of the veterans that we serve do indicate positive benefits from the therapies that we and our horses provide. For example, meet David. David came to us several years ago when a mentally challenged gentleman who was participating in our services told him about what we do at 7 Star. David was stationed in the Philippines and was in a canine unit that was charged with apprehending runners in a huge drug cartel located on the islands. For 2 years, he was under constant threat of his life, and actually others in his unit were killed. After his discharge, he eventually moved to Amarillo, where he received 100% disability due to his PTSD and some physical issues. He was suffering from hypervigilance and PTSD that was crippling. He was almost a shut-in because even the noise of a car or debris rolling down the road would send him running back to his front door. It sometimes took him 2 hours to get down the road or down the path from his front door to his mailbox. And even then, he was running, hyperventilating, and scared. Through the use of a horse, David has found methods to control his anxiety. He found that if he was anxious or scared, that the horse would pick up on his emotions and would become as scared and anxious as he was. So he had to slow himself down. He had to find ways to relax his mind, relax his body, after which the horse would happily go to the mailbox with him. In the picture that you see on this slide, David is working with our horse Buck to go across a loud, noisy tarp in the arena so that he could get to the mailbox. Through time and effort, he conquered this task and a lot of other tasks that he was having difficulties with. David has found healing
he's found that he has less anxiety and he's sleeping better throughout the night. And this is through the work that he's done with 7 Stars capable staff and horses. In conclusion,
time's up.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Ray.
I'll throw the difficult question out.
Oh,
The numbers, where is the money gonna come from for you to spend to get reimbursed? Because these are reimbursement grants.
We provide the services, and then as we provide those services, we bill out.
Okay. And then the second question I have is, and it's probably in here and I've missed it, are you providing licensed counseling service? Do you have a licensed counselor?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other questions?
Okay, no other questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Texas National Guard Family Support Foundation.
Good afternoon.
All right, sir, go ahead.
Again, I'm Ray Bender with the Texas National Guard Family Support Foundation. This is brief, you know a little bit about us and who we are and why we're here. We had asked before about having, we had come before to ask for funding for the mental health. We did not receive that, but starting about 3 years ago, we had begun our own mental health outreach using our own funds to be able to do this. We since have found that there are many, many entities, one sitting behind me, the Samaritan Center. We actually have someone in the Guard that's their executive officer, which is great for this area. Again, we operate statewide, and as you know, across the state, there's this tremendous shortage. We don't provide the services, we connect with the people that do. Our former president is a behavioral counselor, and our head of the president of our association right now is the director of social services at Mary Hardin Baylor. So very near and dear to their heart is a mental health outreach. So really, this is a gap request. This is asking for those parts of the state, because we do reach statewide and we do a good job of hitting folks all over the state. This is to hit those areas where it's difficult for the veteran to be able to drive to another location outside of their immediate vicinity. As I may have mentioned before, we have people in the small towns. Sometimes they don't have cars, sometimes they don't drive, and they're depending on everyone else. So we only ask for a very small amount. It's strictly to be able to really plug the gap and to be able to pay for the services for those people that cannot access the services themselves. Okay.
Any questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have a video from Refuge Services. Just a video presentation.
So the first time I came here, I was in a wheelchair and using a walker.
He could not walk, he was total care. The night nurse, they said that the neurological accident that he had to after it multiplied his PTSD 100 times.
When veterans come out here, you can see the anger that they have at the world. They're upset. They're in a constant state of ready to fight back. And some are just downright depressed. Most of them come and they say that they haven't slept in a long time. That when they do sleep, it's only an hour or two, and it's being interrupted because they're waking up from the nightmares, the anger, the depression, the isolation. So when they come out here within a session or two, they start relaxing more. And usually the sessions are a week apart. And one of the common things that they say when they come back for the second session, one of the things I ask is, how did it go afterwards? And most of them say, I slept. And after about the second and third session, they come back, and not only do they say that they slept, they said, I had a good week, and they smile. Some talk about how they were able able to do stuff that they weren't able to do again, that they start talking about enjoying life, that they're finding their purpose again.
He tells major things that he will not tell anybody else, and that helps him cope with Vietnam.
If it wasn't for the therapy that I'm going through with Major, I wouldn't be where I'm at right now.
Our schedule has been Tuesday at 2 o'clock with Major. That night, we go to sleep. That day, y'all get give me back my husband.
And as they're going through the process of learning how to deal with themselves, learning how to interact with the horses, learning how to interact in the civilian life, and they start opening up, and they start telling stories that they've never told. And then they look down and they say, with a chuckle, most of them chuckle, and they say, I've never shared this with anybody. And to find an individual to share that with is overwhelming. And to be able to share with another human being your darkest secrets, stuff that you had to do, or stuff that you've seen, or stuff that you didn't really want to discuss, and you look down and say, wow, it feels good to share this. It's a relief. And it's like letting off steam. But thinking of every veteran that came by and was able to open up and say that, that's the most overwhelming thing to see that they found me.
It is worth $1 million of what y'all have done for him. But he's the total opposite on Tuesdays. I wish every day was Tuesday.
All right. Next up, we have Bexar County Commissioners Court and the Bexar County Mental Health Department.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Castro, and I work for the Bexar County Mental Health Department in the courthouse. We received for the first time this last year funding from you for this program, and we've learned a lot of lessons this year. One of the goals that we had was we wanted to make sure that there was no wrong front door to entry for services for veterans, and that the dollars follow the veterans instead of the other way around. One of the things that we learned, and has caused us to get a late start on the grant that we are in right now, is that we really do need to have some very specific front doors where we identify individuals and get them into care. We have done that, I'm excited to tell you. Just a couple of months ago, we opened up a transition center just outside the gates of Fort Sam Houston for veterans who are they became veterans within the hour, and these individuals who are having to lose their job and get another job, lose their home and get another home, it's a life change. It's very stressful. And so we have a one-stop shop service center now where we are seeing veterans there. And we are also conducting much more intensive outreach with the different treatment providers in town. And I'm happy to say that we are starting to see results, and we're starting to see veterans enrolled in the program. What we want to do with this grant is just continue to build on what we have started. So we are, I think, due for a technical assistance visit in a couple of weeks, and we are actually very much looking forward to it because we are humble enough to realize that we don't just need your money, we need your subject matter expertise. And so I think a couple of years ago when we first started our misdemeanor treatment court, that guy over there, Irv Leos, came and visited us and gave us a technical assistance visit, and now we are rocking and rolling in that, and we anticipate that this will happen here as well.
Any questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Oh, that was easy.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have a video from Santa Maria Hostel, starting at 1:35.
And a diet. Chief family together and work with both mom and children, providing wraparound services, parenting support, and helping that family get to a place of stability so that when they go back out in the community, they feel successful. Addiction, doesn't discriminate. It comes in all kinds of shapes, sizes, and colors.
Yes, okay, I'm sorry, I hadn't know that you hadn't checked in yet, so my apologies for that, that's entirely my fault.
Maybe we still have the crop.
That we wanted to start. I couldn't get it downloaded for some reason, so that was the note that I had, started at minute 35. Is that not correct?
No, I mean, if you're still gracious enough to allow it.
My apologies,
It's okay.
My phone. At the 257. 257.
257. I guess the miscommunication is the minute 35 remaining, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
That's perfect.
I found myself at Santa Maria August 2nd of 2016 due to the effects of drugs and alcohol and the role they played in my life. After completing 90 days of inpatient treatment at Santa Maria, I transitioned over to the VEAS program, and that is a service that is available by Santa Maria for veterans. It's a 12 to 18 month program, and it can be the catalyst for change if you want it to be. I was able to obtain a bachelor's degree in human services. My concentration was geriatrics. So it gives me an opportunity to help the seniors and just be there for someone like someone was there for me. Thank you for giving me my life back. And also thank you for allowing me to grow as an individual, as a person, and as a member of society, a productive member of society.
I just want to thank Santa Maria for teaching me, empowering me, encouraging.
Since this video, Shanette has began facilitating 12-step meetings. She's also sponsoring 2 young women. She is a mentor in Veterans Court, and she's also in the process of establishing her own nonprofit organization for female veterans, looking towards creating her own transitional living facility for them. And hello, my name is Chastity. I am a Navy vet. I am also the recovery coach for Santa Maria Hostel. I have been employed by them for 4 years. When I went through treatment about 8 years ago in Tennessee, the facility that I went through did not have a program to help veterans specifically. And so when I left the treatment facility, I was so angry. I couldn't hold employment. I had problems with my family and with my children. And understand why I was so mad. And then I came to work for Santa Maria and started working with female veterans. And through them and their walk, it allowed me the opportunity to continue in my recovery and get the assistance for my military-related PTSD and my trauma. So for me, I believe that the funding that this offers for Santa Maria to help these other female veterans to address their mental health, their PTSD, their homelessness, their substance abuse is very vital, because if I would have had it 8 years ago when I went through treatment, I think I would have been a whole person a lot sooner.
So the mission of Santa Maria is to empower women and their families to lead healthy, successful, productive, self-fulfilling lives.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
How many women veterans did you see last year?
13 within the current year.
13, oh, within the year. How do you how do you perform outreach?
So I am a trainer, I'm an MVPN trainer for Veterans Court. So I work through Veterans Court, Combined Arms. I work with Dr. Chen on the 6th floor. I work with Mission Continues.
Can you elaborate behind women?
Oh, I am
Referral.
everywhere.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Who's Veterans Treatment Court?
I work with Talisa Keel and
What
Valerie
county?
James, Harris County.
Harris County.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for your story. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Operation Comfort. So just the handouts here for you, I believe, or do you have the presentation too? Okay. So as soon as Rob is done passing these out, go ahead and get started.
Hi, my name is Janice Rosowski, and I'm the founder and executive director of Operation Comfort. Here today with me is Dawn Phillips. She is a lead recreation therapist and primarily overseeing the Psychosocial Rehabilitation and Recovery Center outpatient mental health clinic at Audie Murphy VA Hospital in San Antonio. Today I'm here requesting $75,000 for our woodworking and automotivation program, which are housed in a 6,000 square foot garage and shop. Both programs have proven to be a beneficial non-clinical hands-on approach to mental health treatment. In 2018, we served 148 unique veterans, and we're expecting to serve 300 in 2019, because in January of this year, we served 31 already. So some of the, so that would be doubling our number. Some projects that the veterans have built, they built a 1966 Cobra kit car, restored and modified a 1954 Army weapons carrier. They are now working on a 1934 Cabriolet kit car. They have built in woodworking flag shadow boxes, challenge coin cases, and furniture. One of the veterans that has come over, she's replacing all the furniture in her house with the furniture that she's building in our shop. And of course, we have all that wood we give her. They've also learned how to weld, and these projects, it requires concentration on the project at hand. It elevates the serotonin levels, creating happy and calm experiences, and it also gives some personal satisfaction. Don't.
I would just like to speak. I personally have had the privilege to work and partner with Operation Comfort for the past 6 years. I couldn't do what I do if it wasn't for their unique programs that they offer. It's given us the ability to do things that we can't do in the typical hospital setting due to lack of space, lack of support, lack of tools. They offer us modifications and adaptations to be able to do things that meet the individual's needs. I had a veteran that has suffered a stroke and was suffering both physically and mentally, and was worried that he wouldn't be able to continue to support his family because he was a welder. We were able to get him out to the shop and work with the peer support veteran that is employed at the shop and create modifications, and he was able to independently weld again and return to work. So it was just kind of one of those success stories where he didn't think he would be able to do it, and then he was. It's just very unique to have this environment. I've seen guys sit through weeks of our therapy sessions and groups and not say 2 words, and then go out to the shop and be the life of the party.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Rogan.
So these projects are sold or auctioned at after they build them?
The Cobra kit car, we sold it, and then we put the money back into the program to sustain the program. The weapons carrier, that's our project car. You know, the guys built that, they'll always keep that. That's what we put in parades and that sort of thing. The 34 Cabriolet kit car will be sold, and then the money will be put back into the program to sustain the program.
The smaller items that you build, or
the soldiers take them home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's their own personal projects. It gives them the opportunity to be creative, decide what they want to do, and then they get to take it home. And of course, all the wood has been donated to us. We have all the equipment, 6,000 square feet of equipment that's been donated, because we've had our program since 2007, and so we've built
Okay, any other questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah, with this project, it's a one-shop deal. Where is it located, and how do you get your veterans to?
Okay, we're located in San Antonio, in Bracken, just behind the Retama Race Park. And veterans, we send out emails every Monday, letting them know what's going on every day of the week. And of course, the garage is open 9 to 5 every day of the week. And then we work with the VA, and the VA brings them out on.
We have several different units that we take vans from each unit and transport the veterans out there. And then they have the ability, once they discharge from our programs, to continue that. So they don't just get it while they're in the hospital, they get to continue participating and get out there independently because they built that
But you're kind of within the San Antonio area, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But we have veterans that, come to the hospital from out of state. Our polytrauma department gets a lot of folks from out of state.
Are you paying for their stay?
Yes. Okay. Well, they're in the VA hospital, so they're inpatient.
I've got it. Got it. Thank
so
you.
we start them in the program while we're there, and then those that are local can continue on.
But they come from all over the state of Texas, coming to Audie Murphy for treatment.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quick programming note, the Ecumenical Center's presenter is ill and is not able to attend, so you'll not be hearing from them. Next after that is Jake E's Writing Roundup. And we have as soon as Rob's got your handouts passed out, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Paige Nolan, and I'm the Director of Operation at JP's Writing Roundup. We are an Equine Therapy Center. I'm also a certified therapeutic writing instructor and equine specialist in mental health and learning. This is our first time to actually ask for a grant from you guys. So first of all, I just want to say thank you for allowing us to be here.
The one at the table on it is the forward button.
The one, this one?
Table.
Okay. Okay. One of the things that I realized that my strength was being different is a Betsy Johnson quote that I think is huge, and because this is our first time, I want to introduce you a little bit to JP's. One of the things that makes us unique is how JP's came to be. Jacob Eli passed away in a tragic accident at the age of 3. Because of that, JP's Writing Roundup that it came to be, and we always say that a place where tragedy came to visit is now a place where hope and healing now abide. Every staff member at JP's came there for our own personal healing. Okay, so we all have a vested interest. Jana, who is the owner and founder, was the mother of Jacob Eli. Me, I was a 911 dispatcher for 12 years and actually recently left to come do this full time because this is my passion. Teresa, who's our office manager, has a daughter who is a triple organ transplant, and KW Harris is retired DPD and also a Vietnam veteran, so we all have a vested interest in JP's. We have several mental health professionals on staff who have extensive experience in equine therapy. They actually bring their own private clients out there. And our center works directly with the North Texas Regional Veterans Court. The proof is in the pudding, okay? We work with the North Texas Regional Veterans Court. To date, they have sent us 10 veterans. Of the 10 that they have sent us, they sent them either for equine therapy, for mentoring and community service, or both. Of those 10, 7 of them have graduated, and 3 are still successfully making their way through the program. What I think is so cool about that is of those 10, several of those guys have actually requested more of the equine therapy on their own after they have graduated because they see what it has done for them in their life. And over half of these guys have returned to JP's just to be there, to be around the horses, or even to volunteer their time. A couple years ago, Tyler Skidmore, who is a licensed professional counselor, did a research. He wanted to know if equine facilitated psychotherapy actually helped families where one of them was a veteran and one of them suffered from PTSD. So we did a research. We collaborated with him, and there's the actual data on it. The answer is yes. What happens, what we found is that life thinks I'm here husband thinks we're here. Okay, what happens when they stick them with the horses, and you can see it, they actually graft, they meet. And what was so amazing was after the therapy was over, it continued. It stayed the same. And in their own words, I mean, these are quotes from them.
Sorry,
Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Quick one, just to clarify. You said the North Texas Spectrum Treatment Court.
Yes,
that's Judge Roach's program,
yes,
correct?
Yes, sir.
You said you have licensed providers?
We have their licensed therapists or counselors, and they actually, even before, for years, have been bringing their own private practice clients, but they are actually contracted with us to where when we work with these therapists or the veterans, we have them in on our therapy sessions. They work therapy sessions with us.
So do they have cultural competency training?
Yes, they are.
CT?
Yeah, you're right. In fact, a lot of their own private clients are veterans themselves.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
You mentioned in your brochure that you're a short drive from East Texas.
Yes, sir.
My esteemed colleague here showed me exactly where you're at. You are pretty close.
We are.
Now, you get referrals from North Texas Veterans Court.
Correct.
You say in your documentation that you're statewide. Do you receive referrals from any other courts?
We do not. We do not at this time. And what we found out is because we are in Kaufman County, so a lot of these guys have been from Kaufman County. But what I would like to do is, yes, take these guys from Kaufman County, but the North Texas Regional Veterans Court is several counties. To be able to say, okay, Rockwall County, give me some of yours, give me, you know what I'm saying? But also for us to start reaching out to, because we are rural. You know, you've got eQuest, which they're centered kind of in the Metroplex, and we're way out here. So we want to start reaching out further east to provide. I mean, I want them to be able to say, somebody says, you know, I think I need this, to me say, well, good, you know what, great, I can help you. I've got the money to do so.
Aren't you guys on television deals out of the North Texas area? I thought I saw a deal with this on the news. Special deal on Jake E's.
Well, we very well could have been. Right after JP's opened, we weren't on there for a good thing. Because right after JP's opened, somebody broke in and stole every piece of tobacco.
No, that was part of the, it was.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Potter County Veterans Treatment Program.
Sorry, while they're getting set up, and Mr. Wright is very familiar with Judge Roach's program. It is the North Texas Regional, but where you will find them on the VTC list is they're registered as the Collin County VTC. But when you get to the application, it says regional, but they just registered as Collin County.
And I actually was going to ask you about that. That's how they registered. Okay. And that's when I saw the North Texas moved over a couple. I thought about it. I wasn't sure I would bring it up, but he's actually asking if he's running veteran treatment courts in 5 counties.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Adrian Castillo, and this is Denise Heffley, our LPC that is, as of October, come into our program. For our program, what I wanted to do is first mention the Texas Panhandle War Memorial. We are not associated with them, but they did have a philosophy that we want to embody in our program, which is to remember the veterans is to honor them. And what we're looking to do is to honor veterans by giving them a second chance, to give them an opportunity to minimize the effect of a criminal history on their lives, whether it is employment, whether it is housing. And so if any of y'all are up in the Texas Panhandle, I highly encourage y'all to visit the Texas Panhandle War Memorial. Since this is the first time we're presenting, I wanted to give a little bit of background. Potter County is located in the Texas Panhandle. We're also looking to have this program serve the surrounding counties. That gives us a community of roughly 328,000 population, and about 7% of that being veterans. Now, we do have a VA there in Amarillo, And they are capable of providing many of the services to the 22,000 veterans. But what we are finding is that a lot of the VA services are being underutilized. And the segment of the population that we're looking to serve are the ones that are unfortunately becoming involved in the criminal justice system. Annually, roughly about 700 of the people that are arrested are veterans. So what we are looking is to serve a very small portion of those, and that is the ones that are not necessarily being served by a specialty court, and at this point not ones that may be involved in delivery of controlled substance or violent offenses. Now, at this point we have a pilot project that was started in 2016. It has been done all on a volunteer basis, from the prosecutor to probation officers to interns that are providing some of the services. It is a year-long felony level pre-trial diversion. So what that means is we're looking to help the veterans before there are criminal charges even filed. And if they are filed, we're looking that once they complete the program to dismiss the charges. Okay, that is very different than a lot of the other veterans programs. It is a collaboration between many of the agencies involved in the criminal justice system, as well as the service providers. The main difference is we're looking to do a treatment-based plan versus a criminal justice service plan, where the primary contact is with a counselor instead of a probation officer. We would not be associated with a specific court, but instead this program is being overseen by the district attorney's office. What we are able to do is provide a dismissal or a diversion of the criminal charges. Any questions?
Mr. Ray?
One quick one. Would you clarify, in your write-up you say 20 to 25, but in your grant request you said 45?
My understanding of what we're looking to do is serve approximately 20 to 25.
Okay.
And also their families, if they need support treatment also. Family members, spouses, children, family treatment.
Okay.
All right, anyone else? Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Next up, we have United States Veterans Initiative.
We have handouts for you as well. Okay. So Rob, you will pass out your handouts, and once you've got the presentation, remember the button with the tape on it is your forward button.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The button with the tape on it is your forward button. So as soon as Rob is done passing out your handouts,
Yeah, that's kind of my vibe.
All right, thank you so much. Good afternoon. We thank you for the opportunity to provide a brief overview of our proposal. My name is Audrey Hervey. I'm a retired Navy veteran, and I'm also the new program director of US Vets Houston. I will be responsible for the oversight and performance of the TDC grant they've awarded. With me today is Mr. Larry Williams. He is the National Vice President of Programs. And today we seek $300,000 to expand mental health services to veterans in the Gulf Coast region. So the mission of US Vets here is the successful transition of military veterans and their families through provision of housing, counseling, career development, and comprehensive support. What's really important is that since 1996, we've been serving the homeless and at-risk veteran population since 1996. And Here, the icons and the numbers, those are past performance from 2018, just last year. So we had over 21,000 bed nights at our residential facility and over 524 mental health assessments that were completed. This is what our goal is. We walk with the veterans towards productive independence. That's what we do. The need for mental health counseling persists, of course. Houston has the second largest veteran population amongst U.S. cities. 50% of veterans need a mental health treatment, will not get it. There's still barriers that exist, like transportation and general concerns over the type of treatment available from the VA. And what's really important is that 22% of veterans seek non-VA mental health services, the type of services that we actually do provide. And I'll just pause for just quick quotes. And resume. Beg your pardon?
Do you need us to play a video?
No video. This is our three-pronged approach. We'll use clinical counseling, non-clinical support, and also peer-delivered support services to make sure that we can reach our goal, which is to make sure that veterans are going to be able to get to productive independence. So the way that we will provide these services is by hiring 2 additional licensed therapists who will work with our clinical director. We'll also hire a peer veteran specialist to lead peer-to-peer support outreach. And then we'll continue to do outreach with DBOPS, American Job Centers, VA referrals, and also the face-to-face outreach that we do in the community to encampments and shelters. And these are deliverables, our outcomes, is that we expect to reach 140 veterans. We expect to have 250 group counseling sessions. We expect to have 50 peer support group sessions. And we expect that 70% of our clients will demonstrate decrease in anxiety or depression. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Rock, Right On Center for Kids. And we have some files for you. Is it just the handout, or do we also have a presentation? So, here's can help you pass this out. We don't have a presentation for you.
There's a couple.
Okay.
Sorry.
And as soon as everyone has handouts, we can proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Victor Barrow, and I am a veteran and volunteer at the Right On Center for Kids, more commonly referred to as ROC in Georgetown, Texas. As a volunteer at ROC, one of my opportunities is to serve in ROC's veteran program known as Rock On Veterans, as a horse handler and mentor to veterans in the program. When asked to serve in this program, I was not overly enthusiastic. Having spent 31 years on active duty as an infantry officer and another 16 as an Army civilian, I cynically thought to myself, is this just another ineffective veterans program? But then I observed the compassion, dedication, care, and love of the ROC staff and its volunteers, and the effect it was having on the veterans being served. At that point, I was sold on Rock On Veterans. Begun in 2005, Rock On Veterans is totally funded through private donations and grants, and is free to the veteran. It is aimed at improving independence and life skills of veterans in partnership with the horse. This is an integrated program of therapeutic services for veterans to include current and former military members and their families. Our program is composed of 4 key activities: 3 progressive classes of 8 lessons each on Tuesday evenings, where the veteran learns horsemanship from basic grooming to riding independently. A separate class for female veterans on Friday evening who prefer to ride independent of the Tuesday class. A meal served on Tuesday evenings where veterans and families gather from throughout the local area with our student veterans, and a week-long summer camp called Camp Courage for veteran children. Today we seek your support of our program activities for 75 veterans and 25 dependents, and to address a critical need of providing a highly experienced and licensed professional therapist. The therapist will provide personal counseling support for our veterans and families on Tuesday and Friday evenings. Additionally, the therapist will conduct a psychoeducation class for 8-week session that focuses on topics that may range from navigating relationships to additional resources in the community to learning the signs and symptoms of depression and how to get help. Is this funding well spent? Yes. Therapeutic riding is an intervention for veterans. It's proven and works, as noted by the data on your slide 2. And a recent military medical research study found that over 87% of soldiers engaging in therapeutic riding experience a decrease in PTSD and TBI symptoms. But the most important point on the slide is a picture of this former young Marine and his family. He recently gave us testimony at our Veterans Open House as to how Rock saved his and his family's life. He is now a volunteer and mentor in our program, and that is what Rock on Veterans is all about. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, how many did you serve last year?
I also have Ms. Heidi Gurney with us, who is our coordinator for Rock on Veterans, and I'll let her nail that one down.
Hi. We served 67 veterans in classes last year. 37 of those were women and 30 of those were men.
That's a high number of women. All
Yes.
were veterans or veterans and spouses?
They're all veterans. There are also many veterans that are volunteering that aren't counted in those numbers. I will have to say that the reason that the numbers are so high on the women is, I believe it was in 2014, we actually received a grant from you all that helped us seed a women-only veteran program that was very successful, and we were able to sustain that. So that's why it continues. Those women are.
I just say that because
on
it's
hand.
hard to get women veterans to come out. So to see that kind of a number, it may not seem to high to some people, but if you've been in this, you know that it is. Yes.
I think the key thing is that the classes that are held in Tucson night are also co-ed classes, but there's a large number of women who don't want to participate in those classes and want their separate class, and that's the real function of that program.
Good job.
How many kids are we talking about too when you say to your groups?
Did it Camp Courage?
Yeah.
Right now, in the past, we've been serving 12 children in Camp Courage.
Okay.
In a 5-day program that includes volunteers who are from military, that are some of our veterans that have been in classes, and then the family members are served on Saturday with a family day, and then we try to bring in, some of those family members start out visiting their children in Camp Courage, and then they later on get into a class. So we don't mind where we get them started first, we just want them.
Yeah. And it's an important aspect when a veteran goes through the program, it says a continuum. So this is the young Marine that I showed you on the slide. He is elected to stay with the program as a volunteer, and he's also a mentor for other veterans. It's very important.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Mental Health America of Greater Houston.
Do you have a handout?
Okay, so Rob will help you pass them out, and then once everyone has a copy, go ahead and proceed. What's here?
That's kind of something.
But you didn't come with everything.
That's right.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Talisa Keel, and I am the Veterans Behavioral Health Director at Mental Health America of Greater Houston. I am also a Combat Army veteran and proud to continue my service here in the Greater Houston area. Our program is requesting $30,000 to support a part-time Justice Involved outreach coordinator. we have realized that the demand for justice-involved resources and support is ever rising. We're very thankful that Houston is definitely a great place for veterans. And with the support that we also have additional veteran programming that's on the rise. For example, our program supports 3 separate veteran treatment court dockets. We support training and education opportunities in our community. And we also have an official partnership with the Harris County Jail, Lynchburg State Jail, and now the new JTC Reentry Center. Our volunteers can only do so much. And with your support, we will be able to staff a part-time Justice Involved coordinator that will help us continue to do the great work that we're doing for Justice Involved veterans and the veteran community by providing specific supportive services. Majority of the veterans that are currently incarcerated just in Harris County Jail, a little bit over 300, majority of them are receiving psychiatric services. And so when they come out, we want to ensure that they have the accurate amount of resources upon release. Any questions? Yes, sir.
I was going to ask you, you said Harris County, what are the other 2 veteran treatment courts you service?
Okay, so Harris County alone has 2 separate dockets. We have the Felony Veterans Treatment Court and the Misdemeanor Veterans Treatment Court, and we support Fort Bend. Fort Bend is a dual docket. They're a much smaller docket, so they have misdemeanor and felony convictions in one court.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, ma'am.
I was just going to ask you to reiterate, your support is peer support rather than...
It's not just peer support. We equip, so the partnerships that specifically for Veterans Court are with the jail, or both.
All right.
We support all, but we provide peer support, so this person would be trained, but specifically they would also be trained in the resources specifically for veterans in the criminal justice system. Because we've got a lot of resources. Our program itself is housed at the Combined Arms Center, but not every organization is able to support veterans that are going through the criminal justice system. And so we're specific for this funding specifically, it's going to be for those particular veterans.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And next up, we have our last in-person presenter of the day, YWCA Austin.
Everyone.
Take a handout. Okay, Rob's gonna help you pass out the handout.
Thank you.
And then once everyone has a copy, go ahead and proceed when you're ready.
Thank you.
He's been doing good all day.
Not the last one.
Well, yeah. He's had a great career, but his last 15 minutes here really are falling apart. And so it's just be a little much myself.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board. I thank you for your time, and especially since I'm the last speaker today, I'll try to keep it short. My name is Caitlin Patel. I'm a licensed professional counseling intern, and I work at the YWCA of Greater Austin, servicing 11 different counties near Travis County here in Austin, and ever expanding in all directions. So I am a veteran of the Army, active duty, 10 years, and I'm really happy to work for this organization and get to work with other veteran interns and train them and work with our female veteran population. We are able, through the grant that you have so kindly bestowed upon us, to afford me and also provide group services and individual services, couples, and family counseling for our female veterans within the community we serve. I am able to provide, as well as my co-workers who have 25 or 30 years of clinical counseling experience, trauma-informed care, specifically around the issues of MST, which is why so many female veterans don't feel comfortable going to many organizations like the VA, and sometimes if they're triggering other organizations. So I am here to serve them, and I don't really have anything else other than thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I do have one. I'm gonna put you on the spot a little bit. You got a grant last year that you said afforded you, but right now your grant is underperforming. Kind of an open floor to discuss that, make your case, so to speak.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Our grant is not performing to what we thought we would be able to get with female veterans coming in. We are kind of a hard group to get into funding for groups, but it has picked up towards the end of the year with more promotion. We are getting more individual clients.
Okay, you're pretty far behind. You think you're gonna get there?
I hope so.
By the 30th of June?
I hope so. June, yeah, that's promising.
Well, how many do you have in the program now?
I think we have about 20 female veterans that we're servicing and families.
So I was the Women Veteran Outreach Coordinator for the state at one point, and I don't really know about your services. So that might tell you a little bit. Collaborate. Go to veteran events. Get people knowing who you are, so they refer you, right? Refer women to you. Women are hard anyway. Women veterans are hard to get to come to any event for various reasons. But collaboration and going to events, that's one way. I know you're only one person, but you do have one area that you do service. So that's just my advice.
Get the kids involved.
Get
Moms
the
will come
involved.
with them.
That's true. Thank you for that input. I'm going to another meeting tonight and be on it. Thank y'all.
Any other questions?
Do have 2 media-only presentations left, and then that is the last of the.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Take
very
care.
much. All right, so second to last, we've got a Recovery Resource Council. Got a video.
Resource Council is a 72-year-old nonprofit with 83 employees and a budget size of $6.7 million. It is a joint commission accredited as a behavioral outpatient. We are also licensed by the state of Texas as a substance abuse outpatient treatment site and have office locations in Fort Worth, Denton, and Dallas. We have a medical director and our Medicare provider. This is a picture of our Fort Worth Veterans Counseling Center. It's a standalone building. It serves only veterans and their family members. The building was remodeled in 2016 with the help of organizations listed here on the plaque. Here are our current enduring family staff. We now have an 11-person full-time therapy team. Every member on this team is either a veteran or a family member of a veteran. Currently, we offer veteran services at 2 locations. Our Fort Worth location has 6 master-level therapists and 2 intake coordinators. Our Denton office has 2 therapists and 1 intake coordinator located at the Serve Business Center. As you can see by looking at these offices, we work hard to create office space for the veterans and family members to feel safe, secure, and respected. This chart shows you the steady growth of the Enduring Families program over the past 6 years. In 2019, we are projecting to serve over 450 veterans and family members with individual therapy. This growth has resulted in the expansion of our Fort Worth location to add 5 new offices. The build addition was funded by Lockheed Martin and 3 other local foundations. Our success comes from individualized treatment and utilization of new technologies. One of the services we added in 2019 is telemental health. We obtained a contract with a HIPAA-secured telemental health provider. All staff who use this modality have received 15 hours of training. Our staff are trained in a wide variety of therapeutic services, allowing counselors to tailor treatment to each client's individual needs. Therapies we offer to veterans and family members include EMDR, sand play, cognitive, non-directive play therapy, marriage counseling, and family healing therapy. We have 8 therapists trained in EMDR, and our play therapies allow us to work with children down to age 4 and with adults who are not ready to be verbal about their trauma. We are presently serving 160 unduplicated veterans and family members with individual therapy every week and over 200 a month. We have developed a close relationship with the regional offices of the Veterans Administration, resulting in 10 to 20 new intakes a week. Our UNT evaluated program has been very successful at reducing depression and anxiety in veterans and their family members. The red on this chart reflects baseline levels at intake. The green bar shows the improvement after 18 sessions. Our outcomes show that the counseling program is significantly improving the quality of life of our clients, healing individuals, and reuniting families. We hope you will again invest in recovery resource counseling.
All right, and then our last presentation for Veterans Mental Health is going to be Tri-County Behavioral Health Care. And they have just the PowerPoint, which we may or may not have to advance. Guessing this is not going to advance automatically, so if you will let us know when to advance the next slide when you read through everything.
The chairman said.
Yes.
Good night, Chris.
Next. 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 Any questions? Okay.
I don't want to over here, there's certainly a lot of people.
So that's all the presentation we have.
Okay, thank you to all the organizations for taking time to help the committee better understand Veterans Mental Health Project STIPGA. And again, thank you to all the presenters for the 2019-2020 Fund for Veterans Assistance Grant. Okay, that brings us to agenda item number 13. But before we get to that, can we take like a 5-minute break for?
You the bomb.
Yeah. So let's take a 5-minute break to take care of.
30-minute kid.
Yes, that's right.
We want to try to get you out of here by 5, so please keep it.
Yeah. So
why are you looking
it's
at me?
4:22.
You stood up. It's about time you got
stood up. I was
Because I'm trying to try and be back at 4:27. Thank you. We'll go ahead and reconvene, but before we go to Ms. Irv, Robert Harris would like to give you a quick brief on your travel voucher.
Good afternoon. I've got everybody's, almost everybody's. Does anybody still need to turn their travel form in? Okay, just quick on the specific. Yes, ma'am, that's fine. Mr. Ball, I'm sorry, I gave you half an answer. It's mileage for driving your own car, just so everyone knows, and gas if you're using a rental car. Meals are calculated by our current location, zip code 78723, which equates to about $45.75 up to that amount per day, but only 75% of that, which translates to down to about $34.31.
But you don't need to submit receipts. It's per diem.
It's a per diem, yes, sir. Okay. Receipts are good to have. Finance, they would like to have them if you can provide them, but that's the rate for our current location.
Is the rules for the advisory committee different than the rules for the employees?
I imagine so, sir. I confirmed it with Jocelyn.
Okay, so I gave you bad info. Ours is actual cost. We don't get per diem, so you guys make it better than we do.
You're the liar. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, could be.
Finance on travel, it changes so many times, sir. So.
No, and what I was going to say, I got a call last year and they said, your mileage is off by whatever. If you get that on mine this year, just whatever it is, you don't even need to waste time with phone call.
Right, and well, right now it's 0.545. There was talk about it going up to 548, but right now it's still 545.
All we got to do is submit the miles.
Okay. Yes, sir, just miles.
So they actually recalculated my
Alright, that's all I got.
That's like a.
Now, the hotel, though, you need a hotel receipt?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we will need the hotel
Okay.
zero.
Right.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Mr. Harris. I'd like to call on Mr. Irv Leos, FEA Lead Grant Officer, to give the committee a brief rundown on the materials we received and provide us with some additional training on how to work the TBC's new enterprise grants management system. That said, Mr. Leos.
All right, so first of all, there's two things on here. You have obviously GovGrants is here. This right here is the training web address, so please don't pay attention to that or write it down. You should have the login site, the URL address. If you don't, please email me. If you have any issues getting on, you lost your password, anything, email me or Charlie, and we'll get it to you as soon as possible. In some instances, we might have to involve the programmers or the actual system programmers to get involved, but we'll try to get to you as fast as possible. The second piece is you should have a handout for yourself, a paper handout for you to take notes and to rank individuals on here. One of the key things on GovGrants, if you rank somebody, say 10, you cannot use 10 again, so you will get an error as you rank people. So you have to rank, once a number is used, that number is used, and the system will not allow that number to be used again. So you have to check your paperwork to make sure. So that's why the reason you have paperwork to jot down how you want to rank people or organizations. So when you log in, I don't know, most of you have been on, but again, the home screen is right here, the home. That's where you'll, when you log in, this will automatically take you. Task, summary by phase, all your tasks should be under applications, and that's where all your tasks are at. There's two ways to get to applications. You can do the home screen and click on applications, and they look differently, and I'm going to do both right now. When you click on here, the applications are tasked to you via this, and they are arranged by alphabetical order, I believe, and you can click on different things. My recommendation is you organize them by reference ID, and it'll put all FEA in order. If you will notice this, every application is assigned a reference ID, but if you will notice right here between 4 and 7, when an organization creates an application, it is assigned a number by GovGrants. If that application never got turned in or was deemed ineligible down the line as it went down the review process, that number has been used, so that number is not here. So don't be worried like, hey, number 5 and 6 are missing. It just means that they were not submitted or they were deemed ineligible down the line.
Just real quick, we talked about FBA. That's the 3 alphanumeric in the front there. We use FBA for general assistance, GA. HTX is Housing for Texas here. Those numbers are on the note taker sheets that I gave you, so you can find the middle. VMH is Veterans Mental Health. VTC is obviously Treatment Courts, and then VSO is our
And you can search specific from the search bar. You can type in. It's very. If you want to look for a specific organization, you can type in a word and it'll look for that word. Or by number if you know the number.
If you're looking on your sheet, you just look over at the number, just type in the number, and it'll get it for you.
Let me go back to home. I'll come back to here in a minute. The other way, I'm sorry, go back here, applications. So when you click on the action button, the little play button right here, hit start. When you click on that, it will open up the recommendation sheet. And this is where you recommend, where you type in your information. Now, it is automatically goes, already did one, already did this. I'm going to go back, so I was checking something else out. The default does not recommend. Here it is. Default does not recommend. Real quick, it just talks about the application. So this is where it gets kind of confusing. This is where you start ranking the applications. To view the application, you have to click here. Now, if you click here, what's going to happen is this window will go away. What we have found out is we usually duplicate. If you want to keep this window open, you can duplicate. Click here and it'll open the application view. If you have any trouble, you can always call me. I can guide you through this. All right, so now we're at the application. The overview, the opportunity right here talks about the grant opportunity. So it's really a basic information about what is this. This is the award ceiling is $500,000, award floor is $5,000. This is a general assistance grant. And then when you come down, this is now the applicant information. This is the name of the project, what type of category, how much you're requesting, $300,000, and it just gives more information. The project abstract is kind of confusing. This is not the project narrative that's in the actual old application. Some of this information is populated. An applicant can edit this information, so it might not necessarily match the information that's in the project narrative, and I'll show you that here in a minute. And then below that is just the application information, the basic information about an organization. And this is their key individuals. The signature authority, their project coordinator, and secondary is usually, or is not usually, the secondary person on here is the financial coordinator.
Scroll back down to the bottom real quick. You see that thing that says past awards, it's blank. We could not afford to migrate all our old data, so we haven't had a chance yet to migrate all the past history, so they're all going to be blank. That doesn't mean they haven't had a grant before yet. It's not an error.
Is there a way we can find out? Will it say in
Well, yeah, the
Wales?
top doesn't say the top.
History?
Yes.
Well, whether this organization's been granted before, you have to. You can look on our website and download our current list of current grantees.
The current list.
Yeah, current list of current grantees has that on there. We are going to migrate the data, but it's just not here yet. We haven't had time.
That's a good
Budget is a budget category, how the budget is calculated. This budget will match the one what they requested. If it didn't match, the applicant would have gotten an error and couldn't submit it. If you want to look at the actual line items, you click on this action button and it will open a big box. If you use Internet Explorer, this box will appear smaller. So try to use Chrome or Firefox, which will open a full box. That way you don't have to scroll. And then just the information on the line items.
I just have a real quick question. How did y'all know that they were underperforming last year then?
It's in your book.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. No, I know now.
It's all right.
Yeah, you got it.
I emailed it to you too.
Yes, you did.
All right.
Yeah.
Go home.
History tab does not have information in it. This history tab will automatically start populating once it moves further down the line. And this application becomes either awarded or granted. It will fill in.
Show me the attachments too.
All right, well, I was going to go that to the next one. You're going to go last. Acknowledgements. This came in late. This is the old signature page, but it came in late, so there's nothing on here. So if you want to see it, but eventually this is pretty much, hey, the signature authority attesting that, hey, this information is truly correct. All right, acknowledgement attachments. This is where the attachments are for resumes. Most of these are 5 attachments they should have submitted are here. Some people still submitted everything attached together, but this is where all the attachments and the old application style was, paper application.
So you get that's where you look for their financials if you want to read their financials. That's where you look for resume. That's where you look for their 501c3 letter, all that stuff.
Now, the project narrative, this is probably considered the old paper style application. There's a preview right here, and there's a view. They're very similar, but the preview, if you open preview, you're not going to get the full look of the application. There are certain areas that will come up with, as far what I consider gibberish. Yes or no questions aren't addressed. You'll just see gibberish. So click the I to view the proposed project, and you shouldn't need to download it, but that's the download part there. So click view, and it'll open. And here is the application. You can hit edit. Please don't hit edit. Just view it. If you do hit edit, hit cancel. Don't save. And right here is just the application that goes here. Now, geographical area. If they selected statewide, obviously you don't see any counties like in the old paper application. If they select no statewide, you will see all the counties and you'll be able to see what counties were selected. And all the counties are selected by geographic region. So you might have to scroll through all the counties before you see some at the very bottom. Beneficiaries, same thing. Who's being served? What type of discharge? Just go down. Right here is how many people how many veterans or clients they're serving, number of veterans, dependents, surviving spouses, and this is automatically added up. The home modifications number is right here. Obviously, it's not a home modification; it's 0. But the Housing for Texas Heroes, this number must be filled in if you're doing home modifications. Performance reporting, project eligibility. And here is the proposed project. This is the project. It's divided into 4 questions. Pretty simple. As you notice, the applicant had 1,500 characters. This is characters, not words. So spaces, commas, periods, everything's counted. So we try to get them to get to the point of what the project is. And these are the 4 questions. And you just keep scrolling down to need identified. Most of these answers should be 1,500 characters or less. Goals and outcomes. These goals and outcomes were created by FVA. So everybody that's doing financial assistance, these are the 4 goals that they must answer. And here's a target. All they had to do was create the number based off. These numbers do not necessarily match the number of veterans they're serving. Just goal tracking, principal participants. This should have self-populated. I do not know why it didn't. Try to find out why it didn't. If you're missing data, let me know, and I'll get the programmers to go in there and see why it's missing data. Because the principal participants, they're allotted up to 5, and the 3 individuals you saw earlier should have automatically populated in. Partnership organizations, either didn't fill it in or it didn't populate, but I can find out. More information, and just again, I'm trying to get that right here. So if you click the preview, all these yes or no questions, which is in this area, will come out as gibberish. So you'll see part of the question, but then yes or no will have true, false all the way across. So that's the reason to select the I or the view instead of the preview. Once you gather your data, you go back up here and you enter your information. I'm going to go here home because I want to show you something. Now, if you want to look at all the applications and use your paper sheet to rank and put your recommendation amount, you can use that and always come back to just where you enter your recommendations. You can go to applications, click here and go down to applications, and you'll get the same view without having to go the other route. And there's the same information.
Okay, I must have missed it. So where do we put in our ranking? And
we're not there yet.
Oh,
yeah, I'm going to go back. I'm going to close this window.
One thing before you go away, go back one. Just go back one. What I'm just seeing now, because I've not really looked at this site all that well, you see where the column that says title? That's the project title, not the organization name. So don't get that confused when you go to the actual application. That opportunity ID, that's just the information about the grant program. It's like the RFA. So those links won't be any good. Working with the grant number that's on your sheet is probably going to be the easiest way to find it.
Yeah. So, oh, go ahead.
No, you first, sir.
All right. You said we were going to get there. Is there a way to put a number in here? So let's say I want to rank whatever's on top, number 1. And then the next one down, I want to rank number 4. And then the next one is number 2. Is there a way to do that, or do I need to go to the Excel spreadsheet?
Do it on your spreadsheet.
Do it on your spreadsheet, and then come
take
back.
your notes and
Okay.
then come back and put it in.
Because once you put it in here, it won't let you change it.
Correct, sir. Yeah, once you hit submit, you can save, and it'll save. Once you submit, and I'll show you here in a minute, it's in the system, and you can't go back and change it. We'd have to go back and have the IT guys, the programmers change it, but we won't do that because we just part of our process. Now,
So you save your spreadsheet and
the
move
spreadsheet
it around
shows-
however you want on the spreadsheet and use that as your guide.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Now, one thing on here, let me go back to the home screen. This tab. So as you are working through them, and we'll go back here in a minute. As you're ranking them and you hit submit, that application's ranking and recommendation, once you hit submit, that task will go away. So, for example, you do 5 or 10 of them, and you actually rank them. If you do 10 and you came back the next day or later on in a couple hours and relog back on, that would go down to 150, 151.
And then one more question. Is it any value to you for us to rank? So we've got $4 million in the category, and we've spent $4 million. Is it any value to you to continue to rank grants, or I'm getting a nod over here?
What usually works better is go a little over.
Just okay.
Because that provides a little bit more information to put on the roll up for you for the next time around. So there's a little bit more data there.
Sure.
The roll up has more than what's available. It would be easier for you.
But you should rank them all, because when you come back in March, there's going to be the debate, and you will need to know
there may be
personally
you
where
can rank as many as you want.
Yeah.
There's probably going to be some in there you don't want to fund. That's where you say not recommend.
Okay, that's one of my answers. But to your point, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're not creating an actual score for each grant. We're going to say, okay, we have 9 of 9 people recommended this grant.
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
8 of 9 people.
Yeah.
So we don't create an actual score.
No.
So it really doesn't matter if say we were able to fund 20 grants, and I know that's not possible, but go with me for this. Those 20, doesn't matter what order you put them in.
Yes, it does. Because when you guys get down to the individuals, we use the average ranking.
Gotcha.
That's the order that you use to consider.
So that's why it's another reason why it's important to keep going. Okay.
Sir, and as we did last year, or you were here last year, is yes, we're going to take all this data and create another, extract the data here and create another spreadsheet. So when we have the recommendation meeting, you'll know, hey, this organization got 9 votes, and this is what the average rank was.
Okay, so brings up one more question, and then I'll get off this. What is the difference between, say there are 40 grants in a category, what is the difference between ranking 1 through 40 and specifically saying not recommended?
Not recommended basically means that that decrements them. So say 3 other people said I want to fund them, and you say no. Well, they're only going to show 3 people on the roll-up that said fund them. If you're basically saying, hey, I don't want to.
Right.
If you put a number in there and you rank them, that means you're actually saying you're willing to fund that organization.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so the ones that presented, are those the only ones we're ranking, or do we do the whole everything?
Now, that's 160. There's I think 160. 160. Yeah, there's 160 of them, and yes, you have to do.
Even though they didn't present, you still
correct. There's no harm, no foul whether you present or don't present. It's just their opportunity.
Okay.
But it's not 1 through 160.
No.
It's 1 through whatever category. It's 1 through whatever category.
Yeah. You're working on this different grant program.
Yeah.
All right, so let me just go back here before we. So we start. So let's say you read them all, or you read all the general assistants. You go here, you come back in, you read them all. You go back to applications. Let's go here. Texas National Guard. You're gonna hit play.
You're in the application tab? You're in the application tab?
No, I'm in the, I went from home to the application, and now this is where you're gonna rank them.
So you are in the application.
Yeah. So to rank them, you're gonna hit edit, and it'll open, the page will change a little bit. Again, the default is not recommend. So default's not recommend, and you have to add comments. So if you want to change it to recommend, you click here, hit recommend, and now this is the amount they requested, and then you'll have a drop down here of how much you want to recommend them for. 300, and here, this right now, this comments is self-populated by the application title. So you have to type in something in here. All right. I'm sorry. Well, here's a ranking order as well. Let's give them 5. And you type any comment.
I lied, I do have another question. Difference between recommended budget and recommended rank.
Rank is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Budget is how much you
Oh,
want to give.
I'm sorry, the 5 looked like a dollar sign. My eyes are going to crap.
Okay. So
I got even for you, Terry.
So you can type any comment you want. I believe I don't think there's a character limit on here, but I don't think most of you will type in a whole lot. Now, you can hit save, and it'll save it. So if you need to come back, you can come back. Once you get submit, it's done. This application will be gone. Number 5 is used. It's gone. So you can't use 5 again. Now, I want to hit edit here because I want to show you, in case you get an error, I'm going to take this comment out. If I hit save, I get this red box up here. It'll tell you what you're missing. Comment value is required. If you get a red box on top and it has a bunch of gibberish, a bunch of letters up here, that means it's a system error. You might have to either log out. If you get it again, please try to get a screenshot and email myself and Charlie. And there's something wrong with the system, we'll have to get the programmers involved and see what's in the background, what's going on.
But you have to put a comment in there for each one?
Yes, sir.
Even if it's just a single digit. So just put in, anything. You can just put in a 1.
Can we get an upgrade to get emojis in there?
I think the closest we got is they let us do thumbs up and thumbs
general
down.
assistance grants applications, there's 65. We've got it ranked 65, 1 through 65.
You don't have to rank them 1 through 65. If there's some in there that you absolutely don't
Oh, don't
want to go
recommend.
to, then you leave it as don't recommend. You won't use a number.
Yeah, got it.
But does it, or will it let you submit without a rank number, or does it have to have a rank
You
number?
have to have, you're either not recommended. If you recommend, you got to have a recommended amount, a recommended rank, and comments.
Don't have to worry about it.
If you really don't want to fund them, then don't fund them.
So guys, one thing that I wound up, and Charlie can tell you, my 2.5-hour dissertation and standing there in front of the commission is, make sure you, like I just did with Gene, that you double check what the commission priority was, like ensure widespread distribution of
We're going to
grants
talk about
across the-
priorities when we get done with this. So.
Yeah, so just kind of reflect on that too as you're doing your deal.
I'm gonna hit submit. You should get a green bar on top. Your review is, and that's what you'll get. You go home. The big back, either back arrow or go home. Best thing is to go home and see how that number disappeared, 160. So as you go through them, that application's gone. You won't be able to see it. And number 5 has been used, so you can't use 5 again.
Can you quickly go from home to application to edit again? Because I cannot find the edit window.
All right, so
You're at home.
I'm at home. Sorry, I'm at home. Go to application.
Okay, go slow now. I got that.
Action. Hit action.
Okay. There.
And you're there. Yeah. You just got to hit edit, sir.
He's not quite there yet.
No.
There now it is. Okay. It was the green arrow button.
Yeah, that play button. Can you click, and I know you said it, my apologies, can you click on the grant number itself? Or does it have to go green arrow? I'll figure that one out.
No, you have to go green arrow.
Yeah,
Good, gotcha.
yes.
So is there a running tally
Can't
at
go
the
green
160? So
Can't go
number
green arrow,
5,
Gotta go green arrow.
you know, does it populate somewhere that you still
used
have?
it.
Yeah, you use it.
No, that's why we gave you the note takers, because right now you can't see.
Okay.
You, once you if you hit save, you can go back and see it, but there's not a running tally
Okay,
somewhere
yeah.
where you can look at the list. We don't have that.
That was the same thing for the reviewers, the staff, their reviewees, when they couldn't even see their score. They just know that was done and that application left. Management and myself could see it, but we still couldn't even alter the scores. All we can see is what it is. So, any other information? Any other questions? Anybody?
The date that you have to have it.
Oh, the date. So the date is, our meeting for the recommendation meeting is March 26th. So Monday, March 18th. Monday, March 18th is when we need these done. Will give us about 6 days? 8 days. 8 days for us to compile all this data for the meeting.
So March 18th, right? And I'm going to assume that this system's going to make your jobs a lot easier.
Yes, sir, it has. It's made it a lot easier.
Okay, what I will tell you though is every step of this process that we've done in the system, we found something that was FUBAR. Sure. It's new software, so please communicate with us, Herb and I, and we'll get straightened out.
It's not marine proof?
Well, the other part of that is please don't wait until the weekend before March 18th, because if you do find something on that Saturday, we're not going to be able. It's going to put us in a bind. We're not going to be able to do that. So if you can try it out real soon, at least with one, and see if you can get through it, that would be great.
Do the VSOs.
Charlie, your email on 1 February with all the attachments and all the information, you know, that Kara's asking about.
Yeah.
Is that the final? Is that what's in our book right here?
That's what's in your book.
So we can use those. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
The amounts available, they changed at one time when we went from 15 million to 17 million.
Right.
Those are the numbers that we're going to use.
Okay.
So if you go over your dollar amount, it'll give you an error too, right?
No. The dollar amount, that part is not in the system, so it doesn't know.
That dollar amount will affect us later down the line.
If you do that spreadsheet, you can see how much is there. If you rank them all, you're definitely going to go over. But what that produces is a roll up, and you'll see it next time. It's kind of tough to understand. But we'll show you when you get to about your dollar amount, and those are the ones you're going to discuss. The stuff that falls to the bottom, you probably won't even talk about.
So when we're doing this right now, we recommend the dollar amount, right? So
correct.
We can go, I'm only going to give you we need to stay
we're
within
gonna
that dollar.
We're going to talk, yeah.
Okay.
We're going to stick to that drop down box. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, I'll grab mine. Now, what I'm going to show you here in the book, and we'll kind of get to it, you guys have a score from us. That's on there. Last year, all you had was the word score. You asked to have the number score, so we've given you the number score. Sure. That you can't see within the system, but you've got it there and you can use. If you manipulate that spreadsheet and just line them up by our number score, then that doesn't get you the commissioner's priorities. So if you look, let's just do general assistance, for instance. The first page behind tab 2, I'll kind of walk you through. They're all of them are set up the same way. That first big map, that's like a heat map for what applications cover everything, just for applications. So it kind of gives you an idea of where the applications are heavy from. Okay? One of the priorities,
I'm not third grade, I'm fifth.
one of the priorities is a geographic distribution of the grants across the state. So if you flip to the very next page, these are the charts that we've done in the past, and you notice at the top, commission priorities. I'll let you catch up. Commission priorities is ensure widespread distribution across the state. So this chart will show you numbers that are from those regions, kind of a repeat of that heat map, and the dollar amount, so you can get an idea. That's a commission priority. You have to consider that when you're ranking, reckoning, and stacking. The next page, commission priority. This is for general assistance. Fund service categories of financial assistance and supportive services. So that's what the needs assessment came up with, that's what veterans need, and that's what the commission is giving you guys the direction to. Hey, of all the service categories in here, I want you to give a priority to financial assistance applications and supportive services. Okay? Make sense? Yeah. Next page. Commission priority is encourage a diversity of services provided within the geographic regions. So, yes, you can kind of see here, there's a conflict in their priorities. They want you to do financial assistance and supportive services, but they don't want you to give 7 financial assistance grants to the Alamo area and nothing else. So you want to get a diversity of services, and that's what this chart shows of the applications, how many services you have to work with. And you can see some areas, like East Texas, they only had 3 different service categories.
But that's all about, if you give more than 1 grant per region, try to diversify those grants.
Correct.
So that's not a conflict.
No. And then the last page there is fund outstanding rated grant applications. So if there's something that scored really well with us, I think we only have one outstanding grant this year. So they want you to fund that one. They like that piece of it. And then the next page after that, it's just kind of general assistance of bar graph depiction, and it's sorted. It shows you by the regions, by kind of a bar graph and how they were scored, who's what where. And then we'll fill in this with the roll-up at the next meeting, so you'll be able to compare what applications were and then what you did, what your roll-up looks like next time around. Okay? So the big thing is you guys have our score, but that's not the be-all, end-all. You got all these other priorities, and that's kind of what Carrie was alluding to. The commission wants their priorities to be paid. That's what they pay you the big bucks for.
But the other piece, all those priorities are also on your spreadsheet.
Yes.
In one form or another.
Yeah. The service categories are on the spreadsheet, so you'll be able to tell what that, and it's also in here when you look at it. In that grant thing, it says, you remember it said financial assistance in that top part? Yeah, it's going to say which one it is, so you'll know that there. We've also given you the page in here that has the non-performing grantees. This is the ones that are not performing in both benchmarks as of the 31st of December. As of the report of the 31st of December. We pulled this mid-January. It's only halfway through the grant, but it's information that you guys asked for, so we provide that to do. The commissioners will see the third quarter reports, because the third quarter reports aren't until April. But that's what they will see, and they'll know what it is. Let's see if there's something else I want to do. Make sure we get through. We've had some questions from everybody, and they're great questions. If you look on that list, you can see that there's, for instance, there's some in there that are rated by us as commendable, but also indicated as high risk. The next page in that spreadsheet kind of gives you the narrative of why. Yeah. And it's specific to them. What I want to make sure you understand is the risk assessment is separate from the score of the application. So when the applications first get to us, the first thing we do is an eligibility screen and a risk assessment. And it's a checklist that you go through and you look at, all the different things that could make it. Do they have their policies and procedures done? Are they asking for a lot of money? So they can indeed end up as high risk. They could have it identified on an audit that says they are high risk, and then we'll just that'll throw them into high risk for us. But they may write a really good.
You have some commendable high risk.
Yeah, we do. We do. And it's not, I tried to make sure that all of those I went through and we got the good explanations there. If you have a question about them, call, drop me an email. I'll be happy to talk with you about it. just, oh, I didn't want to interrupt you. Go ahead. No.
Okay. I was just gonna say, can you give us a little bit of guidance? Like, if they don't have the procedure manual, suddenly they're high risk. That is relatively easy to do, and they can get that done. But what are some of the things that are really, because remember we had the conversation, blue flags, red flags. What do we really need? What's something that you look at and go, oh crap?
The financials are the big thing.
Okay.
The financials are the huge, and you'll see that there's comments in there. If they were financially unstable, so if they were operating at a loss, if they were, they had no revenue besides our grant, they can't necessarily, that would make them ineligible. If they've got revenue or a total net worth of their organization of $100,000 and they're asking for $500,000, that would make them, that would flag them as high risk because they probably can't execute the grant and they're setting themselves up to fail.
Do you have those benchmarks for financial high risk that would make them high risk? Or is it commented out specifically like that?
It's in there. It's in there.
Okay, it's in the comments.
Yeah,
Okay.
it should be in the comments. And again, if you got a question about it, give me a call. If I miss something, I'll be happy to go through that. So let's see, that got risk assessment. Okay, commission priorities, difference between that. A couple of the things that you do need to look for. Some of you have asked, hey, how do I rate these things? Priorities are your friend. Those are the things you have to look for. Some of the things that we see, you've got a list in the section 1 about multiple grants.
Yeah.
So we look at the multiple grants, but the big thing is multiple grants. You're going to get 3 different grants. They're going to give you the same financials, but that stuff adds up. And are they financially across the multiple grants to be able to do that?
Are they using the same dollars to fund?
Yeah, and some of them do that. We will if they get multiple grants. And say they're funding the same person 100% on multiple applications, we'll fix that in negotiations. We can do that. Some of them, sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. I encourage you to look at their financials, look at what they're doing. We do, and you can get a lot of insight on their financials when you do that. Let's see, past performance. We get you this one here. Because we don't have that in there, you don't have a whole lot of past performance. But if you've got somebody that you think is really bugging you, let us know. We'll work with you to try to get some performance numbers to you. That's not one of the commission priorities. That's why we don't put a whole lot of it out. But we know that piece. Some of that past performance actually goes into our score. So it's already baked into the system. A lot of them, and you heard a lot of it here yesterday and today about. Take with a grain of salt when they say we're the only or we're the largest or we're the bestest, because they may not know what they don't know, but a lot of them make some big claims there, and that should kind of get you. Okay, that's what I had for notes to make sure I told you guys about.
Charlie, you said one more thing when I asked you, when I was on the board before, one of the priorities was, if at all possible, fully fund, not partial fund. Is that a priority?
That is still a priority as well.
That's a good point, because I think I'm like, well, we only have a certain pot of money. If they're good, but do we want to spread it around?
No, the commission has, that was the other priority, and we don't have a slide for it because it's not that week.
Sure.
In years past, the commission prioritizes fully fund where possible. That where possible is, say you find somebody that's got financials that we call high risk you don't like, and they may only be able to support a grant of X amount of dollars, but they ask for the moon. That's explainable to the commission that yes, they asked for the moon, but I'm not going to fully fund them because they're not capable of the moon. And you could recommend a lower amount.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the way to do it. But what you can't do is you can't go across the board and go, okay, we have a 46% of the dollars available for this whole thing. We're going to fund them all 46%. That will get your chairman shot. You guys wouldn't do that in the next meeting. We wouldn't let you do that in the next meeting anyway. But that way, the commission does not want to play the game of ask for 500 when I really only need 250. They don't want to do that. And they still do it because we went from 15 to 17 million this time around because not the current grants, but the ones that ended
previously in 2017. We had 17.4 million in grants go out. We recouped 2 million of that they didn't spend across all the programs.
There was one presenter though today that mentioned that it said in there he requested, or it said in ours, he requested 500,000, and he kept saying no, it was only for 250,000 because of the previous year. So do you go back and say, okay, I'm only going to grant you that 250?
No, his application, you can't change your application. His application says 500,000.
They just sent the wrong guy.
He didn't know what his application said.
Yeah, for December, I think he got it.
So that part, that's the same kind of thing. We do not allow them to. They can't edit their application, can't change their application. If there's things in that application that they can't do, we'll catch that after they're awarded, and we'll make sure we fix it. That's our job to do, to fix it.
Okay, so they can't change the application as it is.
No. No, those applications. After it's awarded. Yeah, until after it's awarded. And when it's after the commission says yes, then we go back to them and go through it, negotiating the contract. And if there's
things worrying about it unless we approve it. So that's
well, now but it kind of I already mentioned this with the one veteran treatment court grant. I have a sneaking suspicion it's for 5 counties, but it doesn't matter. We can't change it. It's done. Lesson learned for next time then.
Yeah, their application is submitted, in this case it was on November 16th, and when they hit submit, just like when you guys hit submit, you hit submit, it's done. And they're not allowed to edit, we don't allow them to add to it. This is about the only chance they get to do anything is to give you this on these 2 days. That's about it.
And he didn't show to ask the question, so because that would have been my question too.
Okay, so that's that piece of
all the lobbying I can do for him.
Probably on every one of these categories, we're going to get down to the last one that is going to be fundable, and we're either going to be under or over.
Yes.
Do we stop before we go over, or do we go ahead and go over?
You make your recommendations, go for all your recommendations. What you're talking about is what will happen in the next meeting, and what the commission has said is they'll allow you to fully fund the last application. So that's why we get you to rank as many as you do, so that we can actually get there. So yeah, if you want to fully say you're here and you only got $30,000 left, but you got an application that is asking for $100,000, and you guys agree you want to recommend them, you can recommend them, and we'll go over a little bit over that number that we said.
So we're going to have that problem with the VSOs.
Yes.
3 VSOs.
Yeah, that one presents itself, and you can recommend to fully fund
all the rest. Okay.
So I've kind of alluded to it with the money that's available. The commission has, because some people have said about moving money, we moved money around last year between grant programs because we just had so much and you ran out of quality before you ran out of money.
Right.
That's acceptable in that situation. But what the commission said, this, is they want the money, even opportunity across the grant programs. So that wouldn't be an acceptable type of recommendation this year because there's only 46%.
That's right. Yes. Because we have no problem.
There's only 46%, and that's what it leveled out to. The amount requested versus what's available to make it even is 46%, except treatment courts, or not treatment courts, except county service officers, because the county service officer floor is set by statute, 5% of our total money. So 5% of 17 million is that 850,000. That's why they actually have almost 85% of the money available. That's why they have more than that. But once they start getting competitive, then we'll level them just like everybody else. But they're not a very competitive grant. So with that, any questions about any of this stuff I can answer for you now?
Yeah, I'm still lost on the rankings. Again, you're doing on this one grants, General Alliance. General one is you got 65. So I'm ranking 1 through 65.
Yes, yes, you can, unless there's some that you read the application.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but if they're not recommended, then I don't need to rank them. But I do. I mean,
you're either gonna have a ranking number or not recommended.
Yeah. So if I use the 45, I can't use 45 again.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
Right.
That was okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense now.
Go for it.
Got it.
Sure.
Okay.
Quick question. Procedurally, if let's say there's 65 grants, I've got the 45 that I want to fund. the rest of them are, I want to not recommend. Can I stop at 45 or do I need to hit and submit each
You
one?
have to hit. You have to
Gotcha,
get to
gotcha.
that. That
Not
number
wrong.
has to get to 0.
Gotcha.
Because unless and until that number gets to 0 for all of you, we can't get the data out of the system. So that's
Gotcha.
why it's critical.
But if it's not recommended though, is that counting as 65?
Yeah, once you hit submit, if it says not recommended, you hit submit, that decrements that number.
That number goes up. Got
All
it.
160 either have to have recommend or not recommend.
Got it. Right.
Yeah, if you hit recommend, that's good.
Got it.
Okay. So I would ask you to maybe do the VTCs or something early because there's only 3 of them,
right?
And see what you want to do and kind of give the system a test early in this window to see if there's something that we need to fix. Just so you know.
Okay.
And if you need any help with anything else, certainly let us know.
So we find a glitch in one window, is that gonna carry over to the other windows?
It could. Not necessarily. It's some of this is real programming, very behind the scenes, and yes, it will affect, and other stuff doesn't. So,
like I said, every step we've taken, we found something. This is the first. This is the first year.
We definitely should do the VSO first.
You could.
And the VTC because it's
And that's kind of the order we gave them to you. Is we did the least number of them first, and moved on. So rock with that. Okay. So anybody else have any other questions? If you have any, please don't hesitate to give me a call, drop me an email, talk to her, that kind of thing. We'll step you through it. Especially for our new folks that are doing it.
We're leaving these ones.
You can take, if you leave the notebooks for us, that would be great. We can recycle those. But you're more than welcome. If you want to take them, take them. You can take anything out of them that you want to take with them. Just remember, all of this material is secret competitive. So keep track of it.
And we might be able to bring it back.
Yeah, you can bring it back. Yeah, we'll build you a new book for the next time around.
Got it.
Oh my gosh, I got everything I wanted.
Okay, we ready to move? Any further questions? Okay, you sure? Yeah, especially you new guys. Okay. All right, let's move on to the next agenda item is setting the date of our next meeting in order to provide our committee's funding recommendation to the commissioners at their May 2019 meeting. The FBA staff has coordinated meeting space for Tuesday, March 26th. At that meeting, we will discuss our evaluations of the applications and vote on recommendations to the commission. Do we have any discussion on date and time? Okay. I now call on each committee member for any closing comments, and we'll start with Mr. Rerick and go around this way. All right.
I just think this new system is gonna be a good thing for everybody concerned. I think as we use this system, it's gonna make things a lot easier for everybody.
I agree. Mr. Wright?
Always enjoyable, but I want to give a big shout out to the staff who've done a great job. It's a lot of fun. Thank you.
Mr. Ball?
It's my mother's birthday on the 26th of March, so I might have to bring her with me.
Okay.
Please do.
We'll make sure we recognize her.
If you do, please let us. I mean, if you commit her, let us know because we know a really good baker. We'll get her a cake.
No, y'all don't want that. I can guarantee you. She's an old German woman. and
Karen
she
looked
is
right at
hard-headed.
me. She's like, oh yeah.
Mr. Wallace?
Learning experience. I loved it, and getting to know everybody, and it looks like it could be a challenging thing, but also a good thing for the veterans.
Ms. Sconza?
I think I said enough today.
No, you're fine.
No, thank you. Thanks everyone for your support.
Mr. Perry, Jeffries, he's left for the day. Mr. O'Reilly?
I would second what Chuck said about the staff. Just again, another extraordinary job. But I'd like to highlight the concept of the MC. That I thought it had an extraordinarily positive effect on how we did it, and that's a great compliment to Elizabeth. And, very efficient. She was very tough.
So was the timekeeper.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Time.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all should have seen the faces on some of you guys.
So thank you all. Charlie.
A couple of want to keep going.
160 applications. You guys read them before we got here, and then you're gonna go home and do it again and rank them. That takes a lot of time. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your giving up your family time for veterans, and that's extraordinary, and I appreciate that. The staff, great job, thanks. I know it's extraordinary hours for you during the day, and probably staying well after 5 o'clock. And to some of you that I called, Charlie is a great resource on the phone, and I'm sure he's a great resource to you guys. So to everyone, Charlie, thank you. Irv, this is no easy job that you're doing, learning this new system and going through the bugs. So it's just a ton of time, and I'm very appreciative. And the MC and the timekeeper, yeah, you get looks. So with that, if there are no other comments, I'd like to thank you for your hard work, and we'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. Is there a motion?
To adjourn. Second.
Okay, Mr. Wright did the motion to adjourn. Mr. Vogtman seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes with 8 yeas and 0 nays. Thank you.
And everyone travel safe.
Travel safe, travel well.